We're live.
Are we okay, Sarah?
Give me 1
Whenever you're ready, I'm fine.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh. All right, everybody ready? Thanks everybody for being here, appreciate it. And I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with the Aboriginal Acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Tana, Silix and Sinix peoples, home to Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honour their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And with that, are there any lead items? There are none. Motion to adopt the agenda, please. Moved by Councillor Woodward, Councillor Lockenberg second. All in favour? Thank you. Adoption of the agenda as presented. Adoption of the minutes of the previous meetings. There are none. Recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. I don't know that there are any here. Request. And now we're up to delegations, right? And Scott, the first one up.
Yeah, sure. Let me just talk for a sec here. So I thought it might be a good idea to bring Scott in here to kind of give us a bit more of an update on where we are for hydro and capital. When we put together our preliminary budget for hydro back in August, September, we kind of did an earlier schedule so that we could meet the BCUC requirements of having our rates in early and have that start from January 1st instead of an April 1st. So now that we have the benefit of a bit of hindsight and a bit, more realistic kind of projections for where we are at the end of the year, we're looking at some things, and Scott will speak to it, as some of the, inflation and supply chain issues we've been having, and some of the projects that maybe we thought would be further ahead by December 31st of 2021 that are going to roll into 2022 a little bit. And 2022 as well, kind of looking ahead and saying, based on what we're seeing for the tenders going out and, prospective suppliers saying, we're not going to be able to get things to you until fall of 2022, things like that. So I thought Scott could maybe come in and speak a little bit to that.
Chris, before you leave the table, sure. So you'll keep us in line with this mountain of paper you've dished out this morning?
Sure. Yes. Apologies. So this is the one that has a little
that
has a little hydro thing on it there in the top right corner. A little.
That's the one we're on
yes.
now. Okay. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. As Chris was indicating, we did our best at projecting our capital budget for 2022 back in August, September. And at that time, we identified that there was a risk that, it could be inaccurate. And as I'm sure everyone is aware, the world has changed a lot in the last 6 months. In particular, around supply chain issues, we're seeing a lot of delays. For example, at the time of September, we were expecting our backup generator for the power plant by November. We still have not received that. We're hoping it's coming next week. So that's the sort of issue that resulted. If you see the sheet there, there's a number of projects that we've, or at least partial costs from projects that we have pulled from 2021 into 2022, about $300,000 worth of unspent funds that, the projects that are ongoing, we just have not received the goods or the materials yet. So, our SCADA upgrade and some of our other work and the asset management project also is a big part of that piece that's moving forward. If you recall, the council approved our application for grant funding of $50,000, which we have received, but we didn't receive it until January of 2022. So we are now engaged in that, but we pulled all the money that we had allocated for the asset management program in 2021 into 2022. The other big impact on the 2022 budget is actually, pulling money out of 2022 and pushing it into 2023 is our Mill Street substation, the T41 failure. That transformer replacement, we have been told that the earliest we will see that transformer is December of 2023. So I'm moving the about 800.
Wait, hold on.
December of 2023, yes. Yeah.
So without that transformer there, is that substation even live?
It is. So we have half capacity at the Mill Street substation. We have excess capacity at the new Rosemont substation, so we've reconfigured our system to be feeding from Rosemont. It does represent a redundancy risk within our system, so we're monitoring that carefully. We've just completed all of our annual maintenance on Rosemont, and we're gonna, we're stepping up with our asset management program, sort of making sure that we are covering all of those risks.
And just to follow up about Mill Street, it seemed to me that one time ago, maybe I dreamt it, that we were looking at actually sort of decommissioning, did I miss it, like prior to you? Decommissioning actually that Mill Street substation, or probably reducing it to something very small. And is that still a long-term plan there, or are we always gonna need that substation?
I'm not aware of a reduction in it. We have in the 5-year capital plan, well, we actually bumped it up in the 5-year capital plan, if you recall from our budget presentation in October of last year. The Mill Street substation upgrade and replacement of the equipment was scheduled for 2023, 2024, but we tried to bring that forward, and we are moving forward with the entire substation upgrade, with phase 1 being replacement of the failed transformer. So we have the tender for the transformer is actually for 2 transformers, because by the time we get the first one, we're going to need the second one for the upgrade in terms of the bigger picture. So we're trying to manage around all of those factors and anticipate as much as possible. So we will see the costs for that Mill Street substation in 2023, 2024 coming in with the budget this coming summer when we start putting that together.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. So when you said this, like, year and a half, almost 2 years supply chain issue, I guess my question is, what kind of impact does that have on city operations if this is actually a degrading situation? And it could be. There's lots of things out there in the world right now that could continue this process. Are we going to run up against kind of like a safety wall where we can't actually get the product we need to continue doing it? Or do you feel like there's enough flexibility in the system that we can absorb these kinds of 2 years overdue?
We do have a fair bit of redundancy in the system, and I appreciate inheriting that from previous administrations here in terms of what we have built in terms of infrastructure with the City of Nelson. We have a lot of flexibility in how we can configure the system. We are very aware that supply chain issues are upon us. I've spoken to council about that a number of times, how those issues. Our metering order, we have now ordered 2-year supply. And unfortunately, what I think is happening is around the world, people are looking at the same thing as we are, and everybody's ordering more than they need. So it's just compounding. We're part of the problem, but at the same time, I don't want to be the one that's kind of at the back of the bus trying to play fair. So we have ordered 2-year supply of pad mount and pole mount transformers as well as meters, because we're just not getting them in time for us to be able to to do that. We're having to delay some of the service connections that we're seeing right now. Customers are having to wait for us because we just don't have the transformers to be able to tie them in.
I get supplemental.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just wondering about safety, or the safety of the system. If I'm just thinking if a critical part broke, we can't get it. I mean, when we look at the whole system, are there these weak points where we'd be kind of in trouble if we can't get the pieces?
Yeah, I believe we're well covered from a safety perspective. I mean, that's where we've really made sure that we're in good shape. I don't have safety concerns. It's that, reliability, there may be, things that we have to do that make it difficult. If in the, unfortunate circumstances that we had multiple failures, say at Rosemont substation, we would have to bring in a portable transformer system, which we've been speaking with BC Hydro and Fortis BC about availability of their, they do this on a regular basis where they have those portable type units. So we're trying to, come up with as many contingencies as we can, but I'm not concerned about electrical safety per se, but it's more about, delays in being able to bring people back online quickly. Whereas, before we'd have, instantaneous reclose. Now it's like, okay, well, now we have to send people out, reconfigure the system into another, unusual configuration and trying to make sure that we're online with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Page.
Thanks, Chair. As we look at, I'm reading it correctly here, we've got approximately close to $600,000 we're shifting into 2023 and another $800,000 we're taking out and pushing out to 2022 and then pushing that 800,000 off to 2023. I don't have a copy of the reserves in front of me or the grid, but the Mill Street, just remind me, the Mill Street significance is the service out to Harrop and the South Shore. That's how we feed power out to the rural area. And so with this reconfiguration, can we expect that reliability issues there will continue to be somewhat of an issue over the coming years? And is that going to be...
I am hoping that we're not going to see any exacerbation of the reliability issues. I'm hoping that we're going to continue to be able to improve that. I spoke earlier about our vegetation management program. Sure. We've got a number of other initiatives to try and improve reliability from a technical perspective on the North Shore. That's all independent of where the power is coming from. So the risk with the North Shore is trees coming down or wind impacting our system. So the supply is something that we are managing. So right now, Mill Street does supply part of the city and the North Shore in its normal configuration. But now we're also supplying we're the 50% of that capacity. So there's 2 transformers at Mill Street. So one of them is now not operating. So that capacity is coming out of the Rosemont sub, which is our newest substation. So it has the best reliability from that perspective and has the capacity to be able to continue to feed the North Shore and the parts of the city that are impacted by that capacity.
Okay, so we'll continue to be able to move that reliability index.
That's my expectation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other piece there, I know we have been building up reserves and they're in our healthy range, but if we look out, if we get impacted by more unexpected delays in our 5-year capital plan and need to move more of these things up further, do we start to run into unexpected pressure on our reserves in doing that?
Yeah.
Do we need to think about talking about doing that, being more aggressive now, as Councillor Woodward was speaking to bring more of those 5-year plans up and bring them into more recent years?
If I understand your question correctly, as you're asking, is because of some of the supply chain issues, we need to initiate some of those projects sooner than later.
Thank you, Scott.
It's something that we're definitely looking at. As we're seeing, the capital for 2022 decreasing. That's going to help the reserve. It's going to mean that there's going to be more money in the reserve than we had anticipated, but there's now more in 2023 and 2024. So we're going to have to take a close look at what the impact of that is with the budgeting process in 2022, which we will be starting in this summer, and so that we can again present to council sometime in September, likely. And I don't have a clear prediction. We do have some capacity constraints in terms of resources and our ability to do, more projects sooner. So it's a matter of finding that balance between, what we can and, what's being delayed, how long it's going to take. Really, what we're seeing now is we need to be planning sooner for our projects, and expecting that, most of our activities are, more than a year sort of out. We can't be planning in 2022 for what we're going to do in 2023. We're seeing that now, that, we need to have a clear idea of what's happening in 2024 and 2025, because we need to make sure we have, some spending happening and making commitments in 2022 or 2023 to make those happen in time.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, the limiting factor is going to be more of a staffing capacity issue to front load some of that project management? Is that the capacity you're speaking to being limited? Not financial capacity, but
It is one of the considerations for sure. I mean, we have, in order to meet this year is a significant amount of capital, and we've already predicted for the next few years we've got that. So, we have secured contract project management support to help us through some of those constraints. But yeah, just as a small organization, you can only do so much. No matter how many resources you throw at it, the system, like our ability to make that many changes at the same time becomes a challenge. And on the financing side, the procurement, staff also have to manage the amount of contracts and what we're putting out. So there's a number of considerations, and I'll make sure, as we move forward and identify sort of those planning priorities, be, engaged with the CFO and around, what do we need to do in order to be able to meet those commitments.
okay, awesome, thanks.
And I would just add the point Scott made earlier is, like, we don't want to exasperate the supply. If everybody is trying to front load all their projects, you're just going to create a bigger problem in the system, and that drives cost and price. And I think we have a well managed and well capitalized electric utility, and I don't think we want to panic and at this stage. I think they projected that the supply chain issues were going to resolve themselves. It's taking more time than anticipated, but these projects, it's not like the Mill Street transformer, you went out and bought it tomorrow anyway. Those are a year lag time, or at least anyway, in a normal situation. So they're not just on the shelf things that you just go down to the hardware store and pick up. So we're all cognizant of it, and I think we're fortunate that we have invested, and I think there's also opportunity, as Scott said, you work with the BC Hydros and the Fortises on those emergent things, but we also have our other municipal utilities that I'm sure are having the same issues. How do we share if there's an emergent issue in one municipality? We're all in this together to support each other. So we're not just standing out there alone.
Good. Yes, Scott, I think I just want to reflect back quite a few years, actually, when we were actually managing most of our departments on a year-to-year basis. We weren't looking beyond. Mm-hmm. And, from my perspective, I think we've done a great job in the last number of years of having these long-range sort of visions and funding behind projects to make them happen. And mistakes that were made for various reasons in the past was, if we had a year when we couldn't do something, we took that money and we did something else with it. And that's a huge mistake to do that. That put us in a crippling position on the equipment side, as an example. In public works, we got way behind because we did exactly that. If we had a good snow year, we'd pull that money and we'd dish it out somewhere else. And so over the last 15 years or so, we were able to build sort of a futuristic budget that would be reasonable in scope and able to help us manage our assets in a prudent way. So it'd be foolish to think that we shouldn't be planning regardless of the supply chain. We knew this was coming as soon as COVID hit. it's not a surprise, but I'm sure we'll get through it. Thank you.
Well, at least you're not the 1995 council. When we were doing the COSA, there's this report to council, the apertures, is that what we call them? The arms on the poles.
Cross arms, yeah.
Yeah, were actually falling off the poles in the city with live wires on the ground. And the superintendent at that time was coming to council begging for, some minor amount of capital to start to repair the system. That's the condition of the electric utility, at that time. And the investment and the renewal we've done over the last, 20-ish years is, just turn this thing around totally. So, Scott can sit here today and say, I'm concerned, but we also have redundancy in our system so it's gone a long ways.
Sorry, Kevin. That kind of leads to another question, Scott, and I wouldn't expect you to answer it for every department, but in the past, we might have had a more robust storage at the city for products. I think we maybe got caught up in the same system that Walmart uses. When something comes off the shelf, it's replenished from China the same day, or that kind of thing. Should we be thinking in terms of expanding our inventory in all departments as we go forward, or should we just calmly sort of work through this?
Yeah, I can't speak to the other departments. I know my staff has been working with procurement and stores to increase inventory levels for those items that we are seeing that are longer lead, and it's not even just meters and transformers that we talked about. Even the basic supplies that the crews use on a daily basis. We're finding they're taking longer to get. They're costing more money. Everything's we're really seeing the inflationary increases in just about everything we buy. So I know there has been quite a bit of conversation around shifting inventory levels and min maxes and what we need to make sure that we have what we need to keep going. And fortunately, we're also in a position where we have friends and allies, like Kevin said. We have the other municipal utilities. We have local electrical contractors who also stock some of those materials, and from time to time we have been utilizing those relationships in order to make sure that we don't delay anything, and then replenish when we get replenished. But we are trying to address that, and it is something to consider, and I would be surprised if the rest of the departments in the city haven't also thought about those things too as they look at their inventories.
Councillor Lockenberg, yeah.
Thanks for that, Scott. Do we have, in terms of building in more redundancy in the system, do we have, or have you thought about how we're preparing for a big windstorm or even fire events? Like, I'm thinking if we had a big fire come through Blewett, might that impact our system? Like, and how quickly can we get contractors and other people from around the province? Do you have those relationships? Are you working on building those relationships up so that you can quickly pull them in if we have a big, broad event?
Yes, if you remember, as part of our presentation to council in the fall, we developed our outage response plan in 2021. So we have a document that kind of outlines all those, anticipates sort of like where those issues might be and how we're going to respond to those. From a functional perspective, lists all the local contractors and other contacts sort of farther afield, so we can respond to those. We maintain inventory levels and poles and wire and things like that to respond to those types of events, and have relationships with the other municipal utilities that if we exhausted all of ours, that we'd be able to reach out to them, assuming it's not sort of a province-wide event, and then it's a whole different story. But we have planned for the most likely events. Yes.
Great. Thanks.
And a small example of that is Scott training our own internal staff to be flaggers. That was an area that we were, we just could not get flaggers, and in fact, Public Works were able to at that time assist with identifying flaggers for Nelson Hydro, but they, it was definitely a hole that, so we have some pretty expensive flaggers, but, yeah, but critical when you need them.
In a pinch, it helps. We've had 2 occasions where we've actually had to send our design crew and electricians out to be flaggers, but it reduced outage time by 5 or 6 hours. On that November 15th storm, and then again there was a smaller one in January. So we're seeing the benefits of that, and we get a little bit behind in terms of some of the regular work for a few hours, but at the same time we're getting our customers back online, and we're seeing that in our outage statistics as well.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I'm wondering if you can comment on the risks in our system via fluid again. So maybe it's easily managed for, but given we haven't yet done a boundary expansion or anything like that, does that pose a significant risk from, I'm particularly thinking wildfire, but maybe from wind events, knocking down poles and stuff like that? Can you comment on that?
Blewett area is considered part of our South Shore, and it is, more reliable than our North Shore area. We've seen sort of, more impacts from that, on the North Shore than we have in the South Shore. I don't think it is, particularly sort of, different than, the rest of the system as a whole. Blewett, it's a fair customer base, but we also have quite a bit of infrastructure there and a lot more flexibility options in terms of how we can supply Blewett. So we can come from the plant, or we can come from town, or different things. So there can be different configurations. So it's not an area that I've been focusing on at this point. Yeah.
Okay, so just from my understanding, then we're not really concerned about it from the dam to the city. That's not an issue. You're commenting on from feeding back to Blewett. I was more thinking about, is there any risk in terms of getting power from the dam to the city? But it doesn't sound like that's an issue.
Yeah, so the primary transmission lines that come from the dam to the city, they have much wider right-of-ways, and we manage that vegetation annually. Because it is such critical infrastructure, we don't want to have any interruption with that. So it's much more aggressively managed, and we have a much larger buffer than, say, just a primary line that's, servicing sort of, the, deep Blewett area or North Shore. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And Fortis has 2 lines, right, that they can switch between?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Scott, is that all you got for us?
That's all. I just wanted to bring it to the
Yeah, bring us
attention
up to date,
of
yeah.
council that, we're shifting some of our capital, and, we'll be, providing, a more robust 5-year plan when we present to
Thank you.
council next summer or next fall.
Thanks
Thanks,
very
Scott.
much, Scott.
Okay.
Yes, for clarity, that will be reflected in that final financial plan bylaw that council will pass at when we get to that stage. These changes.
Rick, you can put your microphone up a little bit if you don't mind when you're, so we are recording this, right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. All right. Colin McClure.
It's great to see everybody here. It's been a long time since we've had an in-person budget meeting, which, again, it's a good thing we waited. So, few things for today. I know you probably want to jump right into the taxes, and I get that sort of thing, but hopefully you guys will be a little bit patient as we walk through a couple of other things before we get there. One is that I didn't print it off.
Song sheet, are we on now?
Pardon me? Mayor, just give me a second.
You're on top of that.
Yeah, I am. And so a couple of things. One is I did email out yesterday a number of documents. One in particular, and I wasn't going to print it off for everybody, but it's a kind of same sort of conversation that we were talking about with General Manager Spencer on supply chain. And I just thought it was telling where there's an increase in the Anderson Creek work, and we wanted to reflect that. I wasn't going to just reprint these 8.5 by 11s. I just wanted council to be aware, and I hope that's okay. I emailed it in case you wanted to look. But again, just reflecting on a pipe that we're buying at $90 a meter is now $400 a meter. right? So, and we need a whole bunch of meters of it. So it's just things like that, right? And so it's,
Hey, Cal, now you know what it was like sitting down in front of you trying to buy a car.
so that was all that I just really wanted to reflect to people. I mean, again, the change overall on what we've been doing inside the utilities for building the reserve, the 300 and some odd $1,000 increase is not significant because we built, I think, a real, we're in good shape. So but again, wanted to let council know, and that's moving. And we actually did even hurry and bought a whole bulk amount. Actually, I had to sign off very quickly just last week because they were holding the price, and so we were able to get some of that product coming in. And as the mayor said, we don't have a lot of space down there, but we're having to stock it and be able to do it. And the other thing too, that's as anecdotally that we're watching is that the last time the gas prices went up like this, we start seeing people going into the yard and then drilling holes in the trucks and stuff like that, right? And stealing fuel, right? So that's, again, one of the reasons that we don't have U-Haul here anymore, in case people were knowing, is because they would be down in that area, which is a bit secluded, and tanks that get drilled, and you can imagine now you got to replace a tank. All your fuel's gone at $2 a liter. It becomes quite valuable. So anyway, just a couple of tough, but just educational, and again, as far as budget goes for water, that's not a big issue, but I just wanted you to be aware of that.
But I think it reflects, that, we have to be careful, do we want to buy pipe at $400, a meter if we can delay some of that work if it's, critical for repairs, that's one thing, but do we want to have an aggressive, capital plan for water if it's just part of our ongoing long-term project, or do we want to?
But the risk, of course, is those prices may not go down.
Yeah, I think, that's not what the economists are saying. And I think, as Scott said, I think we're driving these a bit ourselves by buying, everyone kind of having that same mindset and overstocking and having that fear. So, we've seen these same, like your pipe is, it's a poly pipe, so it's oil, right? So it's so as soon as gas prices go up, then cost of that pipe goes up, right? That's what it's made out of.
But is it the commodity of oil driving that, or the shutdowns in manufacturing facilities?
Combo.
I'd say it's a
all
combo,
of the-
right?
Whatever one, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Inflationary spiral that comes from.
quite interesting too. Just as a note, we sign each year, go out for tender, and sometimes it's a longer period, but for our paving, and obviously they use oil in the paving. And so one of the things that we have in our tender is that the rack rate that Imperial Oil puts out, that's sort of what our standard is, so that we know that that's what they're paying, and so they come out and said we're not doing that anymore, and so now we're trying to have put in language in the agreement, and they're working with us, but just so that we will, we get to see the price, and so there's obviously some markup on that, but that's we get to see their invoices, so it's not just like oil's gone up sort of thing. But again, some of the things that are happening out there right now with oil going through the roof. So.
Colin, on that note, probably worth checking if it's possible, because the oil that's used in asphalt doesn't necessarily reflect the price of oil on the world market.
Yeah. Yes, and that was exactly what they were saying, that the rack rate reason that they actually are stopping doing it is because they felt that it was influencing or driving prices. So instead of actually kind of stating what it is, so then now you'll get what the market is or how they're doing it. So anyway, yeah. Now again, someone was around saying that they had signed an employment contract. Am I allowed to talk about that, or did you want to hold off on?
Yeah, I'll talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a positive there for us, I think. But anyway, just a quick one, just a fun one to start off, is that I had given you the nice colorful one, nice and easy. See if there's any arm wrestling over this.
Process.
Exactly, he's in the process.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mayor, may I just
Yeah.
back to the wastewater? So what was the difference? You gave us sort of an idea of why the numbers changed. How much of an increase?
375.
Thank you.
is-
Okay, I
yes,
missed that.
is, yeah, about
Thank you.
that, I think, yeah.
Thousand.
Yes.
Yeah. Always assume
Yes.
that.
Sorry, thank you, Counselor. So it hasn't been lost on council, and certainly in 2020, we really were cutting everything. We cut travel budget down to the bone. In 2022, there was a thought that maybe UBCM might, come alive as far as, we were ways away there, and would we have a live one or not? And so we had it also just sort of adjusted budget, because at that time we knew that I think FCM wasn't going to be virtual and those sorts of things. So that's why we had, and AKBLG had either been pushed off or wasn't necessarily live. And we kind of know what's happened there. But you can kind of see in the front page there, which is a summary, we had a budget of about 23.8. And again, UBCM and FCM. Now, again, those will be some virtual registrations that people would have paid for. And on the UBCM, there will be those that attended sort of virtually, but also we always have to pay, they tend to be, you have to pay an advance on the hotel rooms every year. So that's sort of where you're seeing, you're like, wait a second, no one else has gone. But anyway, that's what we spent this year. So again, significantly under what was budgeted, but that's one of the factors that we'll see when we look at why we've got a surplus in the current year. That's one of the reasons. And so then looking at 2022, here is the proposed budget, and then I've got, not just me, but Ginger helps me with creating what is the conferences. And so I had that second page that just sort of spoke to where people were at and why certain people have said, I'm going to do certain things, but not others. Others like Councillor Morrison, being that official that's at the regional district, they pay for FCM, they pay for UBCM. So that's why she's not blocked out, because we don't want her to go, but it's because someone else is paying. So
Well, there might be some that don't want me to go. But,
fair enough. But just was giving you a breakdown when you were looking at, hey, what makes up the costs that are related to the different things. And so this was just me. I felt comfortable, but I just wanted to share with council and see if there was any concerns. Obviously, that 1,500 is sort of that ability for council to go and do what they want to do on their own, whatever kind of a conference that relates to their work here at the city.
Just want to be clear, just so council knows, it's not your van we're taking to us.
That's right. It could be economic. That's right.
and just not that it makes a
That's
big,
buying it.
not that it makes a big difference, but I have to go to Victoria next week for Municipal Finance Authority.
Okay.
My plane ticket that I bought a month ago is $951 returns.
I got a ticket
So-
to Ireland for less than that.
I know. So airfare, we're getting. Oh, I can't say that word because we're live. Anyways, airfare out of Castlegar is pricey.
Yeah.
So, you know what? And it's kind of like you can try to book now and get something that you think is inexpensive, and then because I try to watch it, and it kind of bounces up and down. So buying really early isn't necessarily good, but yeah, $951.
My parents are coming from Ontario, and I know there's a few of you here that are also have that same situation. They're flying from Toronto to Vancouver, return, both of them, for $350 for both of them.
People trying to get out of Toronto, I guess.
Anyway, but it's funny because then we were looking at trying to go back east now, and all of a sudden, poof.
They flying in your van?
It's the local flights. It's problematic.
Yeah, the only challenge with UBCM is that there's one plane coming into Castlegar and there's 100 people trying to get on it. So you have to book ahead for UBCM, or you'll be,
Or you're walking.
or you're
or you're going
driving
in the
to
van.
Cologne or something. Yeah.
Well, that's why we have the car share.
Could do that.
Yeah, you can take the car share. That's a good, if you go to Whistler, that's an option to go to Whistler in the car share.
It was not a Tesla. Colin,
Yes,
does staff come under a different budget?
they do.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. This is just only for council.
Okay.
John? If we're comfortable with all the questions on conferencing, I just have as we're going through the budgets, just a curiosity when we'll talk about our indemnity policy.
We've been talking about that. We can certainly talk about it at,
Going to be the next few months or a few months before the election? Like, when do we?
Well, council needs to make a couple of decisions,
Yeah.
so we'll bring that up at the regular, or the in-camera meeting actually, on April 5th. So we're talking about that a little bit.
April? Okay.
April, soon, coming up.
Okay.
Faster than we think.
Well, just in the context of budgets, it just seems like a right time of year to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, great point.
Okay,
Yeah.
next.
Okay, so the next page I just wanted to discuss, and it's got a 1 and a 2 on it, and it says on the top, city participation in RDCK services. And just the reason we raise this is, again, more of an educational component, I think, not only for council, but public. Page 1, yeah. And just kind of looking over the changes from 2022 to 2021. Again, you know, you're seeing a smaller increase than we've experienced the last couple of years, which again seems to be consistent with a pattern that you see at the regional district. But one in particular was the general admin, and forgive me, Council Morrison, I know that you emailed me the reasons why this is going up, but could you maybe expand on that one a bit, because it's eluding me. I think climate change was part of it, but there was something else.
So
that,
there's a number of projects there that were kind of additional. So in terms of the fact that this had such a large increase, general admin this year, was their climate change plan is in there. They also have some incidentals like the support that they give to CKIS, the community invasive weed group that we also, you know, in the city of Nelson hire and do work with. And the roof is in need of some significant repair on that building here in town. And so I believe there was $100,000 budgeted for the roof. And I'm sorry, I don't have the other incidentals with me, but there are a few things along that. I believe Kootenai, the food initiative is also in S100. So there's a few overlapping projects or projects that we're not normally involved with that end up in the S100 file.
Thank you, Council. And just to be clear for, Council, again, just that educational component, in that general government, there tends to be a lot. And so when the mayor says, when the councillor says that it's $100,000 for a roof, we pick up about 20%, as I was noting there, about 21% of whatever gets added to general admin. So if they've got a $100,000 expense on the roof, City of Nelson's gonna pay that 20 grand. So you can see very quickly why your jump of 50, if they've got $100,000 just even on a roof, that's where we pick some of those up.
So on that note, I don't want to do what they're doing down there, but when I sat on that board, first sat on that board, they were building a reserve for that building in anticipation of having to replace it or maybe put a second floor on. What happened to the reserve for maintenance and ongoing upkeep and so on? They had a very robust plan for that building.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what the reserves are for that building, and I don't think that's covering, I think that's additional to probably what's coming out of reserves. I mean, I think there's some significant structural things going on there, so I'm sure that amount that they've put into this budget, or that they've earmarked, is, just touches what they probably need to do there for the building.
Councillor Page.
Through the chair to Morrison, could you touch a little bit on the philosophical theory of KISS, the Invasive Weed Society, and the Kootenai Food Policy being in general admin? Are we okay with that being an appropriate place, a bucket to put that in, or should these be finding a new home?
I brought that issue up, and so it's been put in front of that table, and that's just where they land now. I did ask that they should be looking at another place to put these things, perhaps, given going forward. But that's where they are now. That's where they were last year. I bring it up every year, and that's just where they
It's quite a
land.
hodgepodge.
S100 is quite an interesting place that we do things. Yesterday we passed S100. We pay the FCM reps, Leah Main and Susan Hewitt out of that fund. S100 is paying $500 for Director Main's campaign to run for FCM. I did vote against that that contribution, as did one other person at the table. So this is just, so S100 is just an interesting service.
I don't want to make too much work for staff, but if there's some support around the table, I wonder if this is something we would send a letter back to the RDCK about just the cleanliness of the lines on general admin. What is the purpose of general admin? When I hear a roof is in general admin, when I hear funding of invasive species is in general admin, when I hear that we've got a food policy council, these are all things I generally probably would support individually, but as it was mentioned at the table, it's a bit of a hodgepodge. Well, it's a lot of a hodgepodge, and just, it seems adverse to good financial management to just say that's the catch-all bucket. And I wonder if we want to articulate a letter back to the board and ask for some better fiscal prudence when it comes to sorting these things. If Council Director Morrison thinks it would be
We might
helpful.
want to take our time because I don't disagree with what you're saying, but maybe the letter needs to reflect a number of things because the increases are across the board. They're not just in general admin, but there's no question that, as Councillor Morrison said, that's a catch-all for pretty well everything that's going on.
And again, too, that it's tough because we want to be supportive. But when we're going to our own table and saying, hey, CKIS, we want your help here and we're going to invest this.
Yeah.
But by the way,
The bill.
yeah, well, and again, yeah, so then it's a, hey, if we add $100,000, City and Nelson's paying 20, that really, that share of the cost, which again, we want to be a good partner. But when you get something like a CKIS or some of these other ones, or a climate where we're doing our own kind of climate thing, it's like, why are we paying 20% of yours when we're also paying for, our own robust
They're not
plans?
addressing the city of Nelson at all.
No.
And they had a separate service for that. So how did that get out of that service that we opted out of because we were doing our own stuff?
Oh, that was CSLAC, which was something,
Yeah.
which is different there because not everybody participates in CSLAC. And another, for matter of fact, yesterday, another director at the table put in that they want to be removed from being in CSLAC. So now they will go through because there's a 24-month escape clause on being in that service. And so the city of Salmo recently just has withdrawn, and they've gone through their 24-month waiting period, and now another regional district area is withdrawing from CSLAC. So I think that that was set up to look at particular things, but in terms of the climate sort of action plan that covers everybody, it's in S100.
Yeah, well, that was meant to be in that other service because they specifically asked us. We specifically said, no, we're not going to be part of that. We're doing our own climate plan, and we're well ahead of where the RD was. So
We also have a line item here for invasive species in $50,000 in the city of Nelson.
I know.
Yeah.
Why are we paying for that in the regional district?
I think, if I may, Mayor, I think the, we can write more letters, and I'm never against writing a letter to ask for clarification. That's basically what I asked for at the table in terms of having them review this, is I think that serious consideration needs to be given to whether or not we ask for a service review. I mean, that's really where the metal hits the road or the pedal hits the gas or whatever the catchphrase is that really it would be a review, a service review. And that's where you really get a response because,
They have
if we were
They have to do it if we
They
ask.
well, they have to, exactly, they have
It's
to.
mandated, and so you get a response. And that's something that I think that we need to contemplate carefully because we are a partner in this service, but I think that would be the discussion that needs to be had. I think if we can get some more clarification around how these things end up there, that would inform our decision to decide to go forward with a service review of this particular service.
Yeah, so I think based on that, like Councillor Page said, I think it's reasonable to put something together, but I think we need to look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, I think we
Because
should.
if you look back, I mean, we're looking at 2022, 21 here, but if you want to take a look back on the last 4 years, the increase and the impact on municipal taxes on just from the regional district has been over the top. I mean, it's through the roof compared to what we're trying to do. Like we're working around this table to try and save $50 here and $100 there, and it just seems like there's little or no scrutiny around the taxation model at the regional district, in my opinion. Councillor Loughlin.
Yeah, on that, would it not make sense in the letter to request potentially a new service that's focused on climate impacts, in which you would fold in all of the flooding work, you'd fold in the invasive species, everything that would relate to a changing climate, which could be broad. And then in the process of setting up a new service, would we then negotiate our participation in that service? And maybe not, but have a relationship with that service, and then you could start to imagine also, that would be better for them, because with the new CAREP, the new version of CAREP, then you've got a complete service that's dedicated to pursuing that provincial funding and so on.
Well, that was
So-
the whole purpose of the C-SLAC.
Yeah, exactly.
And then now, you see them wanting to withdraw. You see areas withdrawing.
Because general admin picks up whatever slack that,
I don't think that's because it's now somewhere else. It's because I don't know whether or not C-SLAC is working to the satisfaction of the area directors, right?
Yeah.
And the members.
so we're not a member, we're not a member
We're not
of
a member of
CSLAC, so we
CSLAC.
couldn't request a service review there,
So-
but our service review at general admin would sort of probably look to other services where things that have fallen into general admin should go, including CSLAC.
So,
So that was exactly what we proposed
Proposed.
when CSLAC was established. We said, we're not just gonna go into that service because, you know,
Doing our own thing.
yeah, well, we've got our own, plan going, but we're quite happy to partner on initiatives, on our partner agreement, where it's clear of what the deliverables will be,
Wildfires
what our
and
contribution will be, et cetera. That is exactly what happened. I think to me, it's a fundamental problem with how services are organized in the regional district. Like, if you're an organization and you believe in this stuff, why is there an opt-out anyway? Like, if you believe in climate change and
Yeah.
and you want to deliver that in the rural area,
it won't happen.
then you're all in. It's not like I can be in and you can't.
Yeah,
Like,
doesn't make sense.
If we
we're
were- if
one
we were a partner in that-
organization. It's
If
like
we were a
saying,
partner in that, we would not have as robust a plan as we have to.
well, we can
at the
certainly
municipal-
willing to enter into a partnership agreement and say, hey, you guys are doing really good work on the flood side.
Yeah.
We'll give you $20,000, you include the city house, which we did actually, and they didn't address the creeks around Nelson.
So I think that's almost, it's not separate from the budget, but it's definitely a discussion we need to have, because we're gonna compose a letter. We need to make sure that the letters encompass all of our concerns. So we need to have a further conversation about the allocation of costs at RD and the overall taxation model. What was your taxation increase this year? 14%.
10 last year. Yeah, like it's craziness.
Can I just suggest that we actually have a bit of a narrowness around S100 when we're making an ask? Like, I think we can get quite verbose in concerns, and it may not have the effect that we would desire. Like, I would appreciate the board doing some work and getting back to us, and also setting a bit of a paper trail if we do want to go down the road of having a review of S100.
Yeah, so let's have that conversation as a conversation then, about, the overall picture and how we narrow down to whatever topics.
And do you see that as like a something on our agenda at a future
We'll put it
meeting?
on an agenda,
Okay.
I think we need to deal with our budget.
because we need to do it
Sure.
soon, because.
I mean, this budget is now passed, so you're not changing this budget. We passed this budget
No, fair enough. I
at the
get
regional
it.
district yesterday. It is now the budget for 2022.
These are 2023 fights. I get it.
No, however, we do need to react to the budget that was passed, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Oh, yeah, but not, I mean, I think today we need to focus on this, because we're down a few budget meetings here for the city.
So can I just have one more question on the RDCK on another service? Sorry to take us all down the garden path.
Rabbit hole.
Wow. I've got the teeth for it. For S111, the Economic Development Partnership, they had come to council during their presentations and asked for an increase to their overall budget. Where did that end up? Did we really have an discussion on giving them the extra 10 grand or 15 grand?
We'll be having that, today.
That's
We'll be
today,
having that.
Yeah.
isn't it?
Okay,
today.
so just seeing it here.
No,
is-
it's a good point. So just a couple of things. So when you see that economic development, that gets, however that has worked, is been, because I think there was, again, a partnership, which that is now kind of somewhat fragmented, but they tax our residents and then send us a check for this. So I mean, it could be something that just said, you know what, let's, have a 1% tax increase and get, not have them collected on our behalf. So that could be one way of doing it, but that's where that money comes in. So it comes into us as a revenue, even though it's here, it's being taxed from our residents, but it's also now coming into the city. So I don't know if that makes any, if I'm making myself clear or not. So that 114,000, that comes to the city of Nelson as a
Okay.
revenue. Okay. So then we do that exactly. We allocate some of that out to different places, whether it's to NADDP or some of the other things that we're doing for economic development.
So, if I may, Chair, trying to stay out of the rabbit hole, try and keep this rabbit hole shallow. So when we have this partnership with ENF and they have this overall budget.
Yeah.
And they come to us with an ask for 10,000 extra.
Right.
How, if this is already set at the RDCK side, how does that budget get dispersed amongst all of the, or are we
So
stepping out in front and providing
No.
even more on top of?
So I think that there's, again, we talk about these services as sort of a history
Sure.
where those groups came together and provided funding.
Yeah.
And so out of that now, it's sort of like, okay, city, you have we collect as a group.
Yeah.
Now we're still collecting as a group, but now this amount goes to area E, this amount goes to area F, and this portion comes to the city, and then we do what we want with it. So again, it's one of those old services which you could probably make a recommendation. It might be wise to say, you know what, this isn't working anymore. We might as well have just the taxes here at the city, because then you could say, it's going to be, it could grow, right? Because I mean, if you wanted the 10,000 and you were saying, let's do that through that economic development, we would have been saying, Council Morrison or to CAO Horn, can you please increase our rate per thousand to our city of residents through the RDCK to get the 10,000 to give to NADP, if that's one of the routes that you wanted to go.
And just quickly, so if we decide to go ahead and say yes, can we just realize that the timing didn't work for 2022 and just initiate that request for 2023? Front load it now?
You could ask, you could do that, or again, it may be part of that discussion that you want to have as you have this workshop with RDCK. I did have the Director of Development Services ask me what's happening with GIS. We're not happy with the service. They're saying, no, you can't get this. And we're going, we pay how much for this? And we can't help you with that. Or we can't talk to you for months. And it's like, well, I'm paying you a lot of money. I would hope that I would have a conversation sooner than a couple of months. So again, there's a number of, as the mayor said, this isn't just one topic. And it's not unprecedented either. Castlegar, it's got to be about maybe 8-10 years ago, they put a service review at the table on S100. So
Yep.
anyway,
So just a quick question
Yep.
on S111, the process for increasing that budget is Janice, you sit down with Ramona and Tom and you work out a budget?
This budget has never been increased since I've been at the table.
Right.
So the $114 and that $114,000, we haven't increased that at all. And so I would say in general, when there's been more asks from ENF for a particular project, we have then gone as the council to give additional money to support some of those initiatives. This number has not changed. It's the only number on the page, basically, that and emergency management is the only number that hasn't changed.
Just to clarify, it's a contribution service, so.
You should not
so-
tax
Well,
something.
they do
like that.
tax, but it's like, we can increase it 50,000 independently, and they would
Yeah.
tax only our citizens for that. It's in one service, but it's set so that you only tax, Tom taxes his residents separately than Ramona, so it's not like a general,
Right.
we're raising 300,000 and it's based on assessments or whatever. It's, Nelson wants to increase it by 10,000 and they don't want to increase theirs, we could increase ours by 10. Ramona dropped hers, I think, pretty significantly a few years ago, didn't tax at all, and so it's an oddball. Service?
That is an oddball for sure.
Yeah, so what
what is the breakdown?
So the history was, the three of us were in an economic development service, and
Yeah.
as the mayor and Janice probably recall, we had various versions from economic development corporations to, economic development officers to, the Office of Possibilities to,
Impossibility.
to, now the Economic Development Partnership. And at that time, none of us were really happy with one joint model, so we basically said, we'll continue to tax in this service, but, we'll all get our money independently and do with whatever we want with it.
Right.
And then, E&F eventually came back into the Economic Development Partnership and used their funding tax through this service to fund that.
Okay, so just so I'm clear then, the breakdown of this 114, or sorry, whatever it was,
114,000.
it hasn't changed.
Has not
But the respective contributions may change at the will of the director.
Yeah,
So Tom,
correct.
so do we always constantly pick up the difference? Like if
No,
Ramona
so-
brings it down, we're,
No. We say tax 114, we get the 114. If Mona was taxing 50 and she wants to tax 20, then she'll just tax her residents 20.
You get 20.
And get 20.
And get 20. So we could also tax 80 and get 80, right?
Right.
So we've been just doing 114 is kind of.
That was
in the-
based on the
That's
historical.
right.
It's
split.
always there. Yeah.
So really, again, sorry to keep belaboring this, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
So that 114 is just really, it's all out in the wash anyways, because if it shows up in the budget as a contribution to NADP,
Well,
it's our tax.
it comes in as our revenue source, and then
Yeah.
we put it out to a couple different things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple things.
Yeah, but again, that whole 114 is coming from our taxpayers anyway, so.
Right. So in theory, we could say, hey, you know what, we want to disband this.
Yeah.
Right. And so then it wouldn't be a service. We wouldn't see this on it. That's fine. But in the same boat, if you would now have, in theory, your residential or your taxation from the RDCK should drop, but then you would want to increase the cities, because then you'd want to make sure that taxation's coming down just in the city, and then you would be a bit of a driver on it.
Right,
So-
got it.
Because to be clear, that 114 is more than what the NADP
Right.
budget
Right.
is.
Yeah, but then you would split it to the chamber.
I'm just saying
visitor
that
center.
114 is obviously going to other things.
Different, yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
split it amongst like NADP, the visitor center.
Yeah, well, in our own work, right? I mean, again, there's the
Imagine Kootenai.
Magic Kootenai, like, so it gets money as well. So yeah,
Okay,
Right.
thanks.
and then
Past it, when there was a surplus, we captured that when economic development, so if there was a project and we needed more money, then we'd pull out of that reserve, but I don't know if we have any reserve anymore in economic development.
yeah, I don't think we've put anything in there, and again, we've supported other, whether or not we, some even that work of.
Is that what you're telling me?
What's that?
You absorbed it?
No, well, again, I do absorb. We do absorb, but there's a kind of a black hole sometimes. But no, but I think that's where some of the places where we pulled it from. For example, when we were dealing with COVID and we wanted
Yeah.
to find out what was happening with the economic result of tourism, right? So that's a place where that's something that we, it's sitting in there, but that's how we fund some of those projects. Yeah. So anyway, not to belabor it, but just page 2 just kind of gives you that effect over 11 years, basically. And again, there's a couple ones that really kind of stick out. Obviously, central waste, that's a quite significant increase. And another one, obviously, is the rec commission. So,
Well, the other one, just to be clear on, even though general min looks like it's a 20% change, that's not accurate because they've allocated it all out to additional services, rec and
true.
and waste, and so we're paying way more than 263 for general min. It's charged out to all those other larger services, so it's gone up. And they've increased those allocations out, so it's gone up. Like if you looked at the gross number of, the budget for general min between 2011 and 2021, you would see I bet you 100% increase.
And just so you're kind of aware of that, so if you have general admin and it's $2 million, So-
It's 6 million.
no, I'm just using it as a thing. Okay, so, yes, so then hypothetically, $1 million of it is maybe being funded out of general admin from acquisition, but the other $1 million is then being charged to central waste, to rec, to the different places. So you're sort of paying our 20% here, and then whatever portion, whatever service we of general
50% of it
admin
there,
that gets allocated to it as well. right? And some of those, like you said, waste, where we're paying 58%, so.
Just remind me what our contribution is to general admin, in dollars, not percentages. So
Well, I mean, again, that I don't have a tally on as far as if you were to add up all of it in all the different services. I don't have that number. I could get it for you.
is $1 million going to general admin?
Well, it would be getting close. I think might be more in the 600 to
We have all our own
700,000.
administration.
Yes.
And then we're paying somebody else $1 million for their administration.
Not that high, but yes, it's tough. We have a CAO, we have a CFO. So, yeah, we pay for both. But again, I think that, there's always hope, and I know this council from day one has had hope with the regional district that things could maybe be different, but, and I don't want to feel that you're jaded after 3.5 years, but we haven't really moved the needle that much, and again, we have sent some letters and we've had some good conversations, and there is hope. There's hope.
Some movement.
There's some movement and there's some hope, and we understand that there doesn't seem to be, all the people except for one who's not in our kind of district is planning to run again next year. So it's sometimes there's a hope that maybe there's an individual in there that might work differently with the city. And
Does anybody want a short break here?
You could, yeah, for sure. We're
Maybe,
gonna come back and we're gonna get Chris to talk about snow.
yeah, 10 minutes or so. if
Yeah.
That's okay.
Thanks.
You need a motion, Janice? Janice, moved by Janice, second by Keith, all in favor? Thank you. Rick, I know that everybody is, but yourself in particular.
Bald-headedness.
Whoa,
yeah.
that was low.
It's a requirement, yeah.
Maybe it happens after you become a financial
Yes.
person.
And that's what I'm thinking obviously
cause
Nancy
and
was a CFO of some Enron, and look at what happened to him.
And parenting.
That's why my son doesn't want to be an accountant, I think.
I think it's a good look.
Yeah, but then look at, you've moved on and it's grown back.
And you're just still, not even at the tough stage.
Then you're down to Public Works for a month.
It's how you save on haircuts.
Oh, career change, yeah.
Well, you've got the floor.
Yep, okay, excellent. So I thought, I like pictures, so I thought maybe we could go through this nice snow removal graph here.
Oh, sorry, we got to reconvene. Mover and a
Move.
seconder. Janice and Keith, all in favor? Thank you.
Okay.
In here, okay.
So I'll just kind of walk through this a little bit, and you can sort of see the picture that we're looking at. So we've broken out the year's snow removal costs to two periods. It's kind of that January to March, because that's where we are now, and in April to December. January to March being in that dark or that blue color, and then April to December being in the green color at the top. Now, of course, that first period is the heavier period as far as costs, and then the later period, that, it says April to December, but we're not doing a heck of a lot in April, onwards till maybe November, December kind of period. So you can see back in 2016, we had a pretty light year. 2017 was a kind of notoriously heavy year. We had the opportunity to bump up the budget that year. The red line that kind of goes through here is the budget. So we, very similar to what's happening this year. We had that big dump of snow at the beginning of the year, kind of took a look at it and said, look, we're already at budget. We need to do something for that 2017 period and bump up the budget for that year. Then you move to 2018 and you kind of see a gradual kind of decline in the snow removal costs. You get to a year of 2021, which is actually not that dissimilar to 2016, and then boom, another big dump of snow in that kind of January to March period. So you could use this as a bit of a forecasting tool, perhaps. I don't know. It's interesting anyway. You could kind of see the patterns here. What will 2023 look like? But what we've done is said, okay, so here's January to March in 2022. $740,000 we've spent, which is, already more than we kind of spent in all of last year, right? We definitely need some more budget for 2022. Just sort of looking at some historical averages and adding an inflation factor in, we might see 200, it looks very specific, 238,544 as a projection, but, kind of in that range. So we'd be looking at maybe an, $980,000 snow removal cost for 2022. So how are we going to fund something like that? The proposal we have here is that, okay, we were under budget in 2021. We take some of that surplus and kind of use it this year. And then also kind of look for a one-time increase from surplus to kind of bring the budget up for 2022 to that 980,000 that I think we'll need for this year. Adds a bit of kind of a lift that we need, and we do have some surplus. We'll see when we go through 2021's year-to-date results, so we can do that, and then we don't see that impact in this year's tax rates. And it does ebb and flow, and I suppose that's one of the things that surplus is good for, is kind of taking advantage of those periods where we're under budget and applying it to this year. So that's kind of where we're looking. The projections and sort of what, as we get into the budget, what we're sort of thinking we'd propose anyway. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted me to.
Councillor Morrison has
Or-
a question for you.
Yep,
Chris.
sure.
Sorry,
Yeah.
a question, thank you, through the chair. We've done this before, so this works. What I just want to know was just actually in regards to snow removal, do we include in these budgetary estimates removing the sand?
Yeah, I think most of that's all in
There's a
there.
secondary budget for street sweeping and cleanup.
So that is a totally separate budget, not reflected in snow. So we don't consider the detritus that's out there now.
True, there is a street sweeping component, yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's not part of the snow removal.
Okay,
And one of the things that, because we've had some discussions about this, is the fact that what happens when we have these big snow years is that we end up having to bring in contractors. So even in the 2017 number, the biggest factor there is bringing in the contractors. So when we have our own equipment and our own staff, yes, there can be overtime, but they're already kind of in the budget. So yes, then we're trying to deal with that incremental component of overtime and extra equipment charges. So that's one thing that, because otherwise what we have seen is, if you look at some of those years, like 2016, or you'll see, maybe Public Works is down because you didn't have as much in your snow removal, but a lot of times you'll see, say, example, Parks is up. Why? Because we are now doing some projects because there's no snow to clear, so they'll be working in other areas with our own manpower. So we're sort of kind of managing our own manpower. What you really see is the effect of, we need, 2 DCATs, 5 loaders, 10 dump trucks, and we need them for a week to haul snow, which is gonna melt. But that's where the costs come. And so we're in around 160, 170,000 this year in contractors. That's what's basically that number of weeks that we had of hauling snow. And again, if you've seen the snow pit that we have on your way to Castlegar or not, that's something else that iceberg may be there for a year or so. We might be creating our own, might be
Climate
different
change.
places up there, but we're creating our own down here. So the city's doing even more for climate change.
Need an icebreaker out there pretty soon.
Sorry, how much was the contracted number this
It's
year?
around 165 is where we saw that come in for that. Again, a pretty significant. And it's interesting because even 2017 looks to be even higher, and remembering kind of wage costs and different things will be, in theory,
Fuel.
inflationary less, but it also relates to the fact that winter we didn't have, because we had that major dump for a week.
Yeah.
That year we had more, because February was pretty dry, so then we had even more kind of
Lead
big
time.
dump at the beginning and then a bit more consistent dumps even as we went on.
The phone wasn't ringing quite as much as what you're trying to say.
That's true. That is true. That we did not have as many calls.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to cancel garbage.
Right.
Apparently that's never happened.
Yeah.
When I did it this year.
Yeah.
Councillor Loughlin.
I'd like to to seed an idea with this, not to act on it, maybe not even to discuss it very much, but just to see this idea of what we're doing with the food cycler in terms of kind of changing the model of the role of government. If we play a little bit more of empowering individuals to take more responsibility for their neighborhoods, their homes, but I'm thinking more neighborhoods. Could we consider something similar around snow removal in that maybe we do have sort of a neighborhood shared electric snow blowers that are funded, and again, it would homeowner finance, blah, 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 blah. But once you even seeded those around the city, I just know when I grew up, I not just snowblowed my own driveway, but my parents would have us do basically the whole street and then the neighbor's house, and it was okay because it was a great snowblower. And then it kind of, maybe that's a little bit of a diffusing some of that tension that arises when you're feeling stuck and like, where's the city? And you're like, well, you know what? Call your neighbor. They've got that snowblower that the city funded as a part of this EcoSave program extension. Anyways, just an idea to seed in there.
Actually, I think it's great because it's certainly one of the comments when I think about what happened in our community, especially for a certain, people that don't use the main road as their main road access. They end up using a lane, and then it's sort of like, well, sorry that you're kind of using that as your lane as your access, but yes, we're trying to get the priority routes done, but getting to your laneway will be quite a while. That was certainly anecdotally what we heard a lot of, is that those heroes in our community that had the snowblower that came along and dug people out, or again blew that snow onto someone's yard, because certainly one of the challenges that we face, and we did use this year in particular significantly, and I think you saw the photos, was our own city snowblower, which is massive, but not as nimble as the person trying to get in between your car where you've shoveled up, now you've got this big mound that's been there now for, people are ducking into all these little parking spots and you go around and see. But it's quite fascinating. I don't know how, I'm hearing you, and I'm just trying to think, like, what would that look like exactly? And, who would house it? Who would be a champion? Would there be one per block? Like, how? It's
Car
quite
share.
brilliant.
Car share.
I can
Snowblower share.
I can answer
So
this.
hang on a sec. Good idea.
Yeah,
And
let's
we'll
not
put it on
go
one of
there.
those lists. But relating to the budget, it's, yeah, so, because we have to get through this, and it's gonna take a bit of time. So thanks, Rick, for doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
So that just was one of the pieces, when we look at our budget numbers right now, I don't have that particular add into our sheet, so just letting you know that this is just a separate work that Chris was doing, because I think that it was important for council, because he had asked those questions, but also for the community to kind of see that, yeah, here's what's happening with snow, and here's how we're thinking that we will deal with 2022.
Colin, it's kind of interesting that the number on 2022 and 2017,
Yes.
like we actually spent more in 2017. So, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, as looking at your wonderful picture here. I'm wondering, like, do you build into the budget like that approximately every 4 to 5 years it's going to be a big event, and that we build that in so there is that give and take? Is that something?
No, yeah, it's just sort of an inflationary piece, and looking at wages. I mean, that's kind of a decided thing, and if you look on average over the past 6 years here, we've been
Very average.
a little bit under budget, maybe 20,000 a year as an average. So it's not that far off. It's when you get these big hits, but then there's other years where there's 2 years in here where you're under, right? So it's a tough one. I guess if you went further back, you'd see if does this actually, is it every 5 years that you see this sort of thing? Yeah, it's interesting, but we don't have that sort of, it's, been a 5 years since a big snowstorm, this should be the year. Yeah, we don't really have that kind of built in, but.
So we do subscribe to weather forecasting person that helps us, forecast what kind of weather we're projecting. And I would say we indirectly do that because, that is why we end up with a surplus. And that surplus, like, we could set it as a separate, part of that surplus. We haven't, but we do treat that surplus as that ability to absorb, higher years and, build on those lower years. And as Colin said, a lot of the flex is internal, as he said. We've started water jobs in February some years. So when we're doing water in February, that means that staff that would have been actually working, on plow trucks are now in the water utility, and those wages aren't in our general operating budget anymore. They're actually in our water utility budget. So I think other than contractors, the staff and the equipment are pretty well managed internally. So it's an opportunity cost. They could be doing a water job,
Right.
but they're plowing snow.
So I guess as a supplemental.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm just saying here is like, we're gonna get hit it seems like every 3 to 5 years, some big snow event will happen. So, and then there'll be these pause years, but, building that whole arc into the system where we're ready for the big events, we're banking money on the low years, and we're just kind of building that resilience into the system rather than kind of like, oh my God, it's one of those huge years, and where's the money going to come from, and all that kind of stuff. That term, rate smoothing, like kind of smoothing the whole snow removal piece. So
And I think that's what this will kind of do, is we're not asking for more taxes to pay for a big snow year in 2022. We're saying, look, we've had some years where we're under, and whether it's under here or it's under, like Kevin was saying, we did a bit more snow, so we did less in parks. We've got some surplus, so let's use it this year to do that smoothing piece, and then we don't have that kind of up and down with tax rates, right?
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I want to go back to what Colin said about contractors. I think that's important to keep that in mind as well. So maybe a contingency fund would cover that as an example.
But I think
Is that another way? Is that another way?
The CEO was saying, the general surplus is sort of that
contingency
contingency.
Okay.
And so I'll speak to a bit about that today, because
Yeah.
there's a certain number on the sheets here that I think that fit contingency, not just this particular item, but also giving council a comfort of like, well, what is our general surplus? Because that was one of the items I was thinking last night. I'm like, well, if it's only 200,000, well then now using it all on snow, well now I've got nothing. And so I want to be able to give council a comfort level that there is some room there, and that you shouldn't be afraid to put up your hand and say, yes, okay, finance is saying you can do this. This is a kind of an anomaly this year. Got some other things that are in there, and how we can make this work and make you feel comfortable. We obviously on finance never advocate for using surplus for ongoing general operations, because you will just deplete it. What we do say is you created a surplus came, and we joke around with this, with the joke with Kevin. It's like, I basically, in theory, I'm about 99% accurate on my budget. And I think if someone said, wow, that is fantastic. Now, if I'm 99%, that 1% either side can mean one of two things. It can mean a $300,000 to $400,000 surplus, or it can mean a $300,000 to $400,000 deficit. So to be as accurate as we are in those things is pretty good. Now this year we're on the good side of the 99% accuracy, and so we've got that kind of going to the bottom line this year. But I also know that when we get into this budget, it is trying to get the best number we can have that we feel that is an educated guess, basically, of what's going to happen. Yes, because we're in it for a bit, we can kind of nail down that we think that the snow is done. Now, it could snow for 3 weeks in April. I'm predicting that it's not going to, but it could. But so based on that, here's my prediction, because it's always fascinating, additional revenues that we get. As an example, as we kind of getting into our own, but we get why it's part of this. Well, you know what? Elections, the feds called an election. Didn't have any place to go. Hey, fifth floor is available. We've used that before, and they paid a significant amount of money that wasn't, considered when we were doing things. Pretty minimal upset cost for them, and boom, you almost got a 0.5% of a tax just on renting out the fifth floor. Which again, we've had meetings up there. It's not exactly your most prettiest sort of setup thing, but there's something that you know, I couldn't have predicted, didn't put it in the budget, but it is one of those ones that helps out. In the same way, you know, we had some pressure in some other areas, right? Whether it was sick time or COVID costs or whatnot. So there's always going to be, you know, as much as we look through things, the positives and the negatives that go on throughout all of the budgets. Some, you know, likely, you know, we had kind of at least bumped up even the travel and conference budgets, much like yourselves, we had, you know, increased those into it. That's another factor as to why we're having a surplus this year. It's not because anything magical we did. Yes, we've got some additional revenues, but also people did not get to the conferences that they thought they were going to do. And you know, we've got quite the employees and the pro-Ds and training that can go on. And, you know, and people are also finding doing it virtually, and that's, you know, saving some costs on travel. So those are some of the things that are happening inside our budgets that are then helping us with some of the other cost constraints that go on.
What if we rented that floor all the time?
And trust me, Mayor, I know that it's a good question, and you know that it's a tricky one, and it's, you're not the only councillor and mayor
So,
that have asked.
Councillor Lochtenberg had a question, then Councillor.
This is
Thanks, Colin.
Chris or Colin. This is maybe just a dumb question, but can you explain to me why we anticipated the budget to align in 2017 in particular, but some of the other years too? It's sort of like we anticipated a bump. Was that because we did a budget update?
No, I mean, it's the same sort of deal as we're in right now, whereas you're doing the budget in March and April, and you've already had the big dump of snow, right? So you're kind of going like, wow, we're already at 780,000. You know, our budget's, you know, less than that. We definitely need more for 2017. So the same scenarios right now. We kind of know, hey, we're in March. We know what we've dealt with. We definitely going to need more because we're already hit our budget for the year.
Right.
So, yeah.
So-
So it's just sort of a one-time lift, very similar to kind of what we're trying to do this year, is to say, hey, we got hit with a bunch of snow. We're still working on our budget, so let's take advantage of the knowledge that we have, that we know we need this. Clearly, we just, you know, let's bump up the budget for the year.
Right. So then,
Yeah.
it was 2017. Excuse me. It was or 2016 March or something like that. You were doing the 2017 budget, and
Or-
you were like, some of that's going to carry over into the next year.
Or 2017 in March.
2017, so
Yeah.
We're in 2022, doing 2022's budget. We already know what we've already spent in the last 3 months.
Right.
Right? So
So you're-
there's an actual component, because we're still, it's not like, hey, let's do the budget in December and hope that we know what's gonna happen for the rest of the year. It's like, we already have knowledge, and now we're bringing it to you saying, here's what we've spent. We're only predicting now, on average, what we expect snow to happen in November, December of 2022. the back
Right.
end.
Got it. Thank you. Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
So we're having lots of great discussion about the relativeness of this budget compared to our own historic, and the cost side of it is where I have a bit of a question. When we look out at other municipalities and what they might spend for cost, and when we look at the contracted labor, are we on par for centimeters fallen per kilometer with other communities? And is our contractor versus in-house mix also very similar?
Well, and again, we don't
Or
look
can-
at any of those. We
Yeah.
are unique as far as the narrowness, the steepness.
Sure.
Again, you know, I talked to, you know, obviously I deal with Salmo, and they've got the fastest system ever. They've got the widest streets. People aren't on them. They just go right down the thing, push it in the middle, dump
put it
truck
in the
comes
middle.
along, and they just got two loaders and go boom, boom, boom. And it's flat, it's wide open. Right?
Okay.
You're not having to deal with this. And then one of the biggest challenges that we have actually is, even yesterday I was in Rosemont, and I was like, oh my goodness, because I live down in Fairview, it's still, we still have a little bit of snow, but I was up there going, wow, man, there's icebergs up here. And the challenge that we have a lot of times is, even as we talk about, here's where we're at, we may not be plowing snow, but we'll be probably sending the sand trucks out because it's gonna get warm here and rain, and you know, it's looking pretty good right now, but it doesn't surprise that we get a bit of a, you know, clearing, and it gets really cold at night, and yet during the day it's melting, and we have to go out to the steep streets and kind of throw some sand down. So many other places don't have that sort of similar type of situation.
We're
Even
good
when
at
you
snow, we're good at snow removal.
We are.
Yeah, we are.
I spent several winters in Kimberley and Fernie, and I can tell you, we're good at it here. And it's difficult for us to find other municipalities that are the same, because Fernie's smaller, Kimberley's smaller, Roslin's smaller, they're quite different. And in actual fact, I mean, I could be corrected on this, we just happened to get a lot of snow at one time. We didn't really get more snow. We just got the bulk of it within a few days, and that made a huge difference. And in fact, you could drive to Castlegar and they got very little, 15 centimeters or something in Castlegar. We got 30 whatever, like in an hour. So it's hard to compare our community to others, but we're good at what we do. There's no question about that.
True, and when I went to Castlegar shortly after the dump, even then, so they have sort of a wider, even their main street, and they have sort of that area where you can have the turning lanes to go left or right. They actually had enough snow that pushed on the side that they had impeded a whole lane on either side, and they were actually kind of driving in that what would usually be the left and right turn. But again, they're flat for most cases, right?
Yeah.
And again, the other thing that's interesting is that we do have YRB that sort of takes the interchange and then comes right through town, right? And that's a pretty major thoroughfare, which is pretty, flat.
Pushes it on our sidewalks.
Necessarily are concerned about our sidewalks and stuff like that, and pushing snow all over our particular infrastructure. But again, it is very unique with the narrow streets. The off-street parking piece is another component.
That's the biggest problem.
Which continues to grow as we expand and put in, lanely houses and different things. We have a lot of cars in there.
That's our biggest challenge, is topography is just
I'd say Roslin's the one that's closest to us,
gonna
and
say.
their snow plowing budget per capita, I think, is quite a bit higher than ours. They are challenged even more with snow storage, like where do they put the snow? We're pretty fortunate that we do have mostly wide, boulevards. We have narrow streets, but, our road allowances aren't narrow, so we do have storage and, if we can get cars out of the way, but we can, we could certainly look at that in the future. We have a high level of service here.
right.
The expectations in our community are high. The
Rick,
person
how
that
your
lives,
road plowed this winter?
Well, we plowed ourselves.
Yeah, there you go.
10 times.
Like Ridgewood Road, Jesse, where you live, or my daughter lives, like the plow might show up and it might
Maybe.
not, right?
Yeah.
But we have lots of people, again, in our
Yeah,
neighborhood
with
that
snow
just
blowers and
come out and
bobcats or whatever.
kind of just do it.
So electric snow blowers to eco-save. That'll be the model.
so is the
Buy your
question
help you with this.
concerned about what we're spending on, or what's the,
It is that, because we've seen it in the water utility, usage utilities, comparable communities and what those spends might be. So in my mind, I would just off the cuff imagine it's some sort of product of how many kilometers we service, how many inches fall, how many centimeters fall, and you just mentioned a per cap proxy. So it's like Roslyn seems like there are some strong comparables, and just getting a sense really inside of this $1 million spend, is that comparable? Are we offering a super high level of service? When we're talking to the community about opportunities to expand the Snow Angels program with something a bit more robust, then it's a little bit easier to get out there and say, you know what, we're providing gold-plated service here. Even though you may not think on every day and every week it is gold-plated, but it is compared to rest of the communities. I think it's just kind of helpful I'm sure Roslyn isn't the only comparable out there that we could say, you know what, of a basket of a half a dozen, this is where we fall. Is that where you want us to fall? Do you want to spend $1 million on this, or do you want to spend, $1.5 million, or do you want to spend, $800,000 and suffer through these bad bouts a little longer?
yeah, and we've gone up.
But the snow removal, though, on that note, Keith, is, you couldn't say, well, let's spend $1.5 million, because you might not have $1.5 million worth of snow to move. You know what I mean? Like it's a tough thing to
service
put a
level.
number on, right? It's sort of it's a non-at-call service, really, is what it is over the winter, and I think we're doing pretty good. But if we need more analysis, that's something else that'll go on that list. Let staff go off and do that.
It is
But
it is just a question for clarity when we're
Yeah.
looking at this number. What does it look like to
Yeah.
other communities? Which I think is an appropriate question.
Yeah,
No, it's fair. It's a fair question, absolutely.
and we have gone out to,
How much detail do we want to get back from people, right?
we have gone out to the community in the past, and we haven't done that for quite few years now is not just on one service, but our group of services, parks, waste management, snow removal, all those services, to get that feedback, where do you think we are in terms of that level of service? And interesting enough, it depends what time of year you go out.
Yeah.
So if you go out now after a winter of like this, you would probably get a lot that, hey, we should be spending way more on snow removal. If you go out in the summer when the parks are beautiful, then parks, rate really highly. So it's kind of a interesting subjective exercise. I think you guys get a feel of it. What do you hear from your constituents out there? How many phone calls do we get on this or not? If we're seeing, sort of increasing, concerns around those things, this spring, guess what people will say? Dust, potholes, those will be top of mind, right? And that's just the nature of having roads and sidewalks and those things. But I think it's valuable to go back out and have those questions, where do you think we're at? Do you think we're spending the right amount? And there's,
Helps us answer those questions.
yeah,
For sure.
but it's, even, like every community actually accounts for this differently. Like for example, our equipment charges are set to replace that equipment. Most communities aren't. So we would build in another 25% cost on top of this because that snow removal includes replacing that snowplow truck at the end of the day. Like I said, some will just account for their labor. Some will, we're not the most consistent group out there in terms of how we account for costs, but.
Yeah, we just spent all that time sort of building our, because of the MIA, working with them on what our standard would be.
Yeah.
And so that certainly was quite fascinating because I don't think the community really read that when they called me, and they pay taxes, so they pay my wages, right? And so I want $3 because you didn't pick up my garbage, and I pay taxes. Why isn't my street plowed? And then so again, what was great though was we had come to council, we had a map. I was able to say, here's the map. Where do you fit on this? Well, I'm on this street that's in the yellow. And it's like, well, that means that we're probably not getting to you for a week. So if you've got some neighbors or a snowblower, then, unfortunately. And so, people weren't happy to hear that, but at least we have that standard. And again, when you look at what level the snow will be, because, you talk to certain communities, in like Edmonton, that cul-de-sac sort of thing, it's not getting plowed. Or it does, it's going to be way, way down the list, right? But we tend to go down through every street. So we even do get to laneways, right? I mean, we provide a high level of service. So again, it would be a question of saying that map now says we're going to just do the red area. You might have a few people, phoning and contacting you and saying that's.
I think that work was critical this year.
Mm-hmm.
I know I used it many times.
Exactly.
To be able to say, this is the plan, we've adopted the plan, we're acting on the plan, here you are on the plan. Just as I know staff would have done the same thing. I think it gave clarity in a lot of situations.
Absolutely.
That, good or bad.
Yeah.
But the clarity is, at least the truth and what we're working on. So it was
What-
great work.
The one thing we did note is that we have one street in red that is actually closed because it's so steep that we don't actually plow it. So we have to update the map to take that little, you can barely see it, but in the line that it shouldn't be there on all mines or something.
That's
so,
fair.
Yeah. Okay, the main event.
Oh, what about all these other two sheets here? They attached to the main event?
That'll come in at the end.
Yeah, they're attached to the main event, those ones.
It's the big one.
The big one.
It's the big one. Okay, so there's been a lot of work that's gone in here, and there's been a lot of, I appreciate your patience, first of all, with council. Usually we are at this stage late January, early February, but, COVID.
Supply chain issues.
Well, again,
So, we
it's
just
again,
spent 20 minutes talking about what the issue was, snow.
that was certainly a factor, and just, again, it's amazing how we just kind of move on and we're all not here wearing masks and we're in space together. But we had Omicron was kind of had hit us pretty hard at the city and had some other injuries to staff. And so that really kind of caused us a bit of a challenge. Now, the good news for me is that it did allow a bit more time for things like snow to fall out, so that when I'm coming here, I'm not presenting you with something that was going to change significantly or that you're sending me back to the drawing board. Where I'm at here is a real reflection of I have gone through this budget and I have looked and made cuts and adjustments to try to get to a number that I really feel that I'm bringing to council, that this is where we are at. And there are still some asks that need to come out of that. And I feel that if we want to continue in the service level that we have, that this is sort of where we need to fund, or this is the gap that we have. And when you see the gap, I realize there'll be some questions, and I feel comfortable that we'll have the answers as to why and what's kind of hit us here. But on top of that, it's interesting as I went out, because I've been really struggling in the last 6 weeks in particular, trying to wrestle why and what's going on, and then just doing some history, or not some history, but just doing some investigation of what's happening even in the province. And one of the sheets that you'll have, we want to look at right now, is just what is happening across our province for tax increases. And again, I recognize that no one really wants to raise taxes, but it almost seems that there is a underlying real push, whether it's inflationary, both wage and or supplies. But there is, again, a significant push overall, not just, what I was looking at was, am I an anomaly of what I'm seeing? And that's why I wanted to kind of go there. And so one of the things that was surprising is that, no, I'm not an anomaly. In fact, what I'm looking at is actually more in line with what actually is happening throughout. And again, remembering that this is an election year. And so again, we annually joke about it, but there will be councils that will be knowing that in a few months the electorate will be looking at what's happening, and they tend to sometimes focus on what's happened in the past 6 months, and that, so that can raise issues. It can cause problems for administrations on trying to say, here's what we need to keep the machine going and providing the services that we do, and this is what we need to do that work.
Oh, and I think the other factor is lots of local governments held taxes during the pandemic, right? And, it ultimately catches up to you, right?
You're 100% correct. Great point. So quickly, I wanted just to go over at a high level, and please interrupt me if you've got any questions as to why. Why is this, from when I look at 2022's budget compared to, 2021 to the projected actuals. When I look through the numbers, like just even starting at the top on revenues, taxes are basically in line with expectation. Sales of services being higher, not hugely, but some of the factors there relate to a bit more higher in building permit revenue. Also, that not just building permit, but just whether or not it's subdivision or plumbing and all those sorts of fees, there was a kind of a real lift on those. Again, our unconditional grant dropped. Chris was able to get from the government the factor. It's actually quite fascinating on how they create this small community grant and what goes into play on that. So we got some information, and we got a number for 2022 that again, you can see that it's again dropping again. Not that it's huge amounts, but it seems to be sort of dropping year over year by 6,000. And they do have a formula that relates to that, having to do even with assessed values and things like that. So it's actually was quite educational. Grants on the conditional side, we were pretty close to where we were expected. Interest income was even lower than I had anticipated, and I was a bit surprised on that. In some ways, maybe not, because the rates had been lower, but we do know that we've already had our first 25-point basis increase, and again, which reminds me, I did talk with MFA about borrowing, so I wanted to bring that back for council as well. We did have a conversation this week with them, but that's the first of. Some were saying we could have another 5, right, within the year on interest income. So in one sense, that does help some of our investment income as far as a driver goes. Nelson Hydro dividend. You'll notice a few spots in here that I have not used any of the surplus numbers that we sort of had allocated in 2021 to assist with, again, some of those pressures that we were feeling, one-time pressures. So I haven't actually used those. And then when I get down into my expenses, again, we're under, and, oh,
I just,
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
this is just a comment. I just want to say to you and your team, in an incredibly uncertain time, you look at the budget and the actuals. I mean, it's pretty phenomenal that you were able to have it so close. So I just really want to thank you for that, because it has been a very uncertain couple of years. So.
it has been, but we do put a lot of care into what is happening. And you do end up in a situation where some of the services, like in particular, you look at the budget for protective services. That basically is about 80 to 85% of that is wages. So you can say, hey, that's fantastic. But the truth of the matter is, if you've got kind of the staffing there and you've sort of built in for them and they get paid, you know, it kind of takes some of the risk component out of there. And yet you can see that, you know, over in some, unders in others. And so there's a little bit of luck that plays into this as well. So I'm not going to say that, I mean, we do our best to try to nail it, but there is, you know, things are going to give and take, but. Thank you for that.
Better than the regional district.
Well, yeah, and again, I don't want to be comment on that. People, it can be a real tough one. I don't want to go there. So then when I get down to the general government, again, we are under, and part of that is a number of reasons. Some of the factors that we relate that to is. Some of the budgets is on like supplies and services. So again, when I look at, sounds silly, but you know, a difference of about $40,000, even $30,000 to $40,000 on, you know, we didn't use the budget in travel admin for council, right? And so a few other things. So there's a savings, and that kind of adds up, and it adds up, and there's a number of those that sort of went on. One adjustment that is a factor is that we do an allocation for admin. And in 2021, in particular BCUC and a number of the hydro components, the allocation for some of our staff, what we had put in, when we looked at it again and said, is this accurate as to what actually people spend their time to? In most cases, it, you know, kind of ebbs and flows. But hydro really took a big time out of a number of, you know, major staff, higher than the allocations. So one of the reasons that you are seeing a bit of a break here is that we did say, hey, we know that this is a cost that should be borne as part of us putting in that COSA report. So again, having a sit down, having staff go through sort of what their time was spent, and so kind of pulling it out of what was in general admin and then allocating it over into that cost for getting the COSA done. So again, just letting council know. So when you look at some of these, that's another factor that goes on. So anyway, those are a few things. Again, on protective services, again, you would say, well, hey, Colin, that's a bit higher than, you know, you're over budget. It's like, yes, but one of the major factors on that is that, well, we had budgeted for URSU, and when I say URSU, that's the Integrated Road Safety Unit. And so we have a number of members that are over there that's paid for by ICBC. They are Nelson police officers, seconded over to RCMP. That ended up being like $100,000 more of their work. And so now we got additional $100,000 in revenue, but we also incur $100,000 more in expense. So when you look at that, it's like, okay, you'll see that in a few places where we've got, yes, additional revenues, but also additional expense. So they kind of net against each other. Public Works, again, part of that factor, as we discussed earlier, being under budget. One of the main ones being snow plowing. Some of the other things that we did note is there being quite a bit of third-party work and some of our own capital work that we had done for ourselves. So that was another reason where, again, you've kind of got this staffing. You don't know if they're going to be sitting in a plow truck from January until March, or like in, you know, beginning of this year where it was like, hey, we can actually get started on some of our capital projects in February. So we got them into capital work. So that's some of the reasons you've got a budget for them to be able to do snow plowing, but now they've gone in to do some capital works and or third-party work. It doesn't surprise council when you think about how many projects we've had. You know, people that are like, I need to have this service for my home. I need to have some of the other bigger services that need to be done this year. And again, too, we did a number of blocks there, even on 4th Street, and got a new, one. So again, that work was taken care of. Those are some of the factors on why engineering and public works is lower than budget.
So
Waste
Colin,
collection.
Just in terms of that, I think the other important one to note is we have continued to budget for that, I guess, second management position
Right.
in Public Works that we just hadn't filled until we, that's why I had Colin down there trying to figure out what the best model, and, council supported, going to the 2 director model. So that was an additional funding pressure or cost pressure for this year. We had always budgeted that position. We just hadn't had it filled.
Yeah, great point, and thanks for raising that, CEO Cormac. Waste collection, again, when we built the budget last year, there was an anticipation that we would be rolling out the recyclers, and again, that's something that didn't happen. Again, you'll see down below where under line 54, you'll see recycling reserve, a new reserve happening, and you'll see that net difference went into that recycling reserve, which goes again back to the discussion that we had in presenting to rolling out food cyclers, what we were charging the public, whatever difference between our actuals and budgeted will go into that reserve to help build it up as we roll out that plan, and also prepare the reserve for replacement of food cyclers in this ambitious organics diversion plan that we have. Cemetery pretty close. Again, I was off 4,000, not I am, but 4,000 on parks and recreation, so that's good. I appreciate that. Transit a little bit higher, but again, too, sometimes when we're higher on those expenses, then we split that cost with the province. So when we're a bit higher, they pay 47% of that. Library grants there. Building reserves, couple of things. You're like, hey, why is it 325? Well, we actually sold our generator that we got the grant for the EOC to get a bigger generator so that we could be able to work in the EOC. But we had the old generator and we sold it to Silverton. And so, again, that was one that related to the building. So Peter said, can I please have that money go into the building reserve? And I said, I think that makes a lot of sense. Some of the other reserves transfers are pretty much in line with expectations. You'll notice that capital projects is slightly lower, but that's because as we talked about before, parking meter revenue didn't get recovered to the place that it was. So then therefore, we don't allocate as much into that reserve. Councillor Page.
Thank you. I think maybe I've asked this question before in the kind of financial philosophy of the reserve allocations in the future years and how they're a set amount. And do we want to start forecasting more of an inflationary increase or other kinds of increase? Like, to me, it seems if we're going to just keep it at 300,000 as an example for building reserve, is that like appropriate to really keep forecasting out until someone says, oh, actually, we're going to bump that up at some kind of arbitrary and unknown time in the future? It should be 350, it should be 4. But should we not look, and all these numbers are kind of flat numbers, should we not kind of start thinking about how we make decisions to give you clarity to say, this should go up 5,000 every year just because it's going to...
It's a great point, and I would suspect if that's something that council desires, that would, my opinion is that you would say, okay, when we get into 2023 budgeting onwards, let's look at that. What I tend to work from is a place of, that's why we give you those numbers, same as the 15 years on water and sewer, the 5 to 10 on the other reserves, so that we kind of slot in, like, we know that we got a fire truck coming. So you're like, hey, we're putting this in. But what happens when the fire truck comes in? Well, you got $2.5 million in it now. But at the end of that one, when those and a couple of, electric or line trucks go through, all of a sudden now that reserve's down to $1 million. But then we've got a year where, so we try to plan that out. And we don't know what's going to happen. But that's where I would hope that we give some confidence. Or my point would be is that I would be coming to you saying, we're really falling far behind. And that is what we did a number of years ago, because we used to put $40,000 into the building reserve. Okay, so it's exactly that point, Councillor Page, that I try to, on my finance side, look at it, look at the models, what's happening, what are we needing, and from there, getting it to a comfort level that I can say, hey, we're going to bump this up by 50,000 if you're going to have to happen by kind of putting the place markers in. The one thing that I will say, and as you sit around this table, is that we have ambitious plans every year. When you think about capital of $13 million on an annual basis in the last number of years, and then you see that we end up at 8, right? So a lot of times, we tend to have this place where we're going to get all of this done, but waiting on a grant or this doesn't happen, and so the numbers seem to sort of fall into place. And I guess I feel comfortable now. Again, these next couple of years may be challenging with 300% increase on pipe costs and things like that maybe put some pressure on those reserves. But I feel comfortable in what we present to council is that we see that with time and what's going on, that they're healthy. They're again, if you go back and you look at capital reserve, even where it's at, it stays in that between $600,000 and $800,000 over 5 years, right? That we're going, there's going to be a little bit more and a little bit less. And what I keep seeing is that we're going to get this much work done. And by the time the year turns around every year, because I ask these guys when I'm sitting at the table going, do you think you can get this done? Oh, yes, absolutely, we can get this done. And almost every year it's like, we only got 75% of it done. And it's not because people didn't want to get it done, but there's just always factors of when a windstorm or snow or whatever that goes on. So I think it's a good point, but that's where I try to present that financial plan with, if I'm seeing a real dip in the reserves, and I know that, many of you have commented at other meetings saying, I don't like what I'm seeing out here. And this is a place where I'm not interested in having and even on water and sewer, the council has said, I've said, what about having just a 1% increase? And someone's put, many will put up their hand and say, actually, you know what? At the 1.5, it keeps that budget going, keeps us consistent, and that's what's happening. So I feel comfortable that we're in a place that we're healthy. It doesn't mean that things can't change, but we can go back and look at some of those. But I feel, as the person kind of responsible for finances, that those are in a good, healthy place. And when they're not, then my expectation is that I would come to you and say, we need a lift here.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Lachtenberg, sorry.
That's okay. So on that though, I would imagine you have some sense of security when you're looking forward at inflation that, our reserves will also benefit from inflation in terms of higher interest rates.
Great point. In theory, yes.
In theory,
yeah. We're in bond funds, so sometimes the higher interest rates take a while to, as long as you're not needing all the money immediately, then we can kind of rise as the bonds expire, and then you can buy into the next bond sort of thing at a higher rate. So yes, but sometimes on the market value, you could have fluctuations. If we're going to have 25 basis point lifts on that, that's certainly going to put a pressure on the market for the bonds as they kind of roll through, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
We like inflation in one way.
That's right.
More often not. My question though was going to be about the sand and the street cleaning in the spring. I think last year we talked a bit about looking harder at that, and in anticipation of the spring again, I have talked to a few people just like, how much is it worth to you to have a couple extra sweet cleaning days, like earlier, knowing that, if we have another snowfall, you're just gonna have to do it all over again. And I think the general consensus, and again, not scientific, but the general consensus was I'd be definitely willing to pay $100, $200, $300 more personally for just clean air.
Yeah.
Like in those moments, your health impacts, it's crappy. Tourists come and they're like, this sucks. There's a lot of economic cost, I think, to that, and health costs and all the rest of it. I put forward to council. This is one thing that I feel pretty confident that most people would support putting more money to that, even if it meant a little bit of a hit to their taxes. It's just one of those things that the return seems pretty strong in terms of quality of life benefits that come from it.
We really saw that during COVID when things slowed down at this time of year, the first time. The difference in air quality in town that spring was immense.
Yeah, totally.
Add it to the list.
Yeah. And you will notice that we've been out even early now, and again,
yeah.
so trying to get out of it. Of course, the benefit can be is if we stay sort of cool and damp, that helps us not only with cleaning the sand, but it also keeps that dust component down. So we've got a window here, and I have talked particularly with Public Works on what is it that we need to do this year differently, whether or not it's a case of some more evening shift, some casuals. What is it that we need to do to really tackle that this year? And in particular, I mean, it doesn't take much to even to see how much sand got pushed up, like just walk out front of City Hall there along that corner, right? And some of that didn't even get cleaned up last year. And so, yeah, there is an expectation, at least I have an expectation of them to do that. And I've asked for a meeting to set up to say, let's resource this appropriately. In much the same way that those of you that travel this corridor, if you saw Front Street, even 2-3 weeks after the storm, and we finally had to say, especially in that over the hump kind of thing down in the Chakamucka Mall, we had to go and say, look, get your car off the street, because we're coming we did a graveyard shift. We said, get your car off the street. Here's the time frame. If you don't, we're towing it. And we had to tow a few people. They weren't happy about that. Didn't move their cars. But boy, what a difference that made in that, you kind of went, what? Wow. Just even cleaning all that snow out. So my expectation is that we would do more of that. We've already committed to getting kind of Baker Street in itself cleaned up here in the short order. And so again, staff is trying to, one of the challenges can be is that we go through this window because we've got guys on team on garbage. And so when we've got a garbage week, then we're sort of down a group. And so sometimes you'll see some of these ebbs and flows, like, well, how come they're not doing this? It's like, well, actually, we've got if you cycle it with your garbage, you might notice certain things being, more staff out there doing things, visibly, say, cleaning up sand as compared to a week when we've got garbage collection. But that's where I was trying to say, like, look, we need to be better at, let's get some casuals. What do we need to do? Let's get some, water truck, all of those sorts of things. So, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Colin, on that note, and it's a good idea, would we be limited by the amount of equipment again, similar to what happens when you have a heavy snowfall? You only have so many loaders, and I know last night the sweeper was out.
Yep.
As an example, is it a 24 schedule, or is it?
There hasn't been a 24 schedule, but we're trying to run the sweeper. The one thing about the sweepers is it is a piece of equipment that gets worked hard and it breaks down a lot. And so we have also gone through situations, and I think that was one of the factors last year, right? That, council's taking a pummeling of like, what's going on? And it's like, well, actually, it's this, we need two parts, the sweeper's down, and people don't want to hear that at the time but that's a piece of equipment that does do it. It is interesting. I know that some of and again, dealing with the smaller municipalities, is that there's actually a company out of Kelowna. And they go and they do New Denver. So some of these people that don't have sweepers, they can come in, they'll mob the sweeper in, and they kind of do the streets in those areas. And again, not as many sidewalks and things like that or roads, but that's been a valuable service for them, rather than I know that the Village of Salmo has their own sweeper. So it's always fascinating to me when I see the cost of it also, again, breaking down, but they have one, and they'll get it insured for a month and get it running around, and they hope they kind of limp it to the next year, because then it sits for 11 months and then comes out again. But yes, expectation is that. But it is a fair comment. But it's just also not something that the sweeper's down. So can I phone up over to Trail or to Castlegar and say, hey, can we use your sweeper? Because everyone's using it at the same time. Yeah. And there isn't sort of, hey, there's a lot at Koloski that you can, hey, can we rent your sweeper for, the 2 weeks ours is down. So it's a challenging one. You hope that it's working well. You hope that you don't have those major breakdowns. Certainly, the pressure that I saw on Manager Kaylee and with mechanics and some of the COVID challenges we were having, but mostly supply chain issues. I mean, they worked so hard to get the sidewalk plows working this year, because we had a real goal, and we had additional shifts to do the snow plow clearing. And you get that massive dump that, unless you've got actually one with the ones we talked about with the Willie, we kind of had the ability to clean things. Those ones that we have, that just wasn't built for a 100 centimeter day. Like we get our usual kind of 10s and 5s, and they can kind of push it, but you get that. So that really set us back. And then we had some breakdowns, and then you're trying to get parts, and we can't get you the part, and you're getting letters to the editor. You know, we wear it as staff too. You treacherous in some of our walking corridors, and you're like, what's going on? And it was not a case of people not wanting to. It was just, again, equipment that for the most part works in our environment. This winter was a bit of a challenge, and then obviously bled on because it's one thing that winter really stayed with us this year longer than it has in the past. At least that's my anecdotal opinion. So again, those are some of the things that and Mayor talked about it, kind of that just-in-time inventory. We don't usually have, 5 of these and 5 of those in case the sidewalk plow or the sweeper goes down. But anyway, those are just some of the challenges that we face. Yeah. And again, it could be the council says, let's buy another sweeper. But I mean, again, that's a $350,000 to $400,000 touch for a machine that's out there. Now, again, we use ours more than others because we tend to pick up leaves with it as well. But maybe that's something that we need to consider.
Streets.
Pardon me, less streets. Yes.
But I think, just on that, the biggest thing the public can do is get their vehicles off the street,
Right.
right?
That
They
is-
will be there. If they want that cleaned up more quickly, get your vehicle off the street when we're coming by, because we have to get in and out of 50 cars. It's totally ineffective.
I think that's a song and a dance too, right? Like, people on a street need to know,
When?
have a strong communication plan in place to be like, I'm doing it this afternoon, it's gonna be this day.
Yep.
But that's a side there.
And we try to do that even with snow clearing this year. And I think
Yeah.
for the most part, we had some good success. But then, you fall off on a few of those, and then you get people writing you nasty letters or emails about, you said you're going to be here. We moved our cars for 2 days and no one shows up. So I don't know why, but it doesn't take much for, again, hey, we get a few staff that get sick with Omicron, and now I'm down on staff.
Plow truck.
Exactly, right? So
So
Colin,
back to
on that
Sam's.
note, Councillor Page, before you went, I think it's worth keeping in mind here around this table and in general. When we get that feedback. Like, I get these calls from people, what the hell's going on? It's either the snow plow's out at 4 a.m. and it's waking me up, or the next guy, how come it's not out at 4 a.m? But our staff take that to heart too. They get that feedback when they go for a beer at Jackson's Hole or the Hume or somewhere, or they're out in the street or at the golf course, and it's hard. Yeah, it's hard on our employees too, because they really take their job seriously, and they, those kind of, the feedback they get is hard on them. So there's no easy solutions to it.
No.
And you're right about the communication piece. The more we can get people engaged in what the reality is of the situation. We got one sweeper, and we're fortunate in many ways because the snow sort of melts slowly going up the hill, so we can actually keep up with it over a period of 2.5 months or 3 months or whatever.
True.
But the reality is that up at our house, we'll have a month of dust because the sweeper just hasn't got there yet.
Well, and again, I was shoveling my walk, and a lady that I don't know very well, pulled up and said, "Oh, actually, the city does clear snow." Right. And so, I mean, again, it's tongue in cheek, but it's also like, it didn't need another, punch to the head sort of thing. Exactly. Right. I mean, exactly. I mean, they meant it in a joking manner, but it's still, you can see what it would wear on staff.
Oh, yeah. I deal with the public too. I get it. I get it when staff have done their very best to make something happen, and the realities of the world are complex, and then you have to explain those situations. My question about the product that we use on the streets and the impact it has on dust, and we probably discussed it before Councillor Woodward destroys the place.
Sorry.
Is some of these other, like, in my mind, beet juice is coming to mind. There are other products that are out there nowadays, things that are always being developed to melt the snow and clear the roads. And how are we keeping abreast of some of the changing technology that's out there that might not have these knock-on effects later on?
Yeah. I mean, a great question. To be clear, we have a standard, and the same standard that you will see that Ministry of Transportation sends out for the road and gravel. So again, there's sort of, again, part of it is us trying to limit liability on what we have.
Okay.
And certainly some of those can be effective, but because of our topography, having some sand and some, we have a little bit of mix of sand and salt, but mostly it's that sand. You need that grit in particular. So we have seen some of those projects. Sometimes you'll see, we did a couple of tests when YRB had some of that, I guess, de-icing kind of product at certain times. And we have worked with them on that. But what we've just really found, again, is that with the steep streets that we have, is that the sand, salt, and again, at the standard that it has to be when we get the spec. So again, when we say that, meaning we ask for this, it gets tested, it gets sent away, so that when we're buying the product from the company, that it's fitting that spec. And it's that kind of fine sands, but you need a little bit more. You don't want the gravel, but you want it at a certain level so that your vehicle's stopping on it. So we have done a few iterations of that, but again, have gone back to that kind of tried and true grit on the road in particular. And even that sometimes is even effective. What I've noticed myself is that we've had these sort of number of snowfalls where, and usually you get them in that first of the year. It's the first couple snowfalls. It's 0, -1 snow. And it almost doesn't matter what you do. As soon as the first person drives over it, it becomes an ice rink, right? It's been packed down. It's just wet. And yet we've been seeing that almost, then it'll maybe get dry, and then we'll get another one, but it's again at that 0, 1 degree. Instead of, you talk about up north where it stays at a negative temperature and people get used to it. It's like, well, now you've almost got a road on top of a road and it's got some gravel in it because that's what sort of the impact bit, and it's been cold and it hasn't, any snow that's on there's kind of light and you just sort of drive over it. It isn't this sort of really compact, quickly iced up snow. So that's been another factor.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the last couple there, just on the equipment reserve, you'll notice we were a bit higher. We had noted that we were a bit under budget on the expense side. So again, this is where CEO Cormac was speaking to. We do have a plan where we charge our loaders out, not only that at a rate that we feel covers for the fuel and maintenance, but also a component that relates to putting in a kind of amortization factor. And so whatever that net amount is, that's that we then transfer into the reserve. And we had done better, I think, just on fuel and repairs and mechanics. One good bad things of not having some people, we had people leave, and so we were in replacement mode, and so some of that factor allowed us to add a bit more. So that's where, as you were saying, Councillor Page, when we see an opportunity to add a bit more into that reserve, we do that, and we see that being an effect of trying to pick up whether it's inflationary costs or preparing for when we have to deal with the ladder truck, right, which is coming in another probably 5 or 6 years. So, and it'll be big. And again, one of the cool things that I will say is that the Councillor McCharles, Chief McCharles, working with the underwriters, and I don't know, I mean, you're familiar, you are in that kind of business there, but they sort of really mandate, and so there is this place of like, you buy this fire truck, $600,000 fire truck, and they say,
Good for 10 years.
you can only use it for 20 years or else we're not going to insure you with it.
Yeah.
And so as a council, you go, well, what do we, like, what, the thing is so well maintained, doesn't get used that much, 20 years, I mean, it is a beautiful machine. And because you can't sell it to the other, because it's like, well, it's 20 years old. It has no value to me. I can't have it. But they've really started to work a lot better with municipalities, showing, us going to them and saying, like, here's the records, here's what we got tested. And they'd be saying, no, like, this is 25. Let's make this 30. So we were actually able on our ladder truck. Now, again, there's some testing that gets involved, but on the platform where the thing goes up. So that, again, at a 20-year, at a $1.5 million truck, like 20 years ago, but we've been able to get that extended to 30. So you can imagine adding, almost a half of a lifetime to that vehicle really does well for the taxpayer. So I've been very pleased that where the underwriters before, and again, you certainly saw it in our areas and in the regional district as well, really pushing back on, you don't have enough fire coverage, therefore, you can't get insurance. But that's a place where I've really seen some positive relationship building with them, that if you can show the records, have them tested, that they will say that this vehicle, we can extend the life on it. So it's been a place where it's been helpful.
Councillor Luxembourg.
Colin, did we not at some point undertake exploring insuring ourselves? I thought that was something we were looking into.
Well, again, you kind of do if, for example, they said that truck needs to be, we're not going to insure you.
Yeah.
And at 20 years and we go, we're not replacing it. I mean, we know it's a great truck.
So effectively, we're insuring
Effectively, we're
ourselves.
insuring ourselves. They might say, like, we don't think the equipment's there. Now, the risk is that you're heading to a fire and it's a family in a fire and the truck engine drops out of it and you've said,
Yeah.
they said, oh, at 20 years, and then you're like, oh, I think it's great. And then the engine drops out of it. You don't get to the fire. If there's a fatality and, we'll be worried about,
It's a $5 million fire.
well, yeah, 5 or
fire
50,
truck looks
$50
cheap.
million sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, but that's how insurance works, right?
Exactly.
You calculate the
Yeah.
odds of that happening,
Right.
and you're like, no, this is worth the risk.
Exactly. But it's also very difficult, like on a council that are here, they get elected in. I mean, do you want to be the council that didn't replace the truck that might cause a family to, those are, I mean, again, forget how the risk component of it, that weighs heavily on council to make those types of decisions. What I'm glad to see is that underwriters coming to the table with some reasonability of going, yeah, yes, show me that you've got this, because there could be other places that don't have the ability to maintain the truck.
Yeah.
We do. We got a great, experienced crew, and we submit all those documents to them, and they can see, yeah, you've had the pumper tested, you've had the engine tested. That gives us a confidence that, yeah, we continue to insure it.
Yeah, that's great.
I think the other piece there, though, too, is the underwritten insurance for everybody else, right? Like, fire underwriters taking that on has an impact on everybody's fire insurance, whereas if we were holding that, I don't know how the system would react to the household.
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, I guess we were just pleased that underwriters worked with us.
Yeah.
Because it is one of the things that sometimes I know that the mayor and others maybe here in council is, oh, what do you need a fire department for, Nelson? Why do you need a professional fire department? And actually, when you think about that fire team that we have, and yes, we have a valuable downtown and they're close to downtown and can react. But if you did not have a professional fire service, the amount that your insurance costs actually jump, you're actually getting, a very good service for, you're in that value place rather than not having it. Yeah. Okay, just going to tie up the last couple there. The 310 ward, again, some additional revenues and lesser expense allowed us again to look at it and say, you know what, we have budgeted 180, but we feel that we're ahead of the game there, and we're going to put that extra $40,000 into the building reserve. So these ones go into the building reserve. So again, Councillor Page, what you're saying, yes, we're at 300. This year we're 300, and so we're at 480 a year, and then this year we're actually going to be, again, a bit more on that 445 kind of thing. So again, in places where we can see it, that's where me trying to make those decisions to make sure, as you said, we've got pressures on these, that I'm trying to not have maybe that inflationary increase each year, which is a wise decision. But here I try to look at opportunities to build the reserve where it fits and where there's a tie-in. Like I said, where we sell the generator from this building, let's put that back into the building reserve and stuff like that. Okay, so based on that, you can see that under line 60 there, under AP, that we are currently sitting at $352,000 surplus for 2020.
Say that again?
$352,000 surplus in the general operating. Again, remember, we have all of these different entities, but just in that particular component.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So with that surplus, I kind of feel like with the uncertainties that are out there, like it almost would seem prudent to kind of have socked away. I mean, it feels like with these expenses you're talking about, like that's great to have a surplus, but when pipe costs $400 a meter.
Yep, but again, remembering that's in the utility.
Right.
So this is just general operating. And this is where, again, I've just had Chris up before you asking for $200,000 of this to make the snowplow budget balance in 2022, right?
So it's quickly gone.
Well, quickly, and then again, there's a few other cost pressures here. But the other part that I want to allude to is that if you look at rows 20 and 21, some of these things, we had balanced last year with, basically using let's say almost 200,000 alone in surplus last year to kind of get us through some of the one-time asks in 2021. And yet here in 2021, not even using that surplus that you council agreed to give us, we didn't even use it, and we've got a surplus of 352, right? And that's where, again, I want to give you some comfort level as we go through this, that we have a surplus. It's in a healthy spot. Yes, I appreciate that, your concern on that level, but in the same boat, I would hope that I can give you confidence that, that what I'm asking here for council is conservative and also allows for, if there's any kind of like, oh my goodness, that we have a rainy day.
Yeah, great.
So you're not asking to divvy this surplus up, you're asking to retain this surplus.
Well, again, that's why I sent Deputy CAO ahead to ask for the 200.
Exactly.
That would be a surplus.
But I mean, even at the 200, like you still got 150,000. That's available, right? So,
And that's a very good question,
yeah.
Well,
and I think it's important, and this is where I want to give council. I hope, or I believe, I will give you confidence that in what I'm asking to try to get us over the finish line for 2022 is that if we're going to get some of these one-offs, or if we're going to use some of the surplus, that you're not in a place where you're naked.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're going to see some of those cost pressures, Colin, more so going forward than we are at the moment, right? So it's smart to be thinking in those terms as well.
But again, I feel comfortable that we, in building this, and that's why, it's one of the things that I looked at. Do I decrease any inflationary costs for this year? I mean, a lot of pressures that we're facing in 2022 relate to wage increases, negotiated.
So we have a number of contracts coming up, right?
We have a number of contracts coming up, but we've, been able to, I think, put into place here what we think things will land. And, but that's one that you're sort of that contractually. The other side is that, hey, don't buy pipe or don't have your supply costs. If I don't give you an inflationary increase, then that's where you really start to squeeze what we can do. So I've tried to keep that in here with what I'm asking. So it's not at 7%, but I'm also pretty confident that that's something that we shouldn't, be seeing for ongoing year after year. But what you do have to recognize is that when we commit on that collective agreement side, that we need to pay that. I mean, it doesn't mean that we don't look at how we use our police forces or our fire departments. And, again, those are pretty set groups. And again, even in public works where you might say, well, do you have to pull somebody out or how do you do that? Those are things that we would look at. But again, I feel confident that what I'm presenting here will face the test, right? I mean, in the same way that, even last year, in the last couple of years, and one of the things that certainly has helped us is that we got that COVID relief funds, right? And so that also, in places where we didn't have as much revenue or it covered expenses, that all again went into the surplus, right? So there's a place where we've got, some ability, flexibility.
So I think what Councillor Woodward's bringing up is, I think it's really important for us to keep in mind what's ahead of us. If we don't have a crystal ball by any means, but I don't know how many people have gone and bought groceries in the last while. I'm sure quite a few of you, but it's expensive. It's getting very expensive for people to, and when we put, when we're doing these budgets, at the end of the day, it's all of us that'll pay this taxation. So it's another cost to the homeowner, et cetera, and the uncertainty around increasing costs. You see the minimum wage has gone up again, which is fair. I think it's a fair increase, and ironically enough, I'm not so sure it's even going to keep up with the cost, to be a fair wage as we go forward. But that again is going to have a ripple effect to other wage increase, and then of course the cost of material. I think we need to be as prudent as we possibly can, so that the shock's not going to hit everybody next year with the budget. So,
right. But again, Mayor, you're absolutely correct, and that's the way that I think about these things, and that's why I'm hoping that you'll have confidence that this is a prudent budget. Again, I understand on groceries, and it's true, but other than us having some dinners or things like that, I don't have to feed all the employees every day. They bring their own lunches, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, again, what I do have to do for them is pay their wages. And so we've got some of those collective agreements are in place, and we're rolling those out. And they're not at a 7% increase, but they're in this budget.
I wasn't, Colin, I wasn't really putting it down to, I'm sorry if I did that, but down to wages by any means, right? I'm just talking about the overall pressure points on on people trying to maintain a home and
Yep.
pay for their rents
Yes.
and pay for their taxation,
Yep.
et cetera. I can tell you firsthand, as somebody that owns a home and, paying hydro bills and gas bills and, just general maintenance, it's expensive nowadays. And, when you look at much of our, charges for waste and hydro separate and sewer and water's all separate, we're talking here about tax increase.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a tax increase. That's
yes.
not taking into account we've already done hydro, already done sewer, already done water.
Yeah, no, you are not wrong, but it is interesting because I did my own little family calculation.
Yeah.
And I looked at what I pay for the 2 cell phone plans.
Yeah.
And what I pay for my high-speed internet.
I know. Or cable TV or internet.
Cable TV,
No, I
my
get it.
internet, my phones.
Yeah.
And I pay more for that service
Yeah.
than I pay to the city of Nelson
Yeah.
for the taxations on my house, for the municipal portion of my taxation on my house, and for my water and sewer.
Yeah.
So
I'd say
again,
you should get rid of one of those phones.
you know what?
Netflix,
Have you ever tried to? Have you ever tried to take a phone away from somebody these days?
You saying back off?
Like 5 times a day? Like, have you?
Councillor Lockenberg.
And trust me, there are times when I'm trying to take a phone away from someone, and
Councillor Lockenberg's got a question for us.
Colin, I think we're gonna move to this bottom part of the thing next.
that's correct.
Yeah. So I can wait until.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I did have a couple of questions
Certainly.
Surplus
on the
part.
expenses list there, Colin.
Yes.
And you can defer this for another 10 years or so, but cemetery services,
Yes.
are we in, and the other thing too is maybe I'm getting this wrong, and maybe I should talk more to people that are riding the bus, but I think our bus fares they're too cheap. Like,
Yeah.
you can ride a bus from Nelson to Trail, like,
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that the city needed to do to get the COVID relief funding that we got just for transit, we had to sign that we wouldn't increase fares for 3 years. And so I think that we're still a year away from doing it. But it's certainly something that we need to look at. And I think that as the COVID relief comes off, and I think that will be an opportunity for council to revisit that. And again, as our teammates and our partners in the West County Transit, certainly one of the things that we are, hoping, I think, is the renewal of our bus ridership, in particular between Selkirk College and the city and other places. And that had, was really it's kind of a tough one because you get in a place where it's so successful that they say we need another bus. Well, then you get another bus. That's
not
a lot of
successful anymore,
it's too successful, and now you've got a huge cost. But I mean, while it was being used at such a high level, there was a real good funding that came from people be able to do that. So again, hoping here that we get to September, that we start to see the numbers, and it tends to be international students that kind of feed that group, and Selkirk's been successful, I think, in attracting, and so, but that's a place that also will help, I think, with revenues, but that pass in itself is pretty inexpensive. And we also notice that pass, you see, the way that we have it in ours, also allows the high school students and that sort of thing to take the bus for a very inexpensive rate. The other part that our transit team is looking at is council moved to that 12 and under being free. And there's a real, again, sense that, and part of it was a request to BC Transit, which they're working on, to have a card. So if you're going to get on the bus, right now it's just, hi, how are you? Drivers have talked about, being lambasted for asking someone if they're 12 or under. I mean, again, it's a challenging thing for a driver to make that decision to ask someone if you're 12 or under. they talk about the fact that they don't, people don't look them in the eyes, or they walk right by them, they don't say hi or whatever, and then they have to go back and say, oh yeah, of course. So there's a bit of a battle, but really they're just supposed to just, go with it, because BC Transit is kind of getting like, you're going to need a card now to sort of, to prove that you are there. And there's a lot of technology components happening with BC Transit in the next little while here. They're going to be able to monitor where people get on and off the bus. So we're going to start getting a lot more information on some of these, these things, which I think will be telling on building that case of what is the rate that you need to charge. So there's a number of programs that they are undertaking that I think will speak to that. Again, that increase in the rate, I would say you can't do, I guess, right now, because we took the money, sort of thing, for another little bit of a while. I know it's hard, but again, I think that having 12 and under should help also those in, like, so if you're a family and you're getting the pass, and or if it's the fee that you're paying for transit, but then you have to pay that $2 for every child that's with you, and you're all of a sudden now you're paying $8, right? If now 3 of those are now covered in the 12 and under, and you're only paying for 2, if that 2 goes to 3, that tends to be a bit more palatable than if that 3 goes to 12.
Yeah.
Right? So that's one of the things that I think will help us in that discussion.
I know it's a bit of a mixed bag, and we want people to ride the bus as much as they can, and I think fuel prices are going to drive people there anyway.
Agreed.
We also have fuel prices for a bus as well, so those costs are going up, and I think a reasonable price to ride the bus is a reasonable price, and I don't think the costs are reasonable right now.
There's definitely a subsidy that happens.
Huge subsidy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, it's not that it's a bad thing, because it's an economic development generator as well, so it has, all those other benefits as well. But in all fairness, going forward, like when you look at the subsidy for transit and, the costs attached to that, it's...
But you've touched on a few things. Fuel at $2 a liter.
Yeah.
The bus starts to look, or car sharing, or however, we tend to be creatures of individuality and wanting to listen to your music or do whatever it is in your vehicle, and the ability to have that flexibility to go when you want. But at $2 a liter, I'm willing to wait for the bus or make my schedule change.
This is a bigger conversation, probably not the one for now.
Yeah.
But there was talk about bus on demand, or the...
Yep.
And, I noticed, like, you probably noticed when you're in Mexico, and that's how the bus works there, right? You just stop the guy on the side of the road, and you jump on, and you jump off whenever you're ready, and the fare's the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's whatever.
Yeah.
So there's ways maybe to head that direction. So
There's a lot-
Councillor
there's a lot-
Lockenberg and then Councillor Page.
I'll just respond to that because of the transit committee. There's quite a bit as CAO is, or CFO is saying that there's a lot of new tech coming, very cool, like sort of tap stuff where you'll be able to get on without change, be able to track the bus and get on your phone. So a lot of the convenience side of transit is coming. Obviously, transit exchange is incoming too. And that might really unlock that was the thing that was keeping really more and more people jumping on, was just the convenience part. And which then creates the space for increasing the fares.
Yeah.
But that 12 and under, I think, is really important to maintain, because you're also trying to get people into the habit of
Exactly.
transit. So
I
that
agree.
it becomes a
Couldn't-
lifelong habit.
McDonald's with the Happy Meal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
exactly.
Councillor Page?
Give them a toy, I guess.
Yeah.
I still go.
I just because we've talked about for the last 15 minutes here of that one theory in terms that we should do robust cost recovery from user fees on public transit. And if we get to a discussion there, or if you guys are having a discussion at transit, we really need to also understand that there's a completely different view of how transit should and could operate inside of a community like this. We spend $1 million making sure roads are cleared for private vehicles, where we don't actually have a tie-in to the induced use of those private vehicles as they go about and send emails and letters to the editor to have their roads plowed for us. Public transit, much like a public library or any other public asset, there's going to be a standing cost available to it, to have the right number of shifts, to be able to get people in the mornings to their places of work, to get people from their places of work back to their communities to be able to go to other communities and have that economic activity. And so just being able to charge people more when you have half a bus that you need to fill at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and being able to have that complex schedule that people can understand, that frequent schedule that people know that there's going to be a bus coming by within at least an hour and a half that they can get between those choice points. Like, that is a fundamental layer, and you've talked about it a lot in the affordable housing realm, that just makes this region just way more viable and cost effective and affordable to everybody. So when we have those discussions about what the right funding model is, I want to make sure that we are prepared at that time to be like, what are these different theories on how this system should work? Obviously, public transit, BC Transit has this really worked out internally on what they think is the pricing structure that should happen. But I do think just charging more because people got on the bus, that bus is running. If it can be as full as possible and move as many people as possible, like, there are certainly arguments in that sense to make sure that that system is robust, functioning, and people, small families, big families, little families, can move around the way they need to move around, because not everybody can afford a car, and not everybody, that's not necessarily the future we see for the entire system, is private car ownership. But anyway, I want to advocate for that other side, because we had a lot of.
Yeah, well, I think we are, and we did, we have been doing that all along, but clearly, when you look at the subsidy that we put towards transit, it's worth having a review once in a while, and I think, Councillor Lockenberg, you're hopefully on top of that on the transit committee, because it's an important asset, but at the same time, just to continue the status quo. Like, a few years back, we did the review of the actual model of how we were getting through the community, which wasn't done for 25 years or something. Wow. And in that time we had Rosemont was all built out, and Uphill was built out more, and Fort Shepherd Drive, and you name it. And we had bus stops that people weren't even using.
Mayor, I remember you walked and you said, how come there's the bus stop at down at the end of Baker there? And
The
you're
Savoy,
like, that's...
it used to be there for the Savoy Hotel, and the only reason it was there because CP Rail had 300 people working in the yard.
Yeah.
And
Hadn't been looked at, hadn't changed.
yeah, and changed it, right? And so, I mean,
Yep.
I think reviewing it on a regular basis is important, especially now with fuel prices the way they're going, and more people hopefully will decide that's what they want to do, is use transit, which is what we've been talking about for quite some time.
Well,
Encourage people to go there.
you piqued my memory. I have a lot going on. So, but one of the things that BC Transit is they are definitely taking very seriously these questions about transit on demand. And they've actually got a consultant, and they are working through, and they plan, I believe, to have a rollout of a pilot. And I had said, well, I think that our City of Nelson would love to also be a pilot. And so he had said, well, there's nothing wrong, again, in the same way that we got a letter to try to be, first in electrification for buses, but that would be another letter that council may want to send to BC Transit saying, we would like to be a pilot if possible, when you're rolling, get working on this for that on demand. So they certainly see the pressure, they see the technology, as Councillor Lautenberg is talking about, that they're putting in that makes all of these things a lot more possible than they had been. So, and because there's, I don't want to say competitors, but lack of a better word, that's sort of what comes in when someone says, well, why, we could create this over here and have actually a more efficient and,
Higher level
service than what BC Transit is offering. Then all of a sudden, that sort of sometimes moves the bigwigs to go, hey, well, wait a second. If these guys can come in and start, saying we don't need BC Transit, we'll go with our own internally, that tends to, wake some people up. So
I'll move that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Well,
so
there's just one more thing to that is maybe a budget impact here on transit that I just would like to mention really quickly is the Kootenai Senior, or the Nelson Seniors Coordinating Society used to offer a service via a transit contractor, the guys at a trail, where they would do grocery pickup for Nelson residents and help them, and there would be a volunteer driver, the contracted bus, and then they would do the groceries.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was, I think a lot of people were kind of confused a bit about what happened to that program or what the origin or how it was managed. The coordinating society, turns out, did kind of make it happen with a volunteer bus driver to do it. So it was kind of all volunteer based, but it was a pretty valuable kind of service that transit's not directly transit, but it's kind of transit related. So they're going to come to us to help look for support to restart that program, because it kind of ended suddenly and unexpectedly in November, where the driver just was like, I can't do it anymore.
Tired.
Yeah, effectively. And so there's just something to consider, that the kinds of things that we're maybe asking of transit, and that this might be one of those unexpected asks that we decide is worth it. So I just wanted to share that might come to
And
us.
Councillor Lumberg, would this be so that you got the individual to go and pick out their own groceries? Because that's one of the services that you do see now, is you see the Save-On vehicle driving around, right? So you can say,
Private sector's filling that gap.
you know,
there now.
I want these, and I don't know if you've seen that or
Yeah,
not,
it's kind of like that, and maybe that's the replacement for it. But I asked about that. I'm like, well, let's talk this through a bit, because I'm not quite sure I understand why it's needed given where we are today. The response was that the service is a little bit more complex than that. It provides a little bit more in terms of value. It allows that senior to get out of the home and do that. You know, they need to get out, and they need an experience at the grocery store or the mall where they pick some groceries. But then the service is somebody who carries their groceries for them from the store onto the bus, gets them home, and gets them out of the bus back to home. So transit on demand might be perfect for that, but it's something that apparently has really hit them in an unexpected way quite hard, as the service just disappeared unexpectedly.
Okay,
So
are we a bit of a juncture here because we're at noon?
We send a letter.
Hang on, we're not sending letters today, we're doing the budget. We'll keep the idea in mind and we'll bring it forward so that we can formally, because you already had a couple of letter suggestions, right?
it's on a letter writing campaign.
So we haven't noted those. We had noted the first one and we noted this one.
Yep.
So, Colin, did you want to stop now and we'll have lunch?
can, or
Because
did
we're a
you
bit of a
arrive
juncture here, right?
Oh, it did arrive.
Yeah. We're going to need a
So
professional letter
focused.
writer here
I mean,
pretty
no,
soon.
it's perfect. It's a perfect time to break, because then I think we'll get into 2022. I want to discuss some of the cost pressures and where we're seeing some of those. Yeah, I think
Thank you,
good discussion.
Thank you, Colin.
thank you.
Thanks, Colin.
Oh, wait, did we need to
Adjourn or something like that. I
Not
move
adjourn.
recess for lunch.
Recess. Second.
Motion to recess. Moved in Councillor Page and Councillor Charlwood. All in favor? Carried.
Because I've put no
All right,
tax
now what
increase
sheet
in
are
here.
you on here?
The big one, nothing has changed. We're going to be on this one. Yep.
Right.
And so just noting that I've not put any tax increase in here. A 1% tax increase gets us about $95,000. So just kind of keeping that in mind when you're just doing some quick math. However, you'll notice that even over last year, we've got a higher tax amount even before we've increased taxes. And that comes from a few different things. One will be that we got new construction, which again, is one of the things that I'm hoping, Mayor, as we talk about what's happening in our community. We have had in the last number of years, certainly good non-for-profit housing, and we've kind of gone through the experience on that and how assessed value, BC Assessment looks at those, and as you know, even though they cost 14 or 50 million to build, they're assessing them at 5, so even that doesn't produce a lot. But we've got the product, the new build starting down here at Kulos by the Lakeside. You've got the one there, the new Nelson Daily business. You've got obviously in here, they're still looking at the 120 unit that would be private operation here inside the Vernon Street hole.
Victoria Street?
Victoria Street, exactly, it kind of being finished as well. So again, one of those hopes that as those come on, that in the same way that the building permit revenue has been been higher as we do these products, but then they also then turn into ongoing revenue of new construction.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't built anything in for 2023 as far as what that might look like, but those are the sorts of things when they land that you're hoping will result. So, but in the same way, why taxes are up. So again, under row 10 there, under AR, you'll notice that it is higher than it was in previous years. And so there's a few things, like I said, whether it's the BC Hydro boundary expansion, so whatever values kind of increase on that. You got new construction. There's some of those places that come in. So that's, again, just a natural, normal increase in taxes that sort of go on, again, through new construction and just rates changing on some of the other properties. Sales of service is up. And again, one of the, you know, again, all these things that we were talking about and the unknowns is 2021 was a big year for building permit revenue, but 2022 is looking even bigger. And so it's looking even bigger. And
Yeah, I was gonna actually bring that up, Colin, because I was just watching like the prices of, you know, materials and of course we talked about earlier, the supply chains and that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a good time to be hanging our hat on,
Oh, no.
you know, on too much revenue from the construction side going
Well,
forward, you know?
yeah, not going to disagree with you, except that when we already have people come in and pay the permit, then I got
Okay.
physically, I've got it
Yeah.
in my hand. We've got a number of projects too, so that when we get a project that might take 2 or 3 years,
Yeah.
they pay
Oh,
before
yeah,
they
yeah.
start. And so some of these, you know, it wouldn't be all of it, Mayor. Like there could be a couple that don't go. I mean, that's certainly something that happened here. Like we had the Vernon Street was a build there was supposed to, you know, it's been 2 years now that it was supposed to go and it hasn't.
Yeah.
And yet that's been backfilled by ongoing
Yeah,
home
exactly.
construction, right? So there's been a lot of that has filled that gap. But we've got a couple of larger projects that will come in. And again, when we get that revenue, we bridge it to match sort of as it's being completed, we kind of recognize the revenue from those projects. So that's one of the things that gives you, again, a bit some comfort level that I'm not banking the whole thing on everyone walking in today. And if they all can't, you know, like I said, if the supply chain and they stop, there's a bit of that, like, you know, people expecting to come in. But we do, even with that, with a multi-year project, I'm only including a portion of that over the 3 years in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But it's a great point, and it is something that, hoping that, as I said, that building permit revenue then starts turning into regular taxation revenue as you go forward, because, you know, we are probably $200,000 to $300,000 higher in the last couple of years in building permit revenue than you would have seen, say, in 2017 or 18, right? So again, we all know that it sort of goes in that wave, so we need to be prepared. And certainly in the outline budgets, I bring it back down into a more realistic or more comparative numbers, conservative. So that's one of the things that I have done. But that's one of the reasons why sales of services is as high this year, was the expectation of building permit revenue. And amongst other things, again, we talked about pretty similar number with other revenue from own sources. Grants unconditional, we spoke about that we have already kind of been told, here's what you're expecting to get. Grants conditional, certainly that's going to be things like our, whether or not we get grants for doing our organics project or our Nelson Next projects. You will always be getting grants we get for victim service revenue. We get grants, obviously the big chunk in here, like 85% of this will be the grant for BC Transit. That kind of flows through that. So I have looked at.
Oh, there again, Colin, I know, I just want to put this out here, because we'll only get one kick at this cat, right? And the uncertainty that's out there at the moment, as an example, when you look at the debt load that governments are carrying right now and the amount of money that's put out through COVID, as an example, like, some of these grants may not be as readily available going forward as they have been in the past.
Yes, and again, Mayor, not going to disagree, but I will say that the on those grants that we have in operating, they tend to be pretty consistent. So the Fed's kind of giving us the money for our victim services, and same with provincial. So those two have been very consistent over time. Again, the majority of this, so like I want to say 1.617 would be sort of your BC Transit grant as well. So I mean,
Yeah.
again, that's one that's ongoing, and you should have some comfort level. Is there the other big amount in there, which could change, but we know hasn't, is that we get that $350,000 grant from the Rec Commission.
Right.
That's another, you know, so you kind of add those together, and I'm over the $2 million range. So again, the gap on those grants not being relied on or not being there, it's only a couple $100,000.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I have increased our interest income to 160. I know that we were a little bit under this year, but I'm feeling confident that if we get, which I believe will happen with inflation, that the banks are going to raise that quarter point a number of times here that our high interest savings account that we have that MFA has sponsored for all of the municipalities is a factor of that. So whenever it goes up, our interest income will go up. So I'm feeling comfortable that we can meet that target. When I go down to see some of these other ones, we have sort of a math that goes on that the art in public places and council again, quite a while ago, made a formula up that takes a percentage of the building permit revenue that we get, and they calculate a percentage. And Chris, I don't know if you know off the top of your head what it is. It's not a lot, but it kind of produces a little bit of an offshoot that whatever happens with that revenue, it goes into this public arts. So then that allows us to then go in and buy, sort of that sculpture walk kind of thing, and it allows us our staff to go in. So you'll notice that we've got our different installations around town. They'll rotate out, and that's what this fund is for. So they have about 12,000 in the fund right now. So I bring that in because that is their sort of surplus. But in the offset, there's also an offsetting expense. So there's that's it. The police use of the surplus, this is a carry forward from 2019. They did get a number of the reserves outfitted this year, and so we were able to lower that, but that's one that also has been something from a long time ago out of reserve. Again, pretty minor in the dollar value. One thing that we've been using is the reserve, and again, we didn't use it this year, so again, but this is the work that we have at 70 Lakeside relating to the closure with partners with the RDCK on the closure of the transfer station, and that has been a challenging file. And then when you add COVID to it, it has made it a bit more difficult. In the same way, we've been using the space for our own and putting our own material on top of it. So we've almost kind of created a cap on the mound there. And so in case people realize that there's a old garbage dump underneath that. And one of the challenges has been, is this sort of disconnect with CP. Part of the closure is the testing wells that we have to monitor, and that's what we pay for the enviro consultant here, is to go over the map, look at the testings, and with the water table and where we are there, it tends to go up and down, which makes sense. And so there tends to be this migration of flow of contaminants, and there's a real confidence that some of this is not flowing from the actual landfill, but is historically on CP. And so that makes it problematic because they're like, well, no, and we're like, well, yes, and then well, let's get a lawyer and let's try to, talk with this group. Now, again, there had been some inklings that there could potentially be something we could work out, because at the time of that dump, one of the challenges is that it sort of overflowed past our lot line into CP. So then right now you've got our garbage on your side, even though historically there's stuff in the ground there that is not good. But again, their mandate has been like, it's just a furlough, we're not using it. So that's sort of the contamination solution, is it will deal with itself. And it is. And they are saying that as they're testing things, that sort of the bad contaminants that are flowing are actually combining with some of the other things that are from the garbage, and they're actually neutralizing each other, which is quite fascinating in its own way. But I know that the mayor is hoping, and again, we've talked before about trying to engage with CP to see if you're not going to use it, we could certainly use the space for our own public works yard down there. So is there a way, if you're, we're kind of in partners on this, so that's again another conversation we hope to be able to have with them, and they're not easy to deal with, but that's again some funding that we have used from reserve to be able to help fund the work that is ongoing for the testing of that site, so that we can get a plan that's acceptable to the province to release the landfill and the closure of the garbage site. Because that's the other thing that hasn't happened, is that the transfer station is probably not as much of the issue as the closure of the permit for the garbage. So those are funds for that. You'll notice I do have a carry forward of EcoSave and CAREP grants. Now, the CAREP funds are in surplus for this year, but the EcoSave was actually from the remaining funds that is in hydro, so kind of a different revenue source. But what we are trying to do here in 2022 is the cost of the Nelson Next program, which is about $500,000, is that we basically have it all covered through either EcoSave, which you'll see is kind of that next line down of the almost $200,000 that we're getting from hydro, plus the remaining EcoSave of 2021 that wasn't spent, plus the use of the CARE that we got in 2021 that we're carrying forward for that, plus some grants. So, because I know that there can be some pressure for council, you've got this program, how's it being funded? And it's actually, you can feel confident saying, well, we're using some surplus that we received that related to Nelson Next products. You can also say that we've got grants from Eco, whether it's hydro and or otherwise that are approved, and that's what's funding this project for this year. Now, again, maybe I'm not going to steal your thunder, I hope, but Councilor Luxembourg, but this whole other thing is that in 22 budget is sort of this new CAREP style, and so the hope is actually it's exactly the kind of work that we are doing. So we don't have, I don't have anything to show you definitively from the government, but the plan is, or the hope is that going forward, we should be able to continue to use this funding that's supposed to come out of this program to actually fund Nelson Next. So the hope is that it would not be a tax-funded, because that's going to be some of the questions you're going to have to answer as council as you walk around. It's like, oh, you've got all this going and it's costing me, that's the increase for your taxation. Well, actually, no, we've got that that's contained in 2022. And the hope is, based on the hearing that we're hearing, is that the funding is coming that will continue on this program from the government.
Yeah, and that's how we built that model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to underline that, this is committed money. Like, this isn't maybe it's going to happen or not. It's committed. And on top of that, that's sort of one program. There's
Right.
like 6 other programs that they've released that.
Yeah, which we think that by even having this, like no one else has sort of this, where we are. And so not only do we see just general operating funding to cover this, but again, the next big thing of like, what's the next grant that we can do from the work that we are doing to help, work in our climate action plan. So again, I just know that council's going to have some people asking questions, so I want them to be aware of what's happening.
High-speed ferry from Nelson to Queens Bay.
Well, that's true. That's true. Apparently, don't get a boat though. I was just reminded of that.
High-speed hot tub.
High-speed hot tub.
High-speed hot tub. So a couple of things on the general government side. Some small items, and again, not to pick on council, but, sort of restating your conference budget, right? So those are some of those small ticks of why we're a bit higher than we were in the previous year. Again, a lot of it has to do with sort of wage components. Obviously the major jump there, actually, and overall, it's kind of you could say it's a drop, but is the Nelson Next. So we've got $500,000 relating to supplies and services and salary and benefits. So in that 4494, if you take that away, you're kind of again back in that just around under 500,000. So that's
32.
right, Council. That would be 32
Sorry.
AR. Yeah. So just again giving you an understanding, and again, yes, a lift, but again being funded either through reserve grants, otherwise. When we go down to protective services, this is where and again, council was here and we heard from the chief, and adding a deputy chief is expensive. And so that's one of the major drivers on this particular budget. Now, they've been having their own challenges up there as well, and we'll discuss that a bit later as far as COVID and COVID vaccine mandates and staffing and that sort of thing. And that's caused them some turmoil a bit and some challenges. But the other part in there is that is a major factor, is that whole additional staffing in that role, when we knew that was kind of coming. And I have worked with the chief and their EA on trying to figure out how this year we can even minimize this. This was even higher, but part of the ins and outs of some of the staffing, we've been able to pare that back for 2022. And again, the mayor is correct that we don't have a collective agreement with a number of these. So we are also incorporating what our expectation is for a increase. Again, a bit of an unknown, but that's one of the things that is built into here as well. So, fire, similar situation where you've got collective agreements pending. there is a bit of a jump here, and it's not a huge one, but more emergency management. We were able to get some additional funding to be able to do some additional work. I think the council was aware of that, but that's one of those things that's also giving us a bit of a lift over the previous year. Not that it's a huge amount, but that we've been successful on getting these grants to be able to work on wild safe and wildfire mitigation work. Is there anything else there? No, those are the major factors on police, police being a factor, but related to protective services and why it has increased. Public works and parking is sort of a weird one, but that's how this is collected. And again, I don't know if I tell council that the reason that these are all categorized the way that they are is because that's what the province wants, so that when everyone uploads into their computer system that parking and public works and that sort of thing is all in that same line that they classify here, same as protective services. It is this grouping of your costs so that they at least have some comparatives when they're looking at all of the municipalities that report. Yes, so not a huge increase, again, relating to wage collective agreements and some lift in inflationary costs just for materials inside public works. That is a place, unlike protective services, where you're more in probably a 60-40 split of wages versus supplies, right? And as compared to that 80 to 85 in your protective services. And again, that would be everything from, equipment for snow plowing, sand purchasing, whatever materials that we might need to operate public works. And inside this as well would be things like, we have sort of that capital component of sidewalk and paving. But here's our operating. Hey, we've got a drop down we got to do, or we've got something that's more of a repair of these panels. So it's not that like, hey, we're going to do a whole block of concrete work, but here's some of that work that we need to do. And this is where this budget is also in there for kind of that repairs and maintenance component. Again, potholes, things like that.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, do you think these increases are going to be across the board? Like, let's say a pothole, repair, like all that stuff they use to do that, all that equipment. I mean, do you just feel like everything is just more expensive, or are there going to be particular areas that?
Well, it's a great question. And one that's coming, and you raise something, but the other thing that's in here is our line marking, our line painting budget. Last year, the proponent did not do a very good job. I don't know if you were able to see that they decided to put some smart car spaces into all over certain areas of town, so we had to fix some of that. But they've already warned us that they can't get the paint, right? So we've got issues with, we got a money and a budget for line painting, and I know that I will be getting calls, within 2 months here after we kind of clean up of why the lines aren't in the different spots. That may not be something that we can actually rectify. We may be doing line painting in the fall, which again seems so challenging, especially because we know that winter and the sand and the plowing then takes it off. But anyway, those, again, when you talk about things like that, I don't know. But there's other components in here, like we've got electricity for all of our streetlights, right? That this is where that goes, and we know that it wasn't a big increase, but it's a 2.5% increase on electricity. So that would be something that would be coming along. Again, there is a big portion of this is also wages, and we know what that is because it's a set collective agreement amount. But it is things, and again, it may mean, we would like to repair 7 different spots for sidewalks, but we get the bill back and it's like, actually, we're going to only repair 5, right? And we're going to have to do that. And we are protected by budget and that whole, complaint basis and what's your plan and what budget you have for things and where the dollar goes. So again, obviously on that complaint basis, if we get someone saying you got a trip hazard here, we need to mark it. And as the mayor would say, he's not a big fan of the orange paint. But that's one of those things that we recognize that it's there. But also, do we have enough budget to go and make that work happen? So again, setting it and saying, this is how much budget you have. Could it mean that you only get 75% compared to what you got done last year? Yeah, that's possible. But that's where, again, that budget decision has to be, we couldn't go and do some of this, or we're not gonna be able to do some of these lower priority amounts because the budget doesn't allow for it.
So can I just do a supplemental on
Oh,
that?
yeah.
So, I think, I feel like we really need to communicate to the public. Like, I know people came up to me personally about the snow and like, why wasn't all that snow cleared? One of the things I said to them, well, we had a combination of huge amount of snowfall in a very short period of time. There was sickness in public works. There was broken equipment we couldn't fix because of supply chain. They didn't want to hear it, but I was wondering if like we need to start communicating to the public that we have a plan, we have a budget, but some things may not get done because of things that we just cannot control right now on a global level.
Yeah.
So,
And I think that certainly, speaking here, it's on video. We will do the public open house. As you know, Councillor, we don't get a lot of people attending, so I don't know if you can offer a $10 discount on your taxes if you prove that you sat down and watched the budget presentation.
That'd be a lot of money if everybody showed up.
So anyway, I'm being facetious, but it goes back to that thing. I'm not disputing with you. So many people are trying to work to feed their families, and they're focused on that and with life, and I get it. But in the same boat, when Telus says to me that your plan's now gone up by whatever, do I need that stuff? Do I need this? In some ways, yes, but do I? I mean,
Colin, maybe we need a bigger name doing the presentation.
That's probably a good idea. Yes, yeah, we could.
I guess I'm just trying to get
Ryan
to-
Reynolds maybe or something.
Ryan
like that,
Reynolds.
right? Yes,
It's covering a lot of bases
exactly.
these days.
Right. Yes, might be able to get him in to go.
Yeah,
Probably
so
just- you could do it
that's
with
on
the
the,
filter.
That's a bit on the communication side, and,
Yeah,
you
well,
you can never do enough of it, that's
No,
for sure.
but I think we've been doing quite well over the last few years, and just getting people prepped that
Engaged is the bigger
Th-
thing, I
This
think,
is this is coming. This is going to happen. We don't know the storm's coming. There, as you said, Council Lautenberg. Climate change is going to be very uncomfortable for a lot of people. That we need to start communicating that out. That we can't just fix everything in a second. We can't get everything done in a second because we're up against.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're at.
And again, when I think about how many people live in our community and how many phone calls I got of people that weren't upset, it's a pretty small percentage. I got, more people, you see them, hey, don't complain, or we get it. Again, I think that there's the wins, like the positive feedback on the paving of the lakeside. And then again, that's not just from the public that are using it, but staff going, "Phew, man, compared to like I would be out there with the truck trying to throw some more gravel into the soggy corner of that, and now it's we go and plow it off or sweep it off, and we're good, right? So now we've done something, we've invested in that, and now those people can go and work on other, our staff can go and work in other areas that have concern. So again, I think that there are some wins, and we do get some of that feedback. But
Okay. Thank you.
So Paige, you had a question?
Kind of seems to be the theme of my day. When I look at the 5-year plan, and you understand in the contract, of course, what our set raise cycle is, and in my mind, I seem to think it's somewhere around the 2% mark. Generally, that's a general guiding principle.
So right now, and again,
I guess when I'm looking at when I'm looking at
Just want to.
the numbers
Just
for
a second, please. I don't think this is the forum to get into discussions around what wage increases could or couldn't be.
no, but I think one of the fair ones is that
We
it's
could
very
find the
clear,
question
like we just finished with QP, right? And we know that that's set for 2%. Has been, that's been a kind of a 4-year 2%, so we'll be up in 2024, right?
So on the budget, on the 5-year,
Yeah.
when I run these numbers on 32 and 33, I was probably got scared when my calculator came out.
Yeah,
I'm seeing more of a 1% rise over that 5-year cycle as opposed to something that I might expect more of a 2%. And so I'm just wondering what I'm missing there.
now are you talking about in line 33, so you're saying the gap between Y's 8065 and then 8191 kind of thing?
Yeah, 8065 and 8079 is more of a 1% increase over 5 years as opposed to what I might think would be
Right.
higher?
Well, yeah, and a lot of that one of those factors will be some one-time items that are in there, right? So like you'll have a one-time item in certain spots that once it's taken out the year after, then that's where
It's not all salary.
well, it's not all salary, or there could be, we need a lift here for this reason, and then, that'll be some of the place markers that happen, right? So,
Okay.
yeah, so that'll be one of the things that'll be playing into that. Yeah, definitely when on the salary numbers, we definitely do have that factor being applied to that.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
perfect. That was the clarifying.
Colin, one other thing, without dragging this out forever, personally, I think we do way too much line marking, to be honest with you. Like, who needs a line up the middle of the street? We all know where the middle of the street is.
Well, again, Director Innes talked about that, doesn't seem to be an issue in the winter,
Hundreds of crosswalks
right?
in Nelson, and we choose to mark 40 of them. Why? Why mark none of them? Or some of them. Like, it's something we should think about.
Yeah,
because
well,
it all costs money.
Right.
And, those paints and materials wash off, and we're doing them every year. It's a full cycle of, we have some intersections where we have 4 crosswalks, and then you can go 2 blocks and there's 1. So,
I will certainly take that back. The director talked exactly that. Do we just look at trying to do what the minimum is this year, especially if we're going to end up in a place? But I just also know that council will get the calls like, hey,
well, there's high-use ones,
crosswalks are.
there's high-use ones like
Yeah,
schools.
exactly.
Schools and so forth, that's fair enough. But, when you drive up Stanley Street, there's at least 6 or 8 crosswalks that aren't marked. And there's 2 that are. So what happens to the guys cross at the other crosswalk? So
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the bike markers last over time, because that is a newer methodology of putting those signage into the asphalt. It's right, like it's not a paint, it's a resin, it's a bit of asphalt, colored asphalt. So, and they definitely do that down on the coast with crosswalks now,
Yeah.
where they embed the crosswalk into the pavement as opposed to something you're out there painting. Trust me, painting that rainbow crosswalk takes a lot of
Does
time.
all the time.
But this may be a good year to reassess that, since, they probably can't get the paint anyway. It's just a thought.
Yep,
No liability concerns with that?
great question.
There can't be, because we only do some crosswalks.
We've never been yet.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Again, I think that
There is high-profile areas for sure
Yeah.
that probably, like crossing in Rosemont there at the intersection.
But maybe some of those crosswalks could be more permanent,
Exactly.
right? Like maybe the thing is to invest in something that lasts 30 years,
Exactly.
not something that lasts 2 years.
Yeah.
It'd be neat to know what those costs would look like and how this bikeway stands up the test of time to plowing. Is that actually going to be there in 15 years, still looking green and white? Those handicap. I think we did some handicap stalls like that too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
No, I think they're done with a stencil. Seems to me I've seen them do that.
Maybe.
Yeah, stencil.
Okay. Waste collection. Again, what's in here is our regular collection, which we know that has had a bit of a lift to it, not only because of tipping fees over the last couple of years, but just the collection model that we have. Like I said, a 40% increase in the actual weight of recycling product coming, and again, a real anecdotally, if you have to go down now to any of the depots, that you have to sort your stuff. Whereas if you can use your blue container, you can put it just all in there and you're good to go, right? Exactly. So that seems to have coincided with, I can put everything in my blue bin, and now I'm not driving out to the transfer station like I was before, taking my garbage at the same time. So we're also seeing, a tick, not a big, but a tick in what's happening for our garbage collection as well, as far as weight goes. But it's mostly also, it seems to be around that whole being able to put everything that you've got, not separate, but just commingle it in your blue bin. Again, we are working through, staff are working with our proponent for the recyclers and trying to figure out what our next step is and when that will roll out, as well as what do we look at for what kind of pickup will we have for some of this organic product, and or do we tie it into a larger leaf, branch, organic product pickup as well, sort of thing. Because we really is certainly a belief that if myself as a person that composts, that if I now have a product that I'm running through a food cycler, that I'm still going to put that in my compost, put it on my lawn. How often do we have to pick it up? But that's one of those things that we have to think about, because in the wintertime, it's not as easy. And we have set up a drop-off spot that does get used down at Public Works for those people that don't have maybe they're in a condo or whatnot, and they don't have a green space to put in any of their, that product that they can dump it off there. So anyway, the things we're working through on that. And again, you'll notice that where we've based the revenue side, so I'm going to make you jump a bit here, but you'll notice that under row 54, you've got kind of inside the revenue side, one of the increases, and then you've got the expense side, and then the difference is what's going into reserve, and that is reflective of the increase that we added to the garbage rates this year, and that's, again, whatever kind of remaining amount is going into that recycling reserve to help fund this organics diversion project. Parks, Rec, and Cultural Services, one of the major
Garbage question?
Oh, certainly.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. So I got I got stopped by a resident the other day, and of course it got water, sewer, and their and the garbage bill on it, and they live in a condo, and they wanted me to stand there in the middle of the mall and answer the question is why has garbage gone up when if you happen to live in a condominium like Brader would, they pay privately for garbage, and yet because it's strated, they're paying water and sewer and then waste when they're not getting any city services.
Yeah, they're getting water and sewer.
Well, no, but they don't get garbage, so it's on the bill.
Yeah, garbage.
So that's the question. The question was, could you please explain to me, Councillor Morrison, why I'm paying that and why it's doubled?
So it's like a kid going to school. Like we don't have any kids going to school, but we pay
Ah,
school
yeah.
taxes, right?
Council, I'll have to take that offline and take a look
Yeah,
for that.
but it's just, I mean, as we go forward, like with the projects and stuff, and so we've talked about that we're gonna look at residential, multiplex residential areas getting potentially the food recycler.
Exactly, yeah.
So would we suddenly then, an area that we don't pick up garbage or recycling from,
We would be.
are we gonna pick up their
Compost.
compost?
Yeah, and that would be, certainly that was the plan for that particular service, yes.
Because that would be something that, that's one of the things is that, not only you're paying for it because,
Yeah.
the common good, you're paying for waste reduction, but that we will, when we do this other program, you're gonna get that service in your area. Which will probably ask, then some of those areas might be coming to say, can we not get fully integrated into the waste thing, which is something that you might wanna have to contemplate over time, is that if you can send it there to pick up my food cycler product, can you not send it up the hill to pick up my garbage? But anyhow,
And so,
I've asked the question.
just for so I understand the question. So Strata's automatically,
I think
a Strata unit would automatically get the fee, but the policy doesn't necessarily, service coverage doesn't necessarily.
I'll have to take a look, right? So you got me a
Okay.
bit flat-footed. I know that I think it's under a certain amount of units, but again, it's one of those questions if you're, tend to want to charge a fee for a service that you're getting, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think we all understand that, so.
Sorry, I got
no,
caught
no.
flat-footed too.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
exactly,
To put you
just
on the spot, but I hadn't really contemplated that, and I used to own a unit there, and I just happily paid the
Yeah.
tax bill and the water bill when
Right.
it came, and I never looked at the fact that I was also paying.
Right, totally,
have
at
garbage
30,
up there.
right, at $35 at the unit, people probably weren't maybe, but now it's 100, maybe that's,
Yeah, it matters now.
yeah.
But, I mean, when you're looking at, you'd want to look at the whole cycle, because we also fund the transfer station that waste is going to.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much the contractor pays to use
Right.
to dump at our facility, right? So there's that whole bigger picture as well, so. Because we heavily subsidize waste, obviously, through taxation.
Yes, we do.
Right.
Yeah, because you're right, because we've got waste here,
Yeah.
But then
We
as
also have
as
that.
we saw earlier, the waste amount that our residents are paying is significantly more.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good point.
Interesting.
Parks and Rec. Well, again, we all enjoyed, I think, the presentation from our Rainmaker resident of Jordan. And so one of the reasons obviously that's gone up is because of some of the work that she does for us. Obviously, there's sort of an inflationary factor again to wages in parks and supplies and services in parks. So, yeah. And one thing too that I just wanted to share because it took us a while, but was a partnership that we have with Hydro, and we had bought that beautiful, nice utility suited. And again, because there's certain arborists work, you have to have a certain type of beam and that sort of thing. We had purchased that truck, and we were having a hard time getting an arborist. And so then we were able to get an arborist who is certified in utilities, and then another arborist that was younger that was wanting to learn or was getting sort of their apprenticing for them. And so we partnered with Hydro. And boy, what a success. And it was just really one for me that took a while to get there, took a while for houses going to work because we've got lots of our own trees to manage. Hydro obviously has enough of their own work, and they tend to, the larger jobs they've got sort of out of town, but stuff in town. And but it just really worked out successfully. And in particular, the individual that we had last winter was very skilled. He's a long time utility arborist, and so he was instrumental in going and mapping and looking at all the places where we had branches coming down, even in summertime, or getting close to lines, especially with such a high fire season, and then taking that and then sort of having that emergency ability to kind of him being a liaison. So it wasn't just like, hey, I'm an arborist, I can do the work, but more of a planner for Nelson Hydro, and really went out and dealt with a lot of these overhanging branches, especially because of the risk that we had with fire last year. It was so hot, and just a real positive. And again, I really see that so far that we've had a real benefit for a much better or a more consistent supply that we've had this year. Now, again, I know don't want to say anything, but we had a couple of storms that were pretty intense that caused some issues. But and they in themselves sometimes can be one of the clean up from that. But now you've taken out some of these trees that were falling. But just a real hand in glove partnership relationship with Hydro and Public Works that was really successful, and we really got the benefit from that work. And that was again a commitment, and again using our own truck and kind of keeping it in house, especially because it can be quite expensive going out to third parties, and obviously them not being the only ones, and or there being a real demand, especially with some of the things you've seen with utilities being sued for causing fires and that sort of concern, and that having it in house, we were nimble, we were able to do planning, we were seeing the success of that work this year, and again that's kind of continuing on into 2022 here. So just a real success that I was really pleased working, because we had been bumpy before trying to get somebody in, and I think the real model was the fact that we had sort of two, and then splitting it with Hydro so that you're kind of both paying for one, if that makes any sense. So you got two guys working for a month at Hydro and then maybe a month for Public Works. Whereas before we would have one, and if they didn't have somebody, or like, hey, we need to get you on driving a, because like right now in the winter, the one arborist has been shoveling stairs, right? So it's sometimes there's a timing of what gets done, but they've also been very ability this year to get out and deal with some trees, both for Hydro and for the city as a team, because we have these two arborists. So. Okay, transit. Again, a lift over the previous year. You can see.
Hold on, just a question for you,
certainly.
Colin, just so, because there may be some people actually watching this, or sometime, because it's live streamed and it's available later on.
The YouTube.
You might want to explain how come parks and recreation and cultural services are, what's all that covering?
Together.
Yeah, no, great.
Grass cutting or theaters or?
Yes, no, great point. So yes, again, it's sort of that model. Nelson probably being different than other places, but certainly you've got what we have in ours is sort of the civic center costs, building services. We've got our parks, whether it's the admin, the operations, and supplies. We also have. In here would be the grant that we pay to the capital and to Touchstones is in this budget, in this particular part of the budget. as well as our youth center, whether it's salaries, we've got our campground, we've got our Nelson Youth Center, we've got our farmers market.
Yeah.
And so those are all sort of inside that particular bundle of services that are being provided.
Thank you.
Yep.
When may I just on that, when we make these kind of quick or one-time contributions to curling, where does that come out of here too?
And sorry, forgive me, when you...
Yeah, like these kind of, when we step in to support, curling is the one that comes to mind, but I'm sure we do this all the time with other facilities like the Civic, because you said Civic comes in here. I'm assuming...
Yes, so now, are you talking about, again, we do have a facility budget and they're sort of split a bit. And that's why, again, when you noted like the Civic itself is sort of sitting in this places. And if you've got the youth center, they would have a budget for some of those facility components. The bigger component of facility is actually sitting in public works as far as like the larger budget. But yes,
So the ice plant that we've talked about contributing to that
Right.
would be coming from this one? Or?
well, again, it would be
essentially.
inside Peter's budget. So whether or not that's in his capital or, yeah, so.
That would be a capital contribution. And then if it's something else, I know this has come up before. It's just curling is the one that comes
Yep.
to mind. But let's say the Capitol Theater has its own budget, and then they've got the facility, that capital budget that comes from that. Yeah, that's maybe not a good example. I was just trying to think. There was another one that had come
Civic.
up before. Was it the Civic?
Like
maybe
arena.
the Civic Arena. There you go.
Yeah.
We're making these. That's kind of again. That's the building.
Yeah, so it's sort of supplies and services. So when I say that, meaning your electrical, your gas, there's also like the seniors center gas,
Sure,
those sorts
right.
of things, waste pickup, those are all sitting in there.
Okay.
And again, of course, if there's some work that needs to be done, there's also a budget available that's used by the facility manager, who's responsible for whether it's cleaning something up or having to repair some stairs or whatever that's involved in the Civic. That's kind of the Civic building itself would be sitting inside their maintenance budget, which would be a portion would be in here, and then sort of your other maintenance budget, like for certain locations, will be kind of spread out. So if inside police there is sort of a building envelope kind of budget, so that if they need some work done, then Peter's charging to that directly, kind of thing.
Sure,
That's going on, and then some of the larger ones is sitting in the public works budget itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think what's not in this budget is what we pay directly to the regional district for recreation, which is another $2 million, right?
Correct.
Right.
And that's for
Yeah.
contribution to parks and Civic Center as an example.
Well,
Mostly just NDCC.
that is the NDCC. There's another 435,000 for regional parks. So, but there are revenues here we get back now from
RDCK.
from the RDCK that covers off some of the 2 million that's in this budget. But and that's why sometimes it's not always apples to apples when you look out to other communities who's providing recreation, like Trail. They, Trail, the municipality does recreation. So if we compared to Trail, we go, oh, geez, why is our rec budget so much less? Well, because we have 2 million over here in RDCK or so. So that's why you really have to be careful in those comparisons of making
right.
sure you're comparing the same piece of it.
So most of the regional parks, as an example, around the city here, we contribute to those. Right?
Through the service.
Balfour, Sunshine Bay,
Yeah, so if you added that other
even
2.5 million.
Rosebud Lake, actually, which probably most people in this room have never been to.
So the last one, just on the expense side, is the library grant transfer. And so I have this in, I know that the librarian came and spoke to council, and a couple of things that have kind of come out of that we'll kind of discuss as it's a little bit further down here. But I have it at its inflationary increase, which amounts to about 12,000. They did ask for a 6% increase, and that was in line with asking all of the other areas that are currently, which is, I believe, H and F. Correct? Yes, okay. So now again, just me being on your here because it's tough because we got internal kind of questions, but the area directors did agree to a 2% increase and to kind of looking at a new contract. But she had asked, or the librarian had asked for 6%, and they gave 2, and then they gave a grant for the rest of the amount. Because again, as soon as you add 6, and then when the next contract comes along and you're going on that, then that makes the number bigger. Now, the good news story is that there is a lot of work underway right now to bring in Area E. And so one of the things that I've said is like, hey, we've got that inflationary increase, and in the same way, does council want to give a one-time lift? Because I believe that if we get Area E involved in our team, that all of us can, that would be an additional revenue source that would allow to kind of close, I believe, that gap of the additional 4% she was looking from everyone kind of ongoing. So that's where I have it placed right now, and that's why it's kind of highlighted down under line 110 as a potential place that we would be similar to what our other partners in the library service is doing, providing that 2% inflationary, providing that additional 4% as a one-time kind of thing. Certainly allows them to get in place, and then the hope is that by the time we got to election time, that's when I guess this referendum would come out on Area E becoming part of our, I guess, funders of the library, which I think would allow, again, additional services, but kind of they're already providing them in some ways.
So as a general principle, and I know that there's some other municipalities exploring this, and I think it's in general a good approach to take, is when there's a request for additional funding above and beyond, say, inflationary, then the ask back should be, well, this is a good time to start thinking about how you're transitioning or contributing to the larger adaptation and emission reduction commitments that we all have to make and are all vastly underfunded. And it's probably the good time for the library to, for example, to step in and say, this is the kind of stuff we're doing with the younger generations or the as part of their social services for the more vulnerable populations, that they're thinking hard about how are we going to take 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever the equivalent increase in the budget ask that they've got towards retooling our program, readjusting our mission and mandate to deliver on our climate goals, both on the adaptation and the mitigation side. And libraries actually are well situated, and I think there's a bit of an experience of this around the country where these libraries are taking a role or a leadership role in developing programs for the schools or working with the schools to develop programs around education, around efficiencies, like what do you do about weather stripping, or what do you do about smart thermostats, stuff like that. So what I would
send the kids home to the parents to shame them into getting get the weather stripping fixed on their house. Why is their door flapping?
Exactly. But as a general principle, what I would just say when I'm looking at this, and this is going to come up again, so this is the time I'll raise this point, that if somebody's coming to us with new asks, then we should expect that up in budget is what's that? If they get it, that they should sort of build those into their asks. And I think I pushed back at, say, the chamber on this and others about, okay, if you're asking for an additional increase, how are you also transitioning the organization and being a part of the community transition to a low carbon future, and as well helping us with our adaptation and resilience goals. And I think that's just a good time, because we have to start asking the public, we have to start asking our business community and our social service sector, this is going to be hard. We've set these goals, the province has set these goals, the feds have set these goals, and everybody admits they're vastly underfunded and vastly undersupported and adopted. So we're just business as usual this way, or we start the hard, uncomfortable, inconvenient transition to new modes of operating. But if we just kind of fund, it's almost like adding gas to a system that's not working. We should be looking for them to always come back to us whenever they're thinking about asking money or otherwise, that this is what we're doing internally as an organization to help meet those goals. And just for me, the comfort level, because this I'll just speak on my part, as a comfort level, anytime anybody's asking for money, I immediately go to, we don't have the money. Even if we did have the money, even if we were doing well, we're so underfunding our commitments under Nelson Next, for example, that no, the answer is by default no, unless you're saying, hey, we're going to take responsibility for part of Nelson Next. And so then I'd feel more comfortable. I'm like, okay, so this money that I'm giving you is doing two jobs. And it has to. If everything we do isn't kind of serving two outcomes, then both, keeping things running well as per usual, but also kind of helping fund the adaptation, then I guess the answer has to be, from my perspective, no, all down. So
Can I just maybe address from, I think, first of all, it's a cultural change.
Yeah.
We need people looking through things at a different lens. And I think that's the bigger work, because and I think that's what you're getting at is, a time to ask for that culture change. So I can tell you with the library, they are part of our delivery of Nelson Next, and EcoSafe for a long time. They've had, the thermal imaging cameras. They've had the monitors that you can come and see how much energy your fridge is using, or your stove, or all those things. And we certainly have talked about how do they, if we're running a campaign on something, when I walk in the library, it should be visible.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
This is why you ride an e-bike or whatever. So, there's definitely work to be done. But I know, Carmen and her team are, one of their first things was to meet with all our departments and understand what they're doing. And a lot of the work, and I think I said this to council before, we've been doing climate change work since incorporation with the first hydroelectric dam on Cottonwood Creek.
didn't know it.
We've done that for a long time. When we do this grant for storm, that's climate adaptation. I met with Len and his team the other day on the work we're doing on the wildfire. This whole work the Rdck has done on flood and debris. We're moving forward with sort of that next stage of that study. Carmen will bring all that back to you of how all these touch points that we're doing. But you should walk into any building in the city of Nelson, and whether it's police or fire or city hall or library or the rec center, and you should know this is a priority for us, and here's some of the things we're doing, and here's what you can do.
Yeah.
Every time when we go out and speak, when Carmen's team's out there, I say, you need to have a call to action. Like, there's no point in just saying, here's what we're doing. Like, we have this program, Rotary Club. What's your membership? How many people have done a retrofit, or have insulated their homes, or how many have e-bikes, or how do you support that? So it's like, we just have to change that lens on what we do, and it's, in my mind, it's not scary stuff. It's stuff we're doing, right? And
It's exciting stuff.
It's fun.
yeah,
It's good
exactly.
stuff.
And I know Councillor Page has talked about economic development, right? There are opportunities here, right?
An example down the sheet, Capitol Theatre. Like, they're asking for additional funds. And, your idea would be, is that attached to making sure the envelope of the building is
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Stephanie's
not
our-
leaking energy out of the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Stephanie's been a rock star on getting grants to upgrade that building.
Yeah. And so that's great. And I'd like to congratulate the library for being leaders and look for others to follow their example.
If
Yeah,
I may, I think the intention there is very good and well purposed. But we do, when we have this direction to staff as these budgetary asks comes, also need to be a bit targeted in where we apply that kind of principle, because when we're looking at fuel, buildings, and waste, and of course we are the landlord of the library is not the one maintaining the envelope of that building. Like, there are places where those budgetary asks say for handing out land for a new building to be constructed where there's actually going to be GHGs expended, that you really need to be very specific and be like, yes, how are you going to contribute to climate? But when we look at like the autonomy of the library, the critical thinking skills that they push forward, the independence of the board, the information freedom values that come from that, the autonomy that are just, they're deeper inside of those inclusion and that like resistance of, government oversight and what kind of messaging comes out of there. There are deeper fundamental democratic principles at play there that one size fits all rule can have a lot of unintended consequences. So it's just, when we think in those terms, let's try and keep it still within fuel, within buildings, within waste. Like, where are the GHGs in this community being expended, so that, we're not just painting everything with the same brush. It would be my only word of caution there. Like, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but
but on
Hey,
that,
gentlemen,
just
yeah.
I know I'll just
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 to
wrap it up.
where you're going here and the
But I'll just-
counterbalance, but
I'll just wrap it up super quick. I guess the principle is that there is a shift we all need to make, both in our individual lives, in our departments. Even if we're doing good stuff, we've demonstrated that it's not enough yet, and so every time we're looking at making a change, whether it be growing the team or making a shift to something, we should be looking at and just at least making the case so we can understand how is this helping. I think that's, but I take your point. It's not a broad brush. It's
My understanding, this funding too was to be used for some capacity building with some staffing. So again, and again,
you
you
talk
would-
about influence youth, I just want to hang on to that. Like the schools do not have recycling programs.
yeah, the schools need.
It's
Craziness.
It's ridiculous.
Or the-
Yeah.
Or the hospital.
Or the hospital. Anyway, go ahead.
No, just that the funding, when we were talking about it, I wasn't at the presentation, but my understanding from the librarian was for capacity building for a position. That's where these funds are going on. And I do know that because of where we're at with budget, not being approved, it hasn't been hired. But and part for me is that when we give them something, it goes into their budget, and they also have the ability to put it into reserve and be able to use it if it doesn't get kind of fully used in the current year. But I think there's some, for me, not hugely here a lot of time, but the fact that the area director is willing to open up and have a referendum on this, it's a big thing, actually. I think it's a real positive. So I'm hoping that,
been 3 years of steady.
yes, right. Which again, when we talk about movement, right? So I'm optimistic.
Yeah.
Planning, maybe not so much, or zoning, I should say, in the area, not so much. So, okay, going down just the reserves here. Nothing really major to note, other than again under line 51, you'll see that we bumped it up to 875 with a slight increase in our expectation in parking meter revenue, and then hoping by 2023 that we start getting into back where we were as far as our community. So again, a conservative number. The only other, again, we talked about the 953, where this is the netting effect of the increase of our waste fee for 2022 onwards, and how whatever is remaining out of operating costs is to go into reserve to help with the program itself. And then here's one that you maybe even forgot about, is that back in the day when we were talking on PTEs, there was, okay, so what happens on some of these things we want to, and again, as you'll notice, I've called it a yet unnamed reserve, but that was sort of, because I don't know for sure, we didn't want to call it anything in particular, but here was just me making sure that we were accounting for the fact that we had some of this construction coming on because we didn't provide a PTE, and that we would find a way to be able to incorporate that ongoing into a fund that allows council to assist in different ways that you will decide what it is, and that hence it's unnamed, but without criteria. But I just was wanting to make sure that I didn't lose it, and so that's why that's here.
Years ago, we used to have a discretionary grant. And Janice will remember this, right? And it was like the permissive tax exemption piece. I'm just comparing the two, right? And it was the biggest pain in the neck that we had was having that grant, because it was a constant battle around the council table over who gets it. Why don't we just do with the permissive tax exemption what we're actually supposed to do, and that's give it to the ones that are designated only? Because the only time we have a problem is when we go outside of those boundaries. There is designated permissive tax exemptions that we're regulated to award, right?
Yeah.
Why would we even bother going beyond that?
Well, again, this for me was this was just a commitment that council asked for, and so we have that. And again, Mayor, I'm not going to disagree with the unintended consequences of, many of you have sat through the process of having this funding and the people that come and want to make sure that they all got good projects and how do we do this? I totally hear you. I'm just following up on what that commitment was. And again, we've gone through a cycle where council approved a 4-year, permissive tax exemption. So I would suggest to you that that would be something the new council may want to tackle of being, and I know that there's, certain councilors that put their hand up and said, in 4 years, I think that we shouldn't have any PTEs, right? So that's a conversation. It's not an easy conversation because we know that these groups do good things that get there, but
Yeah, well, what I would say, and I think we even raised this, I raised this maybe, or we raised this at the time, was something like that 25,000, not to create a new grant that we then have to distribute,
Yeah.
but direct it immediately, and my argument was into transit, because if we're gonna be offering a 12, under 12 discount anyways, that could help offset the cost to it and maybe expand the program. So it's just sort of a cycle through of that. And then the thing is, it's not like we're taking money from here and putting it there. If we remove PTEs completely, this is kind of like a nod to the value that the PTEs were otherwise delivering. We just thought it was super unfair because only some people got it and the broader community didn't. But if you put it towards transit, you do two things. You help on the affordability side and you help on their Nelson X goals. So maybe that's it. It's like a $25,000 contribution to transit.
council will decide. So,
I don't think the intent was to have a grant and aid program. This
Yeah.
was to allow council to invest this in a
Affordability.
area that they felt
Yeah,
made sense.
yeah.
Rather than the legislated PTEs.
Those are
Well,
different.
there,
You have no
be
choice.
careful, there's, like, the legislation allows you to issue a PTE.
But you don't
And
have
people
to.
get confused between
Statutory ones that we have to do.
exemptions, which means, the footprint of the church property is statutorily exempt. You cannot tax that.
But Kevin, we did for years, and that's why we had this hard conversation that Colin's referring to. For years, we were parking lots around churches and everything else for,
Those are,
we're-
those are permissive.
PTEs now.
yeah, premise.
So the footprint of the church is statutory.
It's statutory, so there's two different, right?
The parking lot around and all the grounds around the church are permissive. You have a choice. just
Choice.
as
But
the
why even have
tax
the
that,
permissive, like,
Yeah, get rid of that.
This
and
isn't
direct it.
the permissive piece. This is, you chose not to give this permissive to remember those affordable
yeah,
housing projects.
that's right, yeah.
The council at that time said, we think, instead of having it just those 2 or 3 properties that benefit, we think we could give a broader,
Scope.
broader benefit to more people by us targeting it in the right way. So that's where this,
Yeah.
you would have, they asked for this to be exempt from their taxes. You said, no, you pay these taxes, but we'll take this money and put it where it has broader
Impact.
That's
Not the grant and lieu?
No, this is, remember the affordable housing?
I remember
projects?
part of, I kind of, it's fuzzy. It was a while ago.
Yeah, I know. It was a whole pandemic. So anyway, that's what this is. They asked for, to exempt those properties for basically this amount of money. Council said, no, we're gonna look at this and use it for greater benefit.
Okay.
thank you, CEO Cormac. So that gets us to line 60, where I'm, just for general, regular operational costs, I'm at 389 shortfall. And again, one of those important pieces, is that we got $22,000 in expenses and our taxes is at 11 or 10, 10, 11. So just a reminder that always, the challenge that you have, you can do a really good job, but even if you've got a 2% increase on your $22,000, right, which is inflation, it's under inflationary right now, but I'm just saying that's what we try to commit to, then you need a 4% on taxes, because really there's no other, we do well on grants, but you can't rely on grants, you can't rely, the only tool really that you have as a municipality is that taxation as a councillor. So, again, if you're 2-to-1 ratio, so your expenses are twice as large as your revenues, then whatever your expense shortfall is, you kind of have to have that amount, understanding that you've got to increase your taxes by that amount to cover it. So, So I don't know if you want to take a break on that. The one piece I just wanted to make clear is that inside here is not the ask for snow removal. So I haven't increased the snow budget and that whole conversation. Just wanted you to realize that. I just wanted to say on a regular, every day, because I mean, then I put it in there and then it's inflationary factors. Anyway, just wanted to kind of keep it separate as a separate ask, but just not to confuse the group. So that's kind of where we're sitting. And again,
And just before you leave that, because, you know, for us to be this close and the additional staffing you approved at the police is like, we're managing the rest of that budget,
it's a very good point.
right?
Right. Yeah, the
Like
police
that was a
increase alone
addition
is yeah, it's
Just bottom line would look quite different.
well, I mean, again, more than I would say 60% of this would be, you know, that police effect that has gone in. So
So that's, you know, it's a challenge to manage all the inflationary increases, et cetera, in this budget. And then, you know, we cannot have an add like that onto, you know, their general operating budget and still manage the rest of the budget within, you know, within a inflationary amount. That's just not possible. You would have to cut elsewhere.
So I don't know if you want to take a break or you guys want to keep going. A break? Someone saying break?
I just have to go pick up some kids. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Wow.
Are you bringing them to the?
Bring 'em
Are you
back
bringing them to the
here, right?
budget? You gonna start them?
I love that we have like a little youth council back
Touchstones
there.
or the capital.
Yeah, that's what you want, the youth council. Yeah.
Not
elected.
So what do we? What is our vote? What is your vote?
Yes.
And we've got a little mini me over there. Like each counselor has a little mini version of themselves. And
Where's the chubby one?
Yeah.
the mini
Maybe
me
they can
says
be the
no.
council critics.
Where's the chubby one?
They can be the
They're going to be
the opposition.
very harsh. Harsh criticism. More snacks. More snacks.
As they do them through the
They
year,
should be
even
doing
though.
this themselves.
Is there a budget line for snacks?
Kind of.
Hey?
I don't know. They got a weird policy there now.
Every other budget I work with has one of those.
Snack line.
Why don't they invite Tom and Ramon in to sit down and say, look,
Well,
That's why general government's so high.
because those two are hard to. You can't.
That's
nail
where
those
these
two
pork
down.
belly budgets are coming from.
It's the snack.
I think we can just keep inviting
But
them.
then
We can
maybe
just
if-
keep inviting them.
Looking for a
don't-
donut
if
line.
we don't come up with the money,
Because
maybe
if we're
that's
doing-
what they'll do.
If we're doing stuff virtually,
50
there's
cents
still
right
no
there.
reason why they can't.
So that's why we're
Do you know
going
the
for the
climate impacts
4%.
of those
That's the beauty of it.
elements?
Is we know that
Like,
this
We're
virtual
gonna
stuff.
see some pretty terrible
now
demand.
Depends on you
works.
guys. I mean, I think we're pretty close here. We're gonna see,
So
you know, we're in
yeah,
a direction.
and you can tell them that one's
I
at
just have a
7:30
couple,
and one's
you know,
at
one more
8
document
and-
on COVID funding, and then I also just wanted to talk about, so council has some
I
comfort
think
level
there
that we
should be
can.
some onus on these
rainy
groups
day
here
fund.
2 hours, yeah.
to happen themselves.
Heard a
Brought
gavel.
Or to what they do with
I think so.
us.
Doing great.
Well, you know, I don't
But
think
is
about
that-
saying increase the cost of the
Because they
tickets.
even have discretionary funds, like we're talking about ongoing. Motion to reconvene then? Please. Councillor Woodward and Councillor Chola. All in favor? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so just to leave off where we
Start where we
Ended up.
left off.
Okay, was just that number that is kind of that operational, regular, ongoing operational costs deficit that we have right now.
That
So just-
deficit is 389,000.
That is correct. And so if I move down into now sort of what our outside funding requests, and this is nothing different from what we've done in previous years, just as council to be aware of. We do have the first Cal meeting in January, or the Cal meeting in January, where we have sort of these large grant funders and they come. And I did provide council just with that diagram of kind of all the different funding sources that we get, because sometimes it can be, again, it's tough. It's like, yes, I know that they're having a hard time out there, but we do our own, you know, investments otherwise, other than even in private, providing them grants to help out with their buildings and stuff like that. So just, sometimes it's good to have that larger piece. And again, they don't pay taxes, and there's a number of factors that go into the support that we provide them. So, but in the particular group that came, there were 4 asks. Obviously, Rdck at $500 is, pretty minor, but I'm just saying to you, that was one of the asks that came along. Touchstones,
Do you mind if I, just for a second?
Certainly.
Stop you, back you up. I like to try and keep this sort of going in my head, and I
Okay.
have a little bit of paper here.
okay,
So based on the shortfall at the moment, we'd roughly be 4% tax
correct.
increase, right?
that is correct.
Not adding any of this on the bottom.
That is correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I guess the lines 92 to 98, not only they tend to be ongoing once you've kind of added to those, they don't tend to be one time, they do tend to be ongoing asks, but that would be a place, because they're ongoing, that becomes a difficult one. I believe that I can encourage council on a one-time to say, I can support this because it's a one-time thing, and in theory, you shouldn't be coming back every year, right? I mean, that is the goal. So that's why I kind of separate them on, here's kind of an ongoing increase versus here's something that we can probably deal with this one. So, because when you add these in, then of course it kind of gets added to the larger group. Again, we talked about touchstones.
Sorry, Councillor Morrison.
Sorry, Councillor.
NDAC, so we don't have any, it's probably here, isn't it? Don't they just ask for 500 every year? Like, we're not giving them 500 and then 1,500 and then 2,000 and
No,
then
so
2,500?
I apologize, Councillor. So their amount that we provide them is $2,500.
Thank you.
2,500. We also give them some in kind
Yeah.
because they are sharing a space inside the city building. Again, a lot of this has, and again, Councillor, you and Mayor have been here. Rdck was not, a healthy organization, and I know that all of us can be very supportive of someone that you give them some seed money and they grow a forest. That's certainly what we have seen on this, this particular group. So they came and they made it clear that if we don't get sort of this, even this $2,500 funding, it makes it almost impossible for them to go to the government and to others to provide funding. And the fact that we give them some in kind, which is a shared office space inside Kootenay Lake Tourism downstairs. I don't know if council is aware of that on the first floor. That's the other support that we give. So what the difference here, Councillor, would be asking for 2,500 has been the one of the last number of years, and then now asking for 3,000.
So they're asking, okay, thank you, that's what I
the
needed to
increase
know.
would be the
So now they're asking
$500.
for 3,000.
Yes, yeah. And again, on that sheet, you would see that, touchstones was, again, and what is, I know going to be difficult for council is an organization where they talk about, you are providing us funding for all of our operational kind of costs of the building. Plus, we pay, I think 29% of their salaries. And they were like, but we want more to go towards salaries, which again can be hard for council to say, well, we kind of provide you the venue. What is it that you do with that one? In the same way for the capital, their request was to make sure that they were providing, that they felt more of a living wage for their staff. There was also this desire that they wanted to be able to hire someone kind of strictly for the capital to be able to assist with recovery in the arts. So that's, again, just, I know that it's been a while, right? It's been a couple months, but just sort of reiterating, this is where those numbers came from. NADP was just one that was saying, hey, we used to be at $100,000 a number of years. You cut us back to 80. We've been at 80 for a number of years and looking at going to 10,000, getting back to 90. So again, that would be from that economic development money that we talked about earlier today. So, there's something that I haven't finished, kind of jumping a bit here, but one thing that I was going to present is we have that COVID relief funding.
So Colin,
And-
before we offer up one solution here.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind.
No.
When I look at each one of those groups there, each one of them, the Nelson Area Economic Development Partnership, did I hear you say earlier that they had money taken away? Did one of their partners drop out?
No, the city itself, used to.
In our term,
Yeah,
right.
You reduced the amount of funding.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
yeah.
So that's a organization that does have some regional funding attached to it.
It
right?
does, yes. And again, the one thing that council at the time looked at, Mayor, was sort of that, lack of a better word, sort of fairness.
Yeah.
So if the city was in for 80, what were the other two regional districts in to kind of have that sharing ratio, right? So again, that was one that we were like, hey, we're here and these guys are here, you know, that was, and again, we had cost pressures, we always do, and that was a place of like, how do we, you know, and we were using some of that money to help fund our fiber project at the time, which again is that economic development. So that was what we did with it. It wasn't like we just took it and said, oh, hey, whatever. It was like, we're going to take that funding away because we're going to put that towards our fiber, which I think is, you know, starting to pay off, has been paying off here. But also to get us more in line with in other services where we're like, we're sharing this with a not, we're, you know, 2/3 and the other thirds are a third and a third sort of thing, understanding that we're sort of matching to a more equitable racial relationship with the other areas.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I look down the list then, I'm just thinking about why aren't those partnerships available with the balance of the group on that? So as an example, the Capital, Touchstones, Nelson District Arts Council, like, I mean, they're actually labeled as Nelson and District or Nelson and Area or Regional, whatever.
Yeah, and
so,
I know that
like, if we come up to the table every time there's a request, there's no pressure on anybody to go to talk to that other partner and say, where are you? Because like, we are steadfast supporters of the Capitol Theatre, my wife and I. And I can tell you right now, I've looked up on that stage many times, and not every person on that stage lives in the city of Nelson or that sits in the seats there either.
Yeah.
So if we come to the table each time, every time there's a request, there's no onus on anybody to look elsewhere for funding.
What I will say is that E.D. Black for the Nelson District Area Council, she did speak in her presentation that she does get funding from the other areas, so that she is someone that goes out and reaches and gets funds from them. I know that Touchstones and Capital, and I know that there have been in the past comments or ideas from council of, well, what if you had, here's the rate if you are a Nelson resident for a ticket to whatever show you're going to, and here's your ticket if you are outside of the area, because there doesn't seem to be, you know, it would be, you know, it's $10 for the Nelson resident, and it's 15 if you're from outside the area. Why? Well, because as a taxpayer, you're paying into this, and you're not in the other areas, and that has been something, again, in the same way that I think a few on council asked the question of, well, what about adding just, you know, coming to the city, but what about asking for an additional $1 on each ticket, or what is it you would need to do to drive your own revenue source? And again, that can be a struggle for council to say, yes, you come to us for this, but it's not that, hey, I'm going to take your funding and I'm going to do this with it, or I need this in conjunction with the fact that we're going to raise ticket prices and we're going to do this, and that's where, you know, or I'm going to go out to area E and F, I'm going to raise ticket prices, and here's what I need from the city of Nelson. There tends, unfortunately, to be just, hey, add to my grant kind of thing. You know, here, I'm getting this funding, I would like to increase it. Please increase it. I mean, and again, that's also that venue that we provide for them, is to come to council to ask, right? So, and I know that council has responded back with, like, what about ticket prices increases, or what about, you know, a different rate for areas out of it, and then you get, well, then I would, you know, I just phone up Colin and he would phone the theater and say, yeah, I need 4 tickets for the show tonight, and that's $40 instead of, like, you know, Cal would phone me up and ask for that, you see. And
but there is discretionary funds available at the RD.
Oh,
There's the CBT
no question.
Community Granting Fund.
And again, because we ask this question to almost everybody that comes on those different, comes to us to ask us, like, what is the area director? I know that's where E.D. Black has come in and said, no, I do get funding for the Nelson District Art Council. I haven't heard, you know, I didn't see anything in the presentations that we got from both the Capital and from Touchstones that there had been that outreach to the to that discretionary fund area directors.
And of course, that's, if we ask for that, we should expect that to be answered, right?
Fair.
Go ahead.
And
Councillor Locke.
the solution on that, I can imagine the pushback is exactly like you said, hey, I'm going to call somebody in the city to buy my tickets for me. But that wouldn't work for memberships, and you could do it for memberships, and that might be enough of a kick to get our area directors to contribute, knowing that that's fairly public, and it's so on the memberships. I don't think it's much at all to say what's your address? And here's your price for city residents. It's discounted by 25% or something. Yeah.
Great point. But again, when they're coming for their presentation, that venue is to come and ask council, here's my funding source. And again, for me, kind of harking back to, well, if it was inflationary, it would be this. And then therefore, this is what I think that I feel is the right amount, instead of coming with a business case. And again, part of it comes from a place that I see around this table, and my experience in conversations with you is that there is sort of a business sense that comes from this group. A lot of times on that art side, there isn't, not always. And again, there are many that are good. I mean, again, I would definitely, as CEO Cormac spoke to earlier, Stephanie Fisher at the Capitol, I mean, the amount of grant writing that she is able to do, and that seems to be easier almost for her to go and get that, because it doesn't necessarily, that helps fund, keeps the prices down. A little bit harder on the business sense to say, hey, we've got to increase our fees for the rental of the theater, or hey, that operating component is, it's harder. Yeah.
Yeah, but the SIP grant is something they both apply for, or I think Touchstone applies for it. I know Stephanie does for her Black Box Theater, for example.
Yeah.
She can come back and apply and
Yeah, but right, exactly. And this is the challenge, and this would be the challenge for all of these organizations is what's happening with operational type funds. And again, as the mayor is asking, very fair. And again, there's been the same questions that come around this table about where are our area partners on some of these fundings, and where have they gone to go and ask for this. And again, he was kind of understanding that I was maybe looking for a solution, and I don't necessarily know it's exactly a solution. But one of the things that I do have on my next little kind of diagram for you guys is we have the funds that we did set aside in 2021 to go towards non-for-profit groups. We had 250,000 budgeted. We distributed about 95, so there is that amount is sort of available. Now, again, would that be, hey, you don't need to pay just for the capital to, if you're going to is there someone that exists? Is there a contract? Is that a way to fund it? Or is it, hey, here's the ability to get you back on your feet. Here's some operational costs. Maybe part of it is like, we'll match what you get from someone else, right? I don't know. I mean, and again, that could be some of those parameters that we.
But Colin, these
could
are
put
not one-time asks.
I would agree. This here was yes. There's definitely a feeling on some of them that mathematically they've been not kept up with inflation.
No, but I think what I'm saying to you, and I'll get you in a second, Keith, okay? What I'm trying to get to here is that you're suggesting we have this fund that we could. But what's being asked for here, if you wanted to go to the one-time asks with that fund, I'd say fair enough, let's look at that. But you can't go to a one-time, you can't go to an ongoing ask with a one-time fund, right?
I agreed, and I
Could provide that bridge year, though.
right.
Well, you could provide a bridge year, right, exactly.
So
No,
you
I-
need to look at your
But it raises
revenues, you need to look at going back to the
Like
RD
somebody would need to
directors.
come, I would suggest somebody needs to come here with, okay, what have you done since we talked to you last?
Right.
Yeah.
What other ideas have you explored? What
Right.
options are you bringing to the table?
Right, which was again where I was saying if you were creating some criteria, and again, Mayor, you speak about this often, is that this group tends to be our arts group. One of the things that council asked last time on that broader nonprofit group was that it included many that aren't just necessarily arts, whether it was the Women's Center, whether it was figure skating, but there was a larger, more broader group that was also included. I mean, this is what sometimes can be one of the challenges. And again, certainly they would come and say, we're in your building. And that's where we gotta go, well, yeah, we are trying to do our best to, we spent $700,000 repointing that building over there, where we have additional budget to do inside work for windows and different things inside Touchstones. So we are supporting over and above kind of what this grant amount is. And I think that it's not an easy business to be in, dealing with,
Coming out of COVID, right?
right, and that's, yes.
Their
and that's-
revenues were decimated, their programming was decimated.
Totally.
So, a transition
No, I
period.
understand, but I'm seeing a line item here that's
It-
ongoing. I've been here long enough to know when line items are in there and they're ongoing, they rarely ever change.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just want to be clear on that, because there's one taxpayer in this town, and most of them are on fixed incomes. And we have to take that into account. We got to be really cautious of what we're doing here. We're in a transition period here from COVID, and we're looking at world news right now where interest rates are going up, costs are going up, supply chains are crashing. We're in very uncertain times for the people in our community, and we got to be really cautious where we're spending our money.
And that's where it can be unfortunate, but sometimes they don't have the ability to have the financial expertise on the on certain entities there. And when I say that, I look at, there's a certain group that's trying to deal with a third party lease. It's a private leaseholder, and I sit there and ask myself, boy, you could, in mine, again, this is where an expertise I have, I would really be pushing back on that, but that's not a strength that they have. And so that tends to be like, well, yeah, no, we got to pay for that. And it's like, well, how else do you stick handle that? But if that's not an expertise that someone has either in the organization or on the board, I mean, that's where, and it's a volunteer a lot of times on the board, that makes it challenging. So
Thank you. Councillor Page.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a good political conversation, and one that, whether it's some of us around the table or a new crop in the next term, wants to identify as a strategic priority. Because I think when we look at the NDCC, when we look at the library, we look at the opportunities with the hydro contribution for the boundary expansion, and the abilities to tax the dams out there. There's lots of mechanisms in place for something like this to work, and I think there is a political piece of work here that we have to get clear with what one of those models might look like. We have to, in my mind, this is what this work looks like. We have to invite the relevant directors to a meaningful discussion on that topic and that topic alone, and say, is there a place where we can agree on a model on how we can bring one participant in or another participant in, or take some of this discretionary funding because they are 100% taking discretionary funding and on an annual basis contributing to these institutions, and just create at least clarity around what the model would be. And then we can start to engage touchstones to do the boards of these independent cultural institutions to model work that's happened at the library, to say, how can we bring in individual directors into an existing model that everyone has clarity on? Because as long as we are concerned about it and kind of say it's the responsibility of that board to bring them over, they're not going to have the clarity. That board will never have the clarity of what that might look like. They'll never get those multiplier effects of the dam taxation or the hydro dividend contribution we all agreed to when we did the boundary expansion. And so I just think it's important enough, and it comes up enough that it should be advocated for at a strategic planning session in a coming year. And the work here is for us to just get clear on what that local government funding mechanism model might look. Is it going to be modeled like the NADP? Is it going to be modeled like the NDCC? Is it going to be some other model that's yet to be determined? And then once that at least there's some clarity there, we can start engaging boards over many years to start okay, well, we got touchstones in area F, and we got area E coming in on NDAC, and we've got that. We've got to move it on two tracks here.
Well, other than, I think I would agree with you in most of what you're saying, other than every time we say yes to the ask, we push that back. Yeah. And that particular person that got that ask, they just go away and think, okay, all I had to do was show up at City Hall, ask them for $50,000 to give it to me now, I just keep doing what I'm doing. And that's where the challenge faces, right?
Yep.
Be honest with you, the success models that we've only had two of them. One of them has been when we didn't pay, and the other one was when it was community or board driven, not Nelson City Council driven.
What are the two examples?
That's when the board, well, as an example, the building of the arena. It didn't happen till the board got together, and they were the ones that brought everybody together. It wasn't a political model at all. It was them that went to the groups and said, okay, let's bring council together, let's bring the regional district. If it's driven politically, it's hard to accomplish. Like as an example of touchstones, or as an example, the Capitol Theatre needs to be the driver of this situation, because they're the ones that have the stats. They know where people are coming from. They know who's performing on the stage, where they live, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're the ones that have the information. But as long as we're willing to, regardless of who it is on this page, Public Works or anybody else, that we say, keep doing what you're doing, whether it's line marking or not, you just keep doing what you're doing. Come on up here, we'll give you money every year. Nobody changes. They just keep doing the same old thing. And it's like Councillor Lochtenberg said, you know, attaching Nelson next to granting, et cetera. You know, those are things that we're thinking about going forward. And people will not change unless you tie them to some structure. So, Councillor,
So, you know, the reason I asked the question to
Stephanie, wasn't it?
Stephanie, yeah. I don't know if you've all noticed, but on social media, we've got one of the iconic tourist attractions in this town needs some funds. I haven't seen them here asking, but they're certainly asking out in the general public. And that's the streetcar people.
And yeah, I wrote that down. That's a wild card that will be at this table eventually.
But so that was my point is, and you know, I'm very close with Touchstones. I sit on their fundraising board. I help them out where I can. But as a taxpayer in Nelson, and when I see some of these asks, it's so easy to come, like I'm agreeing with what the mayor said, it's so easy to come just like this and say, please, we need more. But what are you doing to get more? And that was my point with the capital and with all of them is, so what are you doing to get more? And I don't think we're seeing enough of that from some of these.
We haven't heard back.
No. So it makes it tough for me. You know, like there's some big asks here, and I look at the increase and go, holy cow.
These are ongoing asks. These are not one-time grants. If we want to make them one-time grants, we possibly have that option. But I'm looking at a 4% tax increase before we give any more money out. And I'm sorry, I pay taxes in this town, and it's not easy. And we need to start thinking about these things. We have a lot of fixed income people living in our community. We have a lot of people on the low income side living in our community. We need to be cognizant of what the charges are to them. And we have sewer, water, garbage, you name it. This is just one sheet of cost to our taxpayer. Let's stick the whole thing on one sheet here and show exactly what each household's paying. And I think when people come forward to us with requests, not backing it up with any kind of new initiative to figure out ways to cover that, and not even answer our request or answer the questions asked as an example by Councillor Renwick. You know, is there a chance of raising tickets prices or anything else? And it's still on this sheet here, but it's not a one-time grant. It's an ongoing grant, and that never goes away.
So just to be clear on our proposal, it would be not to approve these requests, but to make, to have that, the balance of that recovery funding, and they would have to come back and address all those things that council's raised today. That's our proposal from the
The
start.
bridge is, I mean, I can live with a bridge for sure, but
And it
Councillor Lockenberg
would
has
have some
some-
criteria behind it.
Yeah, so that's, I'm really happy to hear that. I think what Councillor Page is talking about in terms of, to speak to your point, if it was more generated from the bottom up as opposed to the top down, I agree with you, it would have more sustainability.
that's how the library worked. And you can talk with the librarian, they'll give you the history. I know, I was at the table.
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
Yeah.
It was lay people in Area H, Area E, and Area F, and whoever else is involved in it, that went out and went to the community themselves with support our local library.
Yeah.
It didn't happen by Walter doing it or Ramona doing it or anybody. It was driven from the ground up.
But what I'm saying with that is they have something to advocate for. They can say, join the library, and then the existing
There's the model.
structure, the
Yeah.
finances, the
How
business
you
plan.
do it's fair enough, but it was
So
grassroots.
that's what we don't
driven.
have with culture.
Yeah, and I would absolutely agree with that. And I think it's a great idea to seed it into the air or put it out there, and then they'll be like, oh, I didn't even consider that was a thing we could do, and then the energy will come for them to follow through. I think that would be an outstanding outcome. And we just want to make clear, because I think NDAC one of the frameworks under which they made the request was the path to 2040, and which is great, but it's a 10-year-old document and it's been supplanted by Nelson X. We just want to make it clear too, we've as a council and as a city have set a framework. So yes, organize. You know, we are an arts adventure community and that's great. We want you to thrive, but put it in the right box when you start to organize how you're planning for your future. So that's the contribution I would make to from the city's perspective. But I would love to see them get together and come to us, as the mayor's saying, to put a more robust planning process together. I think that'd be great.
Councillor Woodburn.
Just a couple things.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
oh,
No, I have to stop
sorry.
you. Councillor Morrison was ahead of you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So just a couple of things, and only because I want to speak, and I have to take a meeting at 3:00, and if this doesn't finish, I have to leave. So can I just ask again, so we set aside how much in the COVID recovery funds? 250,000?
Yeah, we got a document here.
So 250, we spent
95, I think. I think it's
95. And so we've got, okay, this is the whole amount for all the other things, so, but it was 200,000 we were gonna set aside for them, we spent 95, so we've got 145,000 left? Okay, 154,000, thank you. 154K. And then, just on things here, when I go down, I mean, seeing how we seem to be stuck on lines 92 through 98, and personally, we can negotiate if we want to give them any, but I get to these lines and I'm just always, I'm kind of like a straight no, but I could be convinced of something else. I don't see ongoing funding requests. I do not see building these kind of amounts in ongoing, because we know they're going to be back every year for more money, even if it's 2%. 2% on all of that is pretty significant increase, even if they just, like I say, if they come back for just 2%, it becomes a untenable number. But maybe we can give them some one-off money. I just want to go down to say that 111 for all those who are running, that's not a negotiable. It's on the one-time funding increase request to council to consider. I don't think we get to consider paying
No,
for the
elections.
So could we just put a little tick by 111 that's, I've written a note here to myself that that's not negotiable, so that amount of money is going to be in there regardless.
Decide not to.
No, I'm just, we're not gonna, we're all gonna just stay here for another 4 years.
Unless it's a by-election.
Or no council?
And then I'm a bit concerned, I'm just gonna throw that out here, and then we can go back to 92 through 98, is when I see this NIC request, this request has been a pain in my backside, every year since we've, that Innovation Center has started in whatever iteration it wants to come. I see 60,000 with 3 asterisks, and it's, they never spent the 40,000 supposedly that we gave them last year. But I kind of thought I heard that they had spent that, there might be 20 of that left over. They wanted 60 this year. I do not see this, there's nothing before it and there's nothing after it, but we've spent before and I know we're gonna spend after. So I don't really consider funding requests from the NIC as one-offs. And I think in the future, if not when we see these budgetary numbers come back again, that they are put up in that ongoing funding increases to consider, because I don't see them ever being independently able to do without some kind of substantive funding coming from the city of Nelson. We've been paying for it now for, somebody tell me, when did they start? 4 years now we've been paying us.
Be the 4th year.
Yeah.
So here it is, it's right on this other graph. So we've been 30, 50, 40, and now we're at 60. So this is like that's starting to look like it's ongoing funding. I don't see that as
Right.
one-off funding, except every year in the last 4 years, I've been told it's one-off funding. So
But
I'd like a decision made
Yeah.
on that.
To be clear, you are correct that they did the 30 and the 50, but the 40, I did not pay it. So we have not provided them any funding.
So the additional funding is 20. That's all they're asking.
Right.
That's all.
But that wasn't really clear to me in their ask, that they were only asking for 20. But again, it's that thing is that, I guess my point is that this isn't one-off funding. This is one-off funding that one-offs on a cycle of 365 days. It's not one-off, it's yearly.
Yeah.
Well, we are hoping to get there. We are partnering with Foresight on if they're successful in their Pacific CAN grant, I think it's called now, which was Western Diversification Fund. then I don't think this funding will be needed at all if we're successful in that.
Well, my fingers are crossed on that, but it's just one that I would like to flag. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jesse's next.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Janice. I just want to throw out that, like, it's been a brutal couple years for the arts community. I think what's a challenge is it's been tough for lots of people in lots of different areas. So I just don't want to. I feel like we're kind of like taking the arts community and we're shoving it over into the corner and saying something's wrong there. I think there's a lot of stressors out there for a lot of different organizations and community groups. Arts is an important part of our town. I just want to make sure that we recognize that and how much it's contributed to our community and culture. I do understand people are the kind of endless cycle of coming back for more money and not kind of being able to operate on their own 2 feet. I think particularly in the arts, especially when you can't sell tickets because of a global pandemic, super challenging. I know a lot of those groups, like their ability to raise funds through events, and that's all just collapsed over the last 2 years. So just a little bit of compassion from the table. I know what you're saying, Mayor. I totally get it. We are in an incredible cycle.
I don't want you to get me wrong. It's not compassion. It's a conversation. And
there's a
by
realism.
Compassion. My checkbook pays for that at the Capitol Theatre or the other facilities that I go to. My name's up on the wall at the Renwick family is at Touchstone. So, yeah. I mean, it's not a case. It's not about compassion. It's about when I see an ongoing. Mm-hmm. And it wouldn't matter to me who it was on this list. But this is not a one-time ask.
For sure.
And if we have to help them get out of COVID, I'm all for that. Do whatever I need to do. But as far as when I see this, and as Councillor Morris laid out very well to us, the minute you have an ongoing piece, then you have a 2% a year or 3% or whatever it works out to as you go past that. And, we're not seeing, as an example, when we ask Public Works when they come forward to us asking for funding for particular operations, they'll set somebody at the end of the table showing us how they're going to do that. We had a number of questions for a number of presenters here over the last while that are requesting funding that we haven't had answers to yet. And I may not have all the solutions, but I've made a number of notes here where there is other funds available as well, potentially. Yeah, potentially. And if you can come to one funder, ask and get what you want every time, the chances are you're not looking and talking to other people.
Fair.
Because the pressure's off you, right?
And I just want to be clear what our proposal is not to, use that money to fund these at this level. It's to, have those conversations that council is having here with those organizations, and they would have to come back with here's how we intend to move forward. And this is recognizing this is bridge financing, and, coming out of COVID, and you need to, figure out how, if that's the money you need to operate, we're willing to work with you over this next year for you to come up with a solid plan of how you do that.
Thank you.
I'm going to give Councillor Morris
Yeah,
another
and
kick
it
at this.
Sorry, just in terms of the bridge financing, like I do have a bit of comfort in terms of, we're looking at this total of lines 92 to 98 is 107,840. We made a decision, I think a good decision, when we got the restart money, the 1.2 million, is that we realized that this was an important part of our community to have the arts and culture area. We set aside this money. We've got now 154,000 left. That covers the 107, but those would definitely be just bridge financing. There would be no following out these lines through the 5-year budget plan. And that would be a position where I could have some comfort that we might land on, but these are not going forward, adding to their operating grant for year-over-year increases to follow in the next 5 years of the budget.
So Councillor Morrison, I would suggest that should be, there should be a caveat to that it should sit down with staff and come up with a plan to show how they're not going to be back for that.
Well, and I think too,
Or
Well,
these
these,
amounts,
yeah.
Yeah, again, that just want to be clear. It wasn't like, hey, we got 154, you guys are going to get 107. I think this is a broader, we need
Yes.
another takeout for the sporting groups, the other people that haven't, all of them, right? And again, before we had criteria that council had set, and I think that maybe this is a bit of a different criteria. One was like, hey, where you're at, like loss-wise, because some, like it or not, some had a loss because of,
Oxygen.
some of them did not have a
They made
loss.
more money in COVID
right.
than they've ever had ever.
Right. So that was the part that I think was important,
Surprisingly.
right? And trying to get their financials and trying to pick through them. Sometimes they're not always professionally made. And so, but that was, again, just to be clear for council, this wasn't about saying, let's take 154 and, oh, boom, 107 is already off the table for these asks. It's like, no. The 154 again comes back to council with a criteria. Here's what our plan is to help our community, nonprofit groups get on their feet again for 2022.
And
Go ahead, and then Councillor Charwood.
okay, so there's three things very quickly. The first is that there's a big uptick in 2022 over 2020 and 2021, and in part that's because you did include what the tax benefit they otherwise would have received in. Like if we're talking about,
The capital.
say for touchstones, for example, it's 227 to 265. The capital is 70 to 1. No, there was. That's their ask, right? But remember, we talked about how part of what we're trying to achieve, I think, is a better sense of what's the equitable, ideally achieving equanimity or equity across all of the various groups. Because if we're not counting, for example, the tax benefit that some groups are getting versus others, it's kind of a mix, right? It's not clear just how much we're funding, say, Touchstones and the Capitol Theater compared to other groups.
Right, but I think part of it is again, it's unfortunately when a group comes here and says, we need more, you're not funding enough of our salaries and things like that, that can be tough on council. And that's why I think it's important to say, well, actually, here is how the taxpayer is supporting your group. On top of, here's the grant, plus you're not paying taxes, plus, we're helping out with repairs here, plus we're helping out with your capital. You would hope that would encourage, like, yeah, you guys are awesome, and here's some of the things that we're doing out there to work on solutions. And again, I don't think anybody here is saying council's not willing to, like, hey, if you help me out with some seed money, I'll do this and we'll work on that. Doesn't mean it's gonna. At least there's a plan. Like we're going to increase tickets by 10% or whatever it is, or we're going to have that membership is going to be by this. And then when you apply for a ticket, you need to have a membership, or I don't know, or however, you know what I mean? Like that there's something there that's the kind of, hopefully, and again, they might say that's too onerous, or that's, what our preference is you just give us money and I think what I'm hearing from the group is that that's not really something that we want to encourage.
No,
Is
exactly.
everybody comfortable with where we're suggesting here?
Yes, we are.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Almost.
Okay, fair enough, but.
sorry,
ahead,
John, I was
Rick.
just
Go
going to
ahead,
follow
Rick,
up with
because
one
we
thing. I
have-
know that
we have
Councillor
Nicole
Charles,
to speak
Yeah,
next,
sorry,
right?
which was just to speak to Councillor Woodward's point about them coming out of COVID. We do want to be clear that these there was CERB funding, there was quite a bit of support beyond us that allowed them. So it wasn't as like a kick in the teeth as it might have appeared, and so we have been compassionate and supportive all through this. I just wanted to.
I'll go. And kind of just on the tail of that, for me, these asks are about wages mostly, or that's how I heard them, and I have a little bit of a problem offering for that reason, partly that reason, but also if we're going to ask them to meet certain requirements, if we're helping them significantly increase their salaries, then what is their plan to maintain those? So I just wanted to give that example,
Exactly.
following up on what you're saying, that to me is really important, given that I don't see our role as helping to subsidize salaries. That ask in itself feels inappropriate. Thanks.
Good point. So before we leave this, we have that number, and Janice, you have to go now, I think?
Yeah.
We have that number, and I wrote this on the page earlier
Still
today.
here, I'll come
I wrote
back.
down, as Councillor Renwick mentioned, the Tramway Society. So it's my opinion for what it's worth, and I haven't talked to anybody about this, but this is just my experience of being around this table, that if that tramway fails, it'll end up in this room. So it's my opinion that we need to get on board somehow early on in this process of them wanting to create this fundraiser and get behind it somehow. And if we have any money available to us in that discretionary fund from the Restart Fund, that we should put some money towards that tramway.
Yeah, well, and that could be part of criteria. I know that the CAO has been instrumental already in trying to engage some of our grant writers, that we have sort of, connecting them, because sometimes they're very successful here. Again, they're very good at getting the tracks done and mechanically inclined, but they're not the best at the grant writing. And so, again, we are really trying to do what we can with the connections that we have. So we are doing things by the background.
So, but us putting hard cash in front of it shows that we are supporting them. They have a fundraiser
Right.
going right now, right?
But-
So,
But
it's
there might
one-
be others too.
Pardon me?
Can we have a more general approach to, are we just gonna sit here and popcorn who we think should be getting
No,
some
No, I
of
think
this?
we're
No,
opening it
council will
up
have
to-
to vote on it. Council will have to vote on it. I'm just saying that I think we should have something in writing. We should write something down for the tramway, because all I'm saying is, I really believe if we don't, it'll be a bigger ticket item for some future council, because they'll just walk from it.
So we are,
We need to raise this money.
as Colin said, we are working with them. I know Joy and Sydney, and that's the other benefit sometimes we don't recognize in some of the funding of our, especially that arts and culture group. They're well connected. They do extremely well at generating funds. Our money goes, is replicated numerous times by the time, that core funding we provide. And, and that expertise in our community, the Time and Memorial Grant, I had a meeting with Angus, Joy had identified this grant, and we have 220,000, for a project that could have taken years and years to happen. So having that talent base in our, community and our access to it is invaluable. They've had meetings with the Tramway Society. I think getting through that and seeing where they are and what opportunity there might be to support them further is certainly something we can look at it. The recovery funding on the capital side is somewhat restricted. You can't spend it on capital per se. You could do some workaround in terms of paying some of their operating costs, and that would free their money up for capital. So I think there's opportunity to do some of that, but we can certainly look at it. And like I said, Joy and Sydney jumped on it right away, and we're real supportive. They have to develop a business plan of, what is their capital looking like going out? You tear those tracks up through that mall, that's a scary prospect. So, who knows what you're going to find under there? And that could be millions of dollars if you do that.
It'll be a short trip. Keith?
For the same buck, you'll do double.
I agree with the difficulty in this thing, but through the chair to Councillor Charwood, there are lots of examples within, and I'm sure you're well aware, like library, rec, and Nelson District Youth Center, where operational and wage funding is provided. And I think it does come down to getting clear with what that local government bucket needs to look like, sketching that out so
With
that
COVID money?
well, not for the COVID money, but I think long term. Like, I'm okay with this being bridged. I'm okay with the suggestion. We use that as restart funding to get through this year, but I think it does need to find its way onto our strategic planning to sketch out that box for the community to activate those boards. Maybe it's upgrading the CDC into something that is more reminiscent of the NAADP, and figuring out a model there where there's some governance and there's some way to disperse funds and figure out what the priorities are within it. But I think there are pieces out there, there's mechanisms out there we've already mentioned for funding within the taxation sphere that if we do not sketch out that box, we will not give them anything to advocate for. So that's more 2022, 2023 work. So that's just my piece on it.
All right, Colin?
Okay, I just,
You have to go?
No, I'm just gonna talk to these kids for a second.
yeah.
Keep going.
So again, just to go now, like I said, it sounds like we've got some solutions here for that group there, so thank you. And here, like I said, on the one-time side, certainly for me, and again, you may question on what, and again, work plans and et cetera, but a couple of things I wanted to note. One was the invasive weeds. I think that it is something that I think council needs to consider. They did some of that work, and it's something, you know, I think that there's value into seeing what they can do in 2022 with a large attack on some of the things that we're dealing with. The development services, so this is one that's sort of been bubbling, but this Nelson Creek geotech assessment. So this would be, again, a place for me. It's a one-time, there was sort of an idea that it was just one area that we need to look at, and the question was, we need to look broadly. So Kevin, CEO Cormac, did you want to speak to that one itself, or?
Yeah, just a bit of an update on that. So we have gone back to the, and we'll give a full update later, but we have gone back to the original consultants that did the broader study for the RD and had further discussions, and they've given us, you know, direction on how they feel we need to approach this, and it is looking at our, you know, the city as a whole. There's a number of areas that, you know, that really high level, you know, review says, you know, we could be susceptible to, you know, flood and debris flows, and but it's at such a high level, it's not at a level that you can really make decisions on. So that's, you know, we're going to go ahead and award a contract to those, to that consulting group and get that work done, because that will also set us up in the event there is work to be done or further study to be done, then we're eligible for grants to, you know, to do that work. If you haven't done this next step we're proposing, you can't apply for grants. And, you know, that detailed work is not cheap. It's, you know, it's 150 plus per kind of drainage basin.
So we definitely need grants.
So we had this one on here because this had been one that had lingered for, you know, as an ask in one of our budget meetings, but just bring it out for council is that, and I don't, again, who does this or how, but I recognize in my notes that we had talked about providing $30,000 availability to explore a housing authority. Now, again, work plan and all, et cetera, but again, just bringing up here, you know, that was one that had been in my notes, and so this is why it's here.
So on that note, so exploring a housing authority, the catalyst behind that was to have a regional approach to housing, right? So I made a note on this here. That would be a regional conversation to have, because this would impact could impact as far away as in the cusp or Caslow or Trail or Castlegar. I mean, that's the scope that we need to be looking at to solve some of the challenge we're facing around the housing challenges that are in the region in general. So would we not set this on a side burner, say, yeah, we could do that, but we need these partners to,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. You could have it. Here's a fund. You know, we're willing to do this. We would maybe, like I said, use a surplus if it goes forward. If not, then it would just not. You know,
Yeah.
if we didn't get any buy-in and there wasn't sort of a
because I think
partnership.
the province is willing to facilitate this. That was the information I got from Mr. Eby, that they were very excited about the concept and were willing to participate in some form. So.
Okay.
Talking about like a regional housing authority.
Right.
But here's sort of us being, what the mayor's saying is that here would at least be, if someone came to us and said, well, we need all put in X amount of dollars, we would at least have,
Right.
we've got ours there.
Which we already have some stated commitment from our regional directors to contribute through because this work is coming both off of identified work at the NADP,
Right.
as well as conversations Sebastian has had with a consult. That's where this number comes from, is to hire an external consultant who would look at I think housing authority would be the wrong
Okay.
word. It would be housing models, because there are development corporations that that will develop housing, but they'll also develop industrial lands. They'll take projects from fallow to a place where someone can pick them up and then take them further. So there are lots of different models out in the province, and they're not all housing authorities. So just for clarity there, I think this is a great piece of money to spend. I think we can pull money from the Affordable Housing Fund to help with that. I think if we have clarity of what we're specifically going to go ask, I think we can get Area E on board as well. There's some tepid permission to go forward with that, but I think we need to lead the work if we put it on a side burner. If we don't hire the consultant, if we continue to kick the can down, looking for like as broad as NCUSP, I think there's going to be some really insightful things to come out of a report like this on what possible mechanisms, organizations could be existing within our housing ecosystem to be addressing the pieces of the market, the pieces of the housing supply that the market simply does not serve on a regular basis. And long-term, if it turns into something, it's work that we're taking off of staff's plate long-term, if there is a model that we can adopt.
I'm not sure that, like, what you're saying is exactly what I envision. Doesn't mean that that's not council's idea, but again, if we go off on a tangent with $30,000 and hire a consultant, we're going to be going back to people after saying, you know what, now we want you to come on board. And that has never worked for us. It has never worked. What we say is we're committing $30,000 to put this group together. We need all the partners at the table, or our money's off the table.
But
It's just that simple. Otherwise, we're not going to get to first base. We'll be doing exactly what we're doing with Touchstones and the Capitol Theatre. We're building the building, setting it up, running it, and saying, now we want your money. And that has failed every time. It failed with the library, I explained to you earlier, and it took a lot of work to overcome that. So that was never the intent of this.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we just leave it as a place?
That's exactly what I was suggesting. That's a pot of money, we leave it there and we iron out the details
Right.
after.
You can, whether it's hiring a consultant or forming a committee or whatever.
But if we go off hiring a consultant,
Yeah.
we've already started
I
the
think,
process.
yeah, I think there's some more work to be done before deciding exactly
Wouldn't
what
it
to
be
do with it.
refreshing if Tom came knocking at the door and said, you know, I'm thinking of this, would you guys like to partner with me?
Yeah.
When's that ever happened?
Never.
Ever. Right? How come it's always us? Just saying.
all I'm saying is this is clarifying work in terms of what else is happening in other communities across the province, both highly focused on their own municipality and jurisdiction, regionally, partnerships, private, non-private. I think that this is understanding what those business cases would look like. And until we know what those boxes would look like, it's much more difficult to go out and say, we think this is the model that looks. And so to have a consultant with,
We'll iron out the details out.
yeah,
Okay. And I understand council's question about the NIC, but I really feel that we're in a healthier place than when we dealt with this last year. There was certainly, I know, questions from council about the individual, and they moved on. And so, and again, we didn't, like I said, part of that was that's why none of the funding was released, the 40,000 that was approved. So I do appreciate, but I think that we're in a different spot now. Again, we already committed 40 last year from reserve, didn't use it. Adding 20 to that, I mean, for me as someone there's a comfort level I have, and there's a different flavor to this than there has been in the past. So that's one thing. And again, the building's also complete, right? That's the other part, and they've got renters and things like that.
So it's actually 20,000.
Yes, that's the way you can spin it. It's 60, but it's 40 from last year. So yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I think the 7,500, there was that Nelson, the Selkirk College nurse outreach request. Again, seems something that was reasonable. The last two, again, was a willingness for council, much like the other partners in the library, whether or not to use one-time granting or one-time surplus to be able to do this. So again, when I look at that, yep, it's $237,000 as a total of one-time funding for, again, I appreciate other than NIC, the other ones are not
So
ones.
sorry, Colin, I just want to be clear here.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes it takes me a little bit of time.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
just, so the 23,000 is to match a 2% increase that everybody paid into. So how does our 23,000 match up on a percentage basis when you add in the 2% for the regional side?
Well, I guess as far as dollar wise, that I don't have right on top of me. What I was saying is that to order to fund what she was trying to do, she asked for 6% for each group.
Right,
The area director said, we're willing to give you 2.
right.
I suggested that we would do our usual 2, which is why
Okay.
the jump is 585. Exactly. So
Okay.
that's already in there.
Okay.
And then in the same way that they said, look, we're willing to give you a one-time funding,
Okay.
that we would be similar to them. So that would be our portion in matching with the relationship that we currently have with the areas that are involved in our library service.
Okay.
We would be matching. Now, again, like I said, the exciting part is the potential and the hope that Area E will join us and join the library, and that together we'll be able to.
Okay, thank you.
So, don't want to take your focus off this too much, but again, the comfort level that I wanted to provide is 2. One is I had provided, or Chris had done some of this work here on the taxes and sort of the effect that we're looking at, because as the mayor said, there is a person that needs to pay, and so we kind of look at that average home and 26% is quite a jump. So the average home that we had in 2021 was 504. That is now at 637. And again, a reminder.
Yep.
And just as a reminder, and I know I see it I've seen it in the paper quite a bit, not just in Nelson, but others around our great province, where it's like, hold on, your taxes aren't going up 26%, right? So when it's going up 26%, we then roll back. Basically, no one times. No, we roll back the mill rate, that 26%, to get a rate, and then from there we add whatever our taxes is. So there's not a 26% increase. We did look at. Chris had worked on options 1, 2, and 3, which is a 3, 3.5, and 4. As the mayor noted, right now, just on our operational itself, that we would need 4 to be right in that kind of the balance piece. On this average home, that would give your taxes would increase by $68. A couple things, again, as I told you before, in going like, wow, what's happening here? Why am I feeling all these pressures? And then we did a bunch of research, and I think there's 24 different comparative taxes. Some of them are ones that we have in our own comparators for other things, and so you'll notice that we're not the only one that's getting a pressure, whether it's inflation or collective agreements. And again, we had a 0 in 2020, we had a 1.75 in 2021, and now if we're looking at a 4, you kind of say over 3 years, almost 6%. I get it that times are tough, people are getting out of things, but that's just trying to give you a couple of windows. We're not the only place, especially if you read the articles that relate to the tax requests. There seems to be others that probably had a 0 and a 0, so that's why sometimes they're at already, at a 6% or a 9 or a 7, right? So again, you don't do the tax increases, and there tends to be a catch-up that comes, right? So,
Create debt in other places.
So just kind of giving you a visual on like that average home.
Back to that, and I don't think anybody's suggesting we don't do a tax increase.
Oh, yeah.
But what I am saying is,
Yeah.
and I want to speak on behalf of the taxpayers of our community right now, that this is not the only cost that they face,
I agreed.
right? We had sewer, water, garbage, hydro. I mean, what else do we have? There's 3 or 4 other charges that go on to the taxpayer that are on top of the 3%. I don't know if, as an example, Salmon Arms 4% tax increase, that's the only fees that they pay. They may not pay sewer and water in Salmon Arms. I don't know that. I don't know any of the, like,
Well, most-
have we
and
done
that,
that
you know,
analysis on any of these other?
Well, and I guess but I would say that you do, because we know that, again, at Castlegar, these are just the tax increases, right? So
Exactly.
again, most of our comparators are all going to have water systems, sewer systems. Not all. I mean, you might have a place there like Caslow is having a problem with maybe their sewer, but yep, so.
I would say you'd want to phone a few of them and ask that one, because
Well-
I can tell you from experience, not many of them were on the same ship as we were for now, but
Well, I'm not going to I'm not going to disagree with that, so.
$400.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, rather than 90, yeah, no,
Or they're not
or
replacing
60,
them at all.
or 60. So,
We
but
just
again.
need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, no,
because
no.
We do talk, and we have talked to the Economic Development Partnership about affordability, and people have been able to live in our community and rent in our community, and we need to keep that in mind.
Yep.
That's why I bring it up.
Yeah, I think it's
Not
important.
meant to be a passive process.
Agreed.
And I think, it's really important, again, to note council supported higher staffing, in particularly police. And when
Yep.
you do that, like if
It's gonna go up.
we have managed the rest of our whole system
Exactly.
at
Councillor Renwick had
less
his
than
hand up.
2% a year.
Thank you. Colin, or maybe Chris, if you did this chart here, what's the increase or guesstimation, what's the increase for, this is for residential?
Correct.
Commercial?
Yeah, it'd be similar.
Two times, right?
It's maybe even more. isn't it?
still the same percentage.
Yeah.
Because they're already.
Oh, as a dollar amount, yeah.
Right.
Percentage-wise, if it's dollar amount, yeah, I'd have to kind of, what's a typical assessment for a commercial property, figure that out, but, like percentage-wise, it'd be pretty similar.
Right. It's just dollar-wise, it's more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that in our communication, and there's lots of opportunity to talk about this, but stressing that the difference between a 2 and a 4% increase is that increase in protective services, right? So let's just be, people are very clear that they want more on that side of things, whether it be on Baker Street or fire protection, but mostly on police. And you got to pay for that. As much as I hate, I'd love 0%. I was a big fan for 0% tax increases, but
I know we can't get there.
Not
but we
this
need-
year.
Sometimes we need a reminder of this is not the only cost
yeah, for sure.
taxpayers.
I appreciate that reminder.
just paid $354 for my TELUS internet.
There you go.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
I think it's really vital that, again, like I've talked before, like smoothing this so that we aren't keeping it artificially low and then all of a sudden it's a 7% and everyone is just up in arms. So in some ways, it's like, if we can just keep it at a general increase to make sure we're covering our bases rather than trying to artificially deflate it.
Yeah.
I agree.
The real work is focusing on these line items, making sure that they're providing value.
Exactly.
That's the fundamental.
And so just kind of,
Sorry, behind you.
yeah, no, as as a wrap here, not a wrap, but just as a thing, just to go to the Safe Start funding, because there's two components here, because I know that the mayor has raised it, certainly Councillor Woodward has raised it, and there's a few things here I wanted to talk about, when I ask you and say, well, what do you mean you want to take some money from surplus from previous years? I mean, where does that leave us? So just a couple things. One is that if you look at that Safe Start grant funding, we had 1.2. And again, because it was a grant that went right to the bottom line, it jumped up our surplus number anyway, okay? But now you start to realize the funds. And when I say that, meaning that there's $363,000 worth of, whether it's shortfalls, recoverable expenses, and nonprofit grants that, we've covered and are actually inside the operations, if that makes any sense. But that in itself, so this is like another additional 363 sort of going from kind of what we call restricted inside the COVID funds to being unrestricted, if that makes any sense, inside the surplus. So you take the 363 and then there's the 352. Those are the areas that you kind of get a comfort level of, okay, those are our surplus amounts. So as an example, on January 1, we had our general surplus was $2.5 million. At the end of January 2021, our general surplus was $5 million. Okay, now a big component of that was the fact that we got $2.6 million in COVID restart funding. Now, again, part of that allocation of the 1.4 million of that went to revenue loss, we did say, hey, we didn't get $400,000 or where the amount was for parking meter revenue. So we put that into the capital reserve. And we put some of them into other different reserves because it related to an offsetting thing. But we also got funding for expenses that we had. So again, that created a surplus. So when you look at that $5 million, the difference from one year over another was 2.5, not far off of the 2.6 that we had received from COVID. And the restart grants remaining was 1.2 million, which again is what this document here is our starting point, and then where we end up at the 849. Remaining, which again I've got digital transformation over 2 years. There's a sense for me that I think that we need to help out the NPD with some OT issues, because they've had a real challenge with a number of officers on the mandate. We've had a number of them quit or retire, And so it's not like usually you can just say, oh, well, Cal, we now deputize you as a police officer. There's a whole process. But we're in that window right now. Plus they had some officers get sick with COVID. So then you had staff working like double shifts and so double time. And so that's really put pressure on them in a number of different ways. And I believe that that's why the funding is here, is to help out areas where we've got COVID. We fortunately, with some working from home for a couple days, and or just on the wave of it going through, you would have we didn't have everyone get sick right when the snowstorm was happening, but almost each week you would lose like 5 employees, and then they would come back, and then 5 more would go off. But we seemed to ride the wave, which is what they talked about, and so there wasn't sort of the same sort of pressure cost that like the police has been dealing with. So anyway, I just wanted to put that in there. Does show you that we've still got some surplus money would still be remaining, but what I guess I'm saying is that the surplus balance that would, when I add the potential of the 352 plus the realization of the 363, there is approximately 1.8 that is general surplus over and above what we had in 2020, which was 2.5 million. So again, when I say let's use $400,000 of that, you still have $3.5 million of surplus still there available for a rainy day, for something that comes along. So again, I think there's a comfort level there. I would hope that if in doing this, and again, because it's to balance the budget, it's to get good work done. And as we've seen, we monitor this, and I think that I feel comfortable that the way that we monitor it, that we would be staying in line with not having some huge overage next year, if that makes any sense.
Thank you.
I have to go.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Long day. Thanks, Councillor Rockenberg.
Yeah, thanks.
See you, Rick. Take
Bus,
care.
Councillor Larkenberg?
Yeah, it's a side gig.
On bus?
No, I know that, Rick, you're leaving, and Janice, I think she's may still be in the building, but I would be helpful for me because I am going to get ready to do the public open house. So it would be good for me, Councillor, to know, I know that you're not here to debate, but if you had, I'm not interested in anything, like you said, you were looking, you were a fan of zero, but thinking that that's not something, I just didn't know if you would be able to.
I'm pretty clear with the 4%
Okay.
based on the protective services increase.
Right, okay, yeah. Thank you, Cotton.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, kids. Thanks for being well behaved.
You were so quiet.
They were.
That's great.
I'm shocked. Given that.
Wouldn't be. I'm just.
That was our largest audience.
That has been.
Usually there's nobody here.
Of course, we did feed him quite a bit of snacks.
Yeah. Ginger's gonna let us
Maybe
know
we should
later
advertise
about-
free snacks at City Hall.
So, sorry, just because Councillor Lockenberg was going, I just wanted to get his input just for the rest of the group. And again, I know that we've put a lot on the plate here, but I would like to get your feedback on my way off base.
We have a meeting on Tuesday night, right?
We do have a meeting on Tuesday, yeah.
I think we have a bit of time to have a breather and digest this, and then on Tuesday night we can.
Okay.
Will that be okay?
You'll have to add me as a
And what-
late item.
Well,
we
we're just
don't
gonna
have it
have
on
to
the
get some
agenda?
idea of what you should do or not do, right?
Well,
So
what's
it's Friday today.
Yep.
So it's highly unlikely you're doing much more today. Monday, you might have a little bit of time, so, by mid next week, you'd know what direction you're heading.
Yeah, no,
Fair?
I just
oh,
don't
no,
understand
it's,
what the
it's,
choice
it's,
would be.
I have,
Are you comfortable with the 4% tax?
I'm not. Tell you
Okay.
right now, I'm not.
say, so we got Mayor saying no himself, okay?
No. But that doesn't mean
What
we
would
can't
this?
do
What
it.
would the scenarios be?
Less.
Well, there's only 3 here. I was actually
Well-
going, why didn't we consider something higher?
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Are we,
Yeah, yeah.
On the opposite
are we adding
extreme.
our 2 cents now?
Yes, please.
I would
Okay.
suggest we sleep on it over the weekend and we.
It's an opportunity for us to interact with
Agreed.
staff, so
Okay.
can we have
So-
more questions?
Do you
Yes,
have another
please.
question? Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I would say I feel like 4% is, I'm good with 4% if it's well described as to what's happening. That if the communications are proper, I think, I don't want to undercut or try to have less and then get in trouble later and have to do a much larger tax increase. So I would say I'm all for trying to get that smoothing happening. So.
Okay.
We've gone through the budget in great detail, the operational side in great detail at this point. The comparative proposed tax rate that you've put together there, Chris, gives me a good sense that even at 4% with the inflationary pressures, that we are on the conservative end of that in the first place. And so having a strong foot forward for our organizations as they go into this year and kind of just keep operating and get the projects they need done is what our community needs. So I'm also comfortable with the 4% if that's what's necessary, and if it means the difference between major contributions to police so they can improve services and making sacrifices there, or pulling a bunch of things out of the basket to make up the difference. So 4% is fine. We are really arguing on the whole, the difference between, and I know it's nothing, I know it's not nothing, because I pay the taxes on commercial through my landlord, and I pay the taxes on the residential through my landlord. So I'm getting dinged on both sides of this, but we're talking about the difference of $17.
Well, and again, to be clear, that's your average home, right? So,
Your average home,
so your average home that's sort of been that, your average last year, and you sit in that average, you could have a place that went up 30%, right? And there's, those are the things, but you could have someone actually that's at 22% increase, and they're going to pay less taxes, right? Which again is always one of those
Yep.
things, like, how does that work? But
That's true.
Again, this is the perfect home that kind of sits in that, this is my average, here's up 26%, so.
No, that you can't find one for $637 for sale anywhere, just so you know.
Well, I think because everyone's holding on to their homes too, right? Yeah, no,
This
it's,
is what we'll be taxing.
Yeah.
That's what they've assessed it.
Like, we're talking affordability, and
We're not affordable. Don't kid yourself.
no, it's true.
We're not
Well, and to
affordable.
think that we're separate from the momentum that's going on globally,
Yeah.
we can't isolate ourselves from that. And so to me, a 4% increase is low. To me, that's brilliant work on your part to keep it that low. So I would have no problem with option 3. Sorry, Mayor.
Hey, I just told you, it's the prerogative of council.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree.
And we're still in the lower third of municipalities that you investigated in terms of
But we should, I would
increases.
suggest, Nicole, we should qualify that though.
Yeah.
And going forward, we don't have to.
How
do
is it being
today, but-
measured, you mean, or what
Yeah, tracking,
services?
yeah,
and-
apples
Yeah,
to
it's not apples and apples, but.
So I'm gonna just chime in. So I had an idea of what this was going to be coming into the meeting, and I was thinking, 2+, and I'm thinking, okay, the extra police, which I'm all for. And then all these other ones, I was like Janice, I was just a no. No. And of course, my mind's been changed. So lines 92 to 98 we're going with Plan B on that.
Right, well, we would be saying no, and we need to come
Yeah,
up with a
yeah, we're gonna
criteria
come up-
to help.
And everything from line 105 to 111 is, 110, I guess.
Yep.
Is all right, except the line 107, we're gonna shelve that for the time being, right?
No, I think that we would make the funding available.
Okay,
But
okay,
it
we're not
would
gonna
have
spend
to
it
be
right
a commitment, it would not be us going off on our own.
So the 4% covers all of that?
Well, actually, the 4% only covers,
None of that.
60.
None of that?
Up to line 60?
Surpluses.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
So
surplus would get the
Here's my
1%.
question.
Okay,
I have no problem with increasing protective services, especially with the police.
okay.
My problem is, the police are very busy in the downtown core with a certain sector of people that should be funding coming from the province.
yeah,
It's downloaded.
mental health.
Yep, thank you. Am I wrong?
No, it's a gap, it's for sure.
But yet, we need more officers, we need more protection, but we have to pay.
Well, I don't know if those,
They want to put mental health workers on there. Right? That's the challenge.
The province doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, and at 24-hour availability too, right? 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, yeah.
And not there on the weekend, and you go, okay, so you have these clients, they don't stop living on the weekend. We probably, have
We've
more
kind
things
of,
going on.
we've kind of, buffered that by having the street outreach program,
Right.
right? And so trying to.
But street
that's-
outreach isn't there at 10 o'clock at night. Or
No,
11 or
but
12.
And it's
you know, those
beyond
two
their
guys, they
pay grade.
really, they try to be the in-between the police and.
There's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of gaps there.
And
But-
they are.
But anyway, what is that, I know what it's got to do with the taxation. What is your end result here?
Meaning don't do it, or?
Yeah, meaning,
Well,
we do or we don't, or what?
I like lowers, but I would go with option one myself, but I certainly understand having to go, you know, like say it's only $17, but you know, it's not $17 for everybody.
No.
And, you know, the mayor makes a good point with everything else. You know, I got my water and sewer bill for my building and, you know, and there's nothing to me, quite honestly, you can't put a price on water and sewer until you get the bill. You go, holy Christ, really?
So you put a price on it.
But hey, I'm happy to pay it. But, you know, there's lots of other things out there that,
It's hard to argue with the numbers.
It
You know, at the end.
certainly is, and you know, and your point about, you know, cell phones and, you know, we don't have a problem paying for cell phones and plans and Netflix and all that stuff, but geez, you know,
Well,
$68 increase on my taxes?
I know, right? On top of what you're already paying.
Well, that's, we have Colin here to argue with the numbers.
Of course, the irony is
Okay.
that, I just want to say the irony is that, you know, people, we spend the $68, let's say, of option three, you know, we, as individuals, we will say, oh, you know, a cup of coffee every day. Like, we spend our money in different ways,
I know.
right? But I mean, I think the communications, I would like to say, these are critical functions that we're supplying people. Water, I mean, these are absolutely foundational. So I just feel like the communications should be that what we're servicing here is the foundational pieces that need to happen for the city to operate well, right?
Well, I
And-
think the other things to recognize, we created an emergency management program.
Right.
Within that, 6% over 3 years. We created a climate team for that 6% over 3 years. We've provided more resource to police for that 6% over 3 years. Like,
All services beyond most municipalities too, that they carry.
we have a healthy cultural sector, a healthy recreation sector. As I've said before, we are staff lean across this whole organization, and the services we deliver within that taxation that we actually charge, like what is it, about less than $3,000 a year, we provide all those services for whatever, $200, $250 a month.
Yeah.
Like it's when you break it down to that, it's really hard to believe we can provide, police, fire, recreation, culture, waste, emergency management, all those for $250 a month per household, not
Okay,
per
let's make
person.
it 5.
So I,
That's all I was saying.
and to let you know, Colin went through every single budget. This is, we got to this number by Colin going, well, we haven't hired that staff yet. So, we don't need that full budget this year, and we haven't done that yet, or we haven't spent that yet. And they went through all that entire budget, pulling back from every single department. So this wasn't just, let's just add 2% onto everybody. This was, going line by line through all those departments and, pulling where we can.
And did we not, during COVID, we kept the tax rates very low.
It was zero.
It was zero, right?
Yeah,
So,
well, as Colin said, we had 0 in 2020, we had 1.75% last year.
Right.
And with 4 here, we're 5.75 over 3 years. That's less than 2% a year. And we've delivered an emergency management program with staffing, we've created a climate team, we've now bolstered police, we've bolstered fire to a certain extent as well, so, so
Okay, 6.
Yeah, no, so Chris, if you don't mind, help me with something. You made up this list of these municipalities? You did the research on that?
Google.
Okay, so how many of them have, because these are comparatives,
They don't have police, most of them.
bingo, do they have professional fire departments?
Oh, but wait a second, but to be
Some of
clear,
them don't.
but to be clear, you don't have your own police department. Well, you still gotta pay for
Pay
the
for the
police,
RCMP.
right?
Yeah,
So-
but-
Right.
Right, like, so like a Vernon, they got RCMP,
RCMP, yeah.
they're paying, and then if you read, actually, one of, like, at least a number of them that I read, police was a major factor in a number
Yeah,
of
but
these.
Colin,
So police isn't in any of these if they've RCMP?
Oh, no.
No, they're on
you have to
police
pay, it's
force.
just-
It's just a different police.
Exactly.
Yes,
So it's
okay.
like you have to cut a check
Right.
to RCMP.
But
So,
Colin,
yeah, they're still
part of the
paying for
taxation-
police,
oh, yes.
they could be paying more.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Well,
there's-
Colin-
yes.
Probably are paying more.
No,
Well,
because
No.
our size municipality, they only pay 70%, not 100%,
Right,
like we do.
right, okay. Police, professional fire,
some of them don't have professional, well, most of them don't, actually, when you look at the list.
no,
Professional fire.
transit,
Pardon me?
most wouldn't have their own
So,
transit?
first of all, let's go back to, let's go back to the police,
They'd be
Cal.
by the RD.
So as Colin mentioned, and he didn't quite get to the end of it, but if you have RCMP, you write one check, thank you very much. Whereas
Right.
we have IT support, we have human resources support, we got
Union negotiation.
janitorial, just a lot more cost attached to the,
Our WCB rates went up substantially, driven 100% by police. So that
Okay, so what,
affects
4%
us
we're
across
doing
the
pretty
thing.
darn good.
yeah.
Well, and like I said, when I think too, one of the, even in doing this, Counselor, is that we are also, we've got a higher than average building permit revenue that's also helping out balance this, right? And, like, again, the hope is that next year when I come, it's like new construction is $200,000 more, right? So you might be coming down on your building permit revenue, but you're now kind of replacing that with ongoing funding for new construction, right? So that's, again, but it's, it's not easy times, for sure, and like you said, it'll be interesting to see what falls out of inflationary costs. One of the things that we talked about even charging out the equipment. If gas has gone up 30%, and that gas isn't the full component, but I'm just saying to you, if I'm saying, here's our charge out rate, plus we've got an amortization rate, we could be going back saying, yeah, we don't have the 950 to put into or 900 to put into the equipment reserve. We're at 875 or 850, right? Those are some of the things, and that's why, again, when you have an opportunity like we did this year to do a little bit of a lift because we had that benefit.
And there's another nonlinear part to it too, that if we're, like, our population has increased in the last 4 or 5 years by 1,000, which means that there is a whole bunch of people here now spending money here, businesses, restaurants. Yes, they are using city services, but they're also adding more to the town, so that development is.
Okay, so should we
Revenue positive.
adjourn the meeting, or because we're having a bit of a general conversation?
So are we okay, so he doesn't necessarily have to come back on Tuesday?
It'll come in, it'll come forward in the, financial plan bylaw, but Colin needs to know what.
But again, it sounds, I haven't heard from Councilor Morrison yet. I know the mayor is less, and I get that. He hasn't said kind of how much less or where his number is, sort of thing.
I'll work on it over the weekend.
Okay.
That's the time he was asking for.
Fair enough.
He was making it yours, but it's.
Yes, but it sounds like overall the 4 is palatable, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I do appreciate it.
Thanks,
'cause
Colin.
A lot of this work
Chris.
goes into it.
No, thank
But-
you, Colin, Chris.
But the other part that is also a key, and I don't.
Motion to adjourn then?
No, but that I don't wanna hang my hat on, is the effort from
Missing happy hour?
Chris, Gabe,
Staff
Kevin,
generally.
Yes.
and Scott Spencer on the BCUCPs. Because it is something that if we start getting a return from the areas that are outside of the city, start contributing back, there is a funding stream too there that, I think can help the city with getting a return for the asset that we have built up, that then gets a benefit to the taxpayer.
Everybody.
One thing that has to be, and we talk about this, and I should have maybe even led with it. If we did not have that Nelson Hydro dividend, and you think about how fortunate we are in the forefathers that, or, you know, that created that,
Or made that investment.
yeah, made that investment, that's a 34% tax increase. That's a great rate. So you think about, if you were trying to run Nelson, as awesome as it is, with everything that we provide here, and you did not have that Nelson Hydro dividend, that's what you're looking at.
And your hydro rates would be 20% higher.
That's right. Yeah, your Fortis rate would be that much higher.
Pay more, get
Okay.
less.
All right.
So there's a lot,
Motion to
of,
adjourn.
a lot of hope, a lot of optimism, I guess.
Councillor Renwick and
Thanks.
Councillor Woodward, all in favor? Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks,
everyone.
Gabriel.
Our public institution.
So, other question, how many of these places are